or do I abandon it and move on to something I know is actually gonna show some promise? You know, like for example, I spent like 2 months developing the idea that all everything is just constructive and destructive interference of musical waves. But that's just because I liked the buzzword waves. And this to me explained the speed of light, speed of sound, gravitational waves, which fit the theory like a glove. But it distracted me and it took away from my original theory. Oh, and I was 13 going through puberty and I had started to focus heavy on like girls and stuff. So that kind of took a lot of my brain power away from actually developing it. I wasn't on that Giga Chad level of focus at the time. Oh, and school. Not to mention school. School punished me for thinking like an individual and trained me as best as they could to conform in the way that they wanted me to think. I like to think that they didn't succeed. I don't think in the end that they succeeded, but they still had an impact. So I can totally sound super smart saying all this stuff, but ultimately, like, this is by far, I don't want to say like I let myself down. I definitely thought of some really cool things, but it's my least favorite contribution that I ever made. It's so incomplete and it's riddled with holes, and I hate thinking about it. But yeah, it is what it is. I think that's why I spent so long on this one, because I still feel insecure about this failure of a contribution. It's not like it's not a colossal failure, right? I mean, if I hadn't thought of these theories, then the whole year would have gone by 13. I would have been 13 years old, turning 14 years old, and I just wouldn't have thought of anything. But yeah, I think the reason why I've been rambling this whole time is just I've just been saying a bunch of extra shit just to justify the failure. There is more to Aether Theory though. Like there is some good. I can't remember exactly. I'm a bit rusty, so it's not coming across the way I intended. But I think for the most part, I got the point across. I know, like I know the way I'm acting is a little overly humble, so it may seem like I'm faking it. Don't get it fucked up. I'm not stupid. Like this is smart stuff. Like you can't be stupid and come up with this. I'm well aware of that. It's just it's really nerdy and it's really pointless. And I think I'm a lot smarter now than I was back then. I think I realized that. I think I just did this stuff for approval. Like when I would show this stuff to my mom and she would tell me I'm so smart, which would make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. But whenever I hear actual intellectual heavyweights like Christian von Koenigsegg or Kanye West talk, it reminds me, oh yeah, no, my brain is nothing special. Like there are cerebral heights and glory that I could never reach no matter how hard I try. That's it. I have heard about different things over the years since then. Set theory is the one that people have talked about a lot. To me personally, and online, I see it on Twitter occasionally. It has to do with like logical axioms. I haven't looked into it all that much. To me, it seems like a dead end. It seems to be more about the compartmentalization of thought processes as a whole rather than low level physics. And I respect that. I respect that a lot, actually. I respect the effort of people um, trying to pure logic their way into an answer without any experimentation, like how I did with the contribution that I mentioned when I was 8 years old. Remember that one? Like that one is by far my favorite contribution, and I really, really respect how people can understand it with no outside information, just logic alone, simply because we already know it intuitively. And I can really relate to that. I respect it. I appreciate it. I mean, after all, if our logic is consistent and the logic of our universe is consistent, yes is yes, no is no, existing is existing, non existing is non existing, perpetual motion is impossible, the arrow of time is only an observation of our experience. That means nothing if humans don't exist. You can't go back in time. Um, Saying that this is a lie is neither a lie nor a truth, and saying that this is the truth is both a lie and truth. And a list of all things in the universe includes that very list itself as one of those things. Or maybe not. Like there's lines of logic that you can follow. There's plenty of logical starting points that you can go down the rabbit hole of in your own mind through meditation alone, and you can get a surprising amount of information um, just just from thinking. Um, but that sort of thing wasn't really helpful to me at the time. I didn't have the most self control. I was 13 years old. I was a 13-year-old boy. You think I'm doing anything that deviates from what my id tells me to do? This sort of like deep self-control giga chad meditation style of learning about the world, it's super helpful in stuff like problem solving or like politics and stuff like that. But I don't know if it'll be all that helpful in like the theory of everything. And set theory is a really weird concept by a dude who was probably licking toads. It honestly doesn't relate to what I was talking about, but people like to make a big deal out of it. Oh, theory of everything, theory, and they these aren't even set theory. I don't even believe does any experimentation. I think there's theories like this that just pick up steam lately because you can use these to make clickbait titles like, oh, 6 universal axioms that explain all of the universe in 60 seconds. And actually, like, you would think these gimmicks would go super viral, but nope, like 2,000 upvotes. That's it. It's not bad, but do you have any idea how popular the black hole's Wikipedia page is? Like, there's better ways to clickbait. It just all this stuff is just gimmicks in my opinion. Anything that blows up on TikTok or Instagram before it blows up on YouTube first, that's kind of like a surefire way to let me know that it's bullshit. And then there's the like first order, zeroth order, negative first order if you want to go there, which nobody does. But all of these things seem like TikTok gimmicks to go viral rather than anything with any thought put into them. And someone probably did. Like it's probably people on TikTok who are taking someone's hard work and uh, making it look bad. There's probably passionate people who made these hypotheses. They put a bunch of time and effort into it, and then like a group of people who want TikTok clout decided that this would be a great way to hop on and justify their beliefs to everyone else in the rest of the world, thus discrediting the whole thing, atheists and theists alike. I could be, I could totally be shitting on someone's hard work right now, talking about these orders and set theory and whatnot. But honestly, this sort of thing seems pretty stupid to me. But who am I to talk, right? I've never looked into it. I'm a science normie now. I wait for news to find me rather than finding news myself like I used to. And then there's the idea of this one is not really talked about in the mainstream, but it's possible that we may never truly get to the bottom of all of this. Like that at the bottom of everything, the foundations of the universe are mathematics that, well, in fact, they are they can't be anything else. It's not like we have our mathematics and the core of the universe conforms to it. Or we define mathematics and then we hope the universe will be, we can decide, oh, is the core of the universe mathematics or not? Whatever the core of the universe is, that becomes our mathematics. The foundation of the universe is the definition of math. So it can't be anything but math. And the thing with math is, it's possible that there are some problems, some hypotheses, some equations, some conjectures that we simply can never prove. And we can actually provide proofs that we can never provide proofs for them. Like, there are actually many problems out there that are unproven, that we have a good idea of. However, for most of these, we still think we could do it. But what happens when we find solid proof, not of a conjecture's result, but rather solid proof that we can never truly know with 100% certainty if a conjecture is true or false? Solid proof that there can never be solid proof. And if we can be sure of that, then I believe that we can be almost certain that we will never be able to make any definitive statements about the fabric of reality. Because look, I'm no mathematician, okay? I've relied on my intuition this whole time. And my intuition tells me that there's infinitely more ways that something can be impossible to prove than possible to prove. Contingent that there are actually things out there which are impossible to prove. Which we're pretty sure there are. It's like the way I look at it, you can make it analogous to, like, okay, you can't multiply two irrational numbers to make a rational number, right? So maybe in that same line of logic, the uncountably infinite number of unfalsifiable hypotheses about nature are guaranteed to be derived from other unfalsifiable elements. Maybe our clear-cut formulas like E equals mc squared are just the rational and observable macro emergent properties that we can understand when all of the elements of mathematics are operating in a stable environment with room to breathe. Maybe Occam's razor hasn't actually shaved that equation all the way down yet. And maybe the truly shaved down equations aren't actually equations at all. Maybe the root of all mathematics is an accidental series of paradoxes that were never meant to be looked at or understood, and that we just so happen to get lucky with our universe because our paradoxes canceled each other out. That just allowed us to paradoxically exist. I mean, we're pretty damn sure that some paradoxes restrict us from figuring out certain truths about the world. Maybe all our rational ideas that aren't blocked by a paradox are just stepping stones to higher math. And that math will always eventually contain paradoxes no matter what. And the universe just has to deal with it. You know, Legend of Zelda Song of Storm style. From Ocarina of Time, I mean. Like, what if when you look deep enough, there are no axioms that work? No reference points of starting logic. In fact, maybe the concept of predetermined axioms isn't even possible at a small enough level. Because that's what it looks like when I read these fucking wacko things that Faraday and Feynman and Friedman came up with. It's Michael Faraday, Richard Feynman, and Alexander Friedman, in case you guys wanted to look them up. But maybe the entire universe is a spinning blender of incomprehensible mathematical soup, and we're just like, we in our observable universe are just a drop of this soup stuck to the glass on the inside of the blender, just chilling, unharmed for a while. And that's why our constants are the way they are, and they're not changing, and they're actually constant, and our universe isn't being stirred up by the chaos on the bottom of the blender. We're just stuck on the glass with the inability to ever truly look outside to see the hand that's pressing the buttons. Like the game of life. It's possible we may one day finally come to a conclusion that we will never actually come to a conclusion. And I'm sure if I dove into this when I was 13, I would have got even more depressed. But now, knowing that's a possibility, it actually makes me feel kind of good, kind of relaxed. I feel like I've grown. I'm not that tempered, tantrum throwing kid I used to be. You know, when you really look at the math we've been given, it's actually pretty sloppy. It's like some higher being got lazy on their shift while creating our simulation and they just slacked off. Like, there's quite a few missing parts. And also, the bitter truth that most mathematicians will never admit to you, either because they aren't smart enough in other aspects to understand it without being walked through logic themselves, or simply because they're in denial, is that there is no math without faith. You can't use 1 plus 1 as a starting point without first having faith that the concepts 1 and 2 and adding exist and that they can be observed through mental exercise. It could be possible that you don't require faith. You can't ever rule it out. But I have yet to see an example of a purely mathematical statement that doesn't hinge on some kind of faith as a reference point that we can all agree on. In a way, this is kind of a giant waste of time. Like, why do all this? Is it pointless to try to understand the nature of reality? Why did history's greatest minds all collectively work so hard together to try to solve this problem? And what's the point of it? Why spend so much time on this crap? That's a question that can only be answered by people smarter than the greatest minds in the world. If you want to know how to solve a problem, you ask a mathematician. You want to know why you solve a problem, you ask a philosopher. And as someone who spent over half my life developing a philosophy for the age of information, I've thought about this a lot, and I can confidently say the reason why we spent so much of our lives banging our heads against the wall trying to figure out the most brutal, unsolvable problem imaginable is because it's fun. That's it. Just because it's fun. God is dead and we have killed him. He has been long dead since before I was born, but I am an accomplice to this great murder. That was a long one. That was a really long one. Okay, let's speed this up. And I got some stuff to do as well, so let me load one up. Okay. I have a few from when I was 14. I'm just checking which one I want to pick. Okay. This one's actually, when I was 14, it was less original thoughts and more just a bunch of random crap, but it was not none of it was like particularly profound. One of them was the pretty damn obvious conclusion in hindsight that almost all of the world's problems stem from the fear of death, and that if we can eliminate that fear, then everyone's lives would be so much better. Not easier, not harder, not longer, not more luxurious or less luxurious, but better. Fear of your own mortality, or even just fear in general, like being unable to accept death, unable to cope with the realization that one day you will go to sleep and never wake up again. Like the inability to reconcile the two ideas that your life needs to be meaningful and at the same time eventually so much time will pass that the last person who will ever remember you will die, and that your life inevitably will have no meaning. Like, it's it's what people do in response to the inability to reconcile these two thoughts, which is what ruins things for themselves and others. First of all, this whole stream is just a giant flex for me. Let me get this straight, okay? I know my archetypes, okay? I know my stories. And the story of death is an interesting one. Death is actually a friend. And it's a friend that you don't want at first, naturally, because you want to continue to play the games. As a little kid, when you first find out about your own mortality, you are scared of a day coming where you don't get the option to play the games that you love so much. So it's only natural that you would be scared of it, but it is a friend nonetheless. And he will kill you, but you can't blame him for that. It's just a part of who he is. It's much better to befriend death, and when your time comes, you walk with him together as brothers in your passing. Because your only other option is to struggle in futility and then die. You don't get the option to live. So take your pick. You either go disgracefully or you go gracefully. Like Gold Roger. And potentially Luffy. Or, yeah, I mean, definitely Luffy when he dies, but in reality, death is not the enemy in any of these stories. But it's the people who try to defy death, who try to cheat death, who run away from death. Those are the actual enemies. Also, death isn't inherently bad. There's nothing evil about death. There's nothing tragic that underlyingly tragic about death. It hurts a lot, yeah, when a family member dies, friends die, all that stuff. Your dog dies, whatever. You're gonna cry. Don't get it fucked up. It's going to hurt, but that pain is a part of life, and a necessary one at that. Anyone who's seen Inside Out by now should realize that sadness is not a bad emotion. It's just as essential as all the others. You shouldn't try to ignore it. There's nothing going on in life where people die that's unjust. Now, if someone dies when it's not yet their time, then yeah, it can be considered a tragedy. Like children slitting their wrists, teenagers shooting each other in the streets, adults getting hit by a drunk teenage driver. Like, these are all tragic. But dying of disease, I mean, that's a part of the contract you sign when you join planet Earth. Sometimes nature will just strike you down. It's random, but it's fair. It's sad for sure, but you'll get over it. And sometimes you won't, but that's life. Grieving for like 5 to 10 years is actually a surprisingly short amount of time to grieve someone close to you dying in the grand scheme of things. See, in life, you'll be at a major crossroads in certain moments. Only a handful for most people. And in these moments, you'll be given two options: love or fear. This is the core, the binary decision making of our morals. Where do you lean? More towards love or more towards fear? And wherever you lean, people who lean in the opposite direction are seen as the enemy. To me, fear is pretty much always the wrong choice. I pretty much always, like, I shouldn't say always, because there is a possibility that I would consider it the right choice in a circumstance. However, I've yet to find an example where fear is actually the correct choice. I've yet to see one. But it's usually the more tempting choice, that's for sure. And it's driven by this need for safety. It's hard to explain exactly, so I'll give you an example. So, back when me and this dude were first looking to live in a content house, right? We wanted to start a content house. Every time we'd find a viable option, he'd be like, "Oh no, this area is dangerous. Oh no, this is too close to the hood. Oh no, this is where the frats of this college are. Oh, it's unsafe here." Like, he would always have some sort of excuse. Oh, this is where there's also apartments for students. You know, they come back drunk and stoned and off pills and stuff like that. It's not safe. And that's the thing. Like, I was down for any of them. Yeah, it's unsafe and it's scary to me too. I know the risks, but I love the prospect of a content house so much. I love this adventure so much that the love outweighs the fear. Like, I love creating this content right now that I'm making right now, that it outweighs the fear of like people finding out about this and clowning on me for the things I'm saying. We were also debating having his friend live with us in this house. And the guy was on the fence because his friend was super unmotivated. I don't want to go into any specifics, but he just wasn't all that motivated at the time. And we just felt like it would be a better environment if everyone there was hyper focused on making a career out of this, like content creation. But eventually, we decided it's better for his friend to be a part of it. In reality, that was actually always going to happen, but in our heads, there was this debate. But ultimately, we have a responsibility to push him to be better if he's a friend, and he has a responsibility to push us to be better wherever we're lacking. You have to love your bros more than the idea of having to deal with awkward situations. So love wins. But that's a personal example. Here's one everyone can relate to, okay? Here's one everyone can understand. The political example. Let's take someone like Michelle Obama, okay? She fucked up the school lunches back when I was in middle school. She did not know shit. She removed Coke from the vending machines, but she left Diet Coke, which is so fucking stupid because Diet Coke is way, way worse than Coke for your health. But, like, she's not smart. She just looks at the labels and goes, Diet Coke must be healthier because it says diet. In reality, she never should have been given permission to make decisions that affect children across the nation. Her own children are out here like sneaking away from Secret Service to go smoke and drink and get pregnant and stuff. Like, you worrying about the wrong kids, Michelle. Now, she had a decision. She could have picked fear or love. Where does the fear come from? Okay, let's look at the pros and cons. Well, she wants a good image, right? If she makes generic legislation like that, that is uncontroversial in the eyes of the idiotic executives and masses who don't bother to think about this sort of thing, as long as it sounds good, she'll get political brownie points. Who cares if it affects other people? Why love other people? She's so afraid of not having these political brownie points that, well, to be honest, I'll give her some credit. Everybody wants that. It's a reasonable fear to have. To have the whole world hate you, like that's a totally reasonable. My question is, where's the love at? You could have shown some love for the students. Oh wait, it's Michelle Obama we're talking about. If she had loved the students, she would have said, well, maybe I should do more research on this and ask some actual dietary experts before I tamper with the nutrition of future generations of America. Or better yet, she could have said, I'm not qualified to make a decision like this. I'm going to leave this up to people smarter than me. But she has no love for the American children. So naturally, the fear outweighed the love. What about an example where love outweighed fear? Well, those are the heroes. Like, this is literally what separates villains and heroes in the real world. Take Edward Snowden, for example. He's the first one that comes to mind. A lot of people knew about the secrets of the NSA. They knew that the CIA was equivalent to a terrorist organization. They knew that the NSA employs black hat hackers to find exploits in industry-leading software so the government can spy on people. This is not a conspiracy theory anymore. This shit gets exposed over and over again in a near daily basis. Like, literally recently, like a couple weeks ago, I think, a bunch of kids got a bunch of personal information about people who owned iPhones just from contacting Apple saying that they were the FBI. Like, that they just told that they were the FBI, which shows that Apple is literally giving information to the FBI. This corruption is real. And what happens if you blow the whistle? Well, you're probably dead. It's been shown repeatedly. You don't take care of yourself, you end up dying very, very shortly afterwards. there's a lot to fear. There's a lot more on your line than just your reputation, like with Michelle Obama. You stand to lose everything. You stand to lose your life and your family. But Edward Snowden loved the American population and just people in general more than he feared being targeted and killed by the most ruthless and kill happy organization on the planet. That's badass. That's a hero. That's why we admire the guy. I personally, I love comedy more than I fear getting canceled. Earlier, last stream I was talking about how people say Miskiff changed. This is how. This is one of the ways. Miskiff has more money now than he knows what to do with. But nowadays, he seems more scared than ever to risk any of that. He doesn't take the risks like he used to. He has such a giant budget and he's so financially secure. So I can't imagine that he'd be more scared now, right? So the audience is left to conclude on their own, without even realizing it subconsciously. The audience infers that Mizkif loves his audience less and less. To the point where now it seems like everything he does is just to get those viewer numbers up and just to cash out on that bounty. And Maya was always like this. Like there was no you would hear Maya occasionally let things slip. It's just a shame that Miskiff let Maya change him so much. Go back and watch the old Maya videos. She literally, like, she cares a bit about Twitch. Not that much, though. She just spams bounties. Like, she literally would talk about occasionally when she's not even paying attention. She would be like, oh, I don't know how long this, like, thing is going to last, so I might as well milk it for every dollar I can possibly do, right? Maya's more driven by her fear of being financially unstable more than the love for the adventure of streaming. When I found out that people like Ludwig cared less about the daring adventure of streaming more than they did about the prospect of the attention they'd get, the notoriety they'd get, the money they'd get, I can't watch them anymore. It's so disingenuous. Miskiff doesn't seem like this kind of person. Well, at least not, he didn't used to. In fact, I can go more in depth on my Gankutsuo anime review, which I plan on doing very shortly. But in short, you will choose fear one of two reasons in these pivotal decisions. Either you feel a whole lot of fear or you feel very little love. People who feel a whole lot of fear are incompetent. People who feel very little love are malicious. And people who are both are called social justice warriors. But that's a topic for a different day. And Stoics are people who are competent, they're strong, who also choose love, regardless of how much fear they feel. Stoics love the world so much that no amount of fear could ever overpower that. But the people who pick fear, most of the time, their motivation comes from their decision to be afraid of death. And that's why, so many moms nowadays take millions of like selfies, post them up on Facebook to be public, because they care less about loving the present and loving the adventure of their life and more about letting their image survive beyond their death into eternity. In this fear that they'll miss the future. They learn nothing from Master Uruguay. It's fear that drives people to take these photos. It's flexing, it's posing and shit. It's 90% of people, 99% of people actually, who do things like post all these different pictures to Instagram, useless pictures for the sake of themselves and nothing else, not for a cause or anything. I like to think that the kind of person who loves way more than they fear in general, like someone who is willing to die for what they believe in, like they're the people who are truly worthy of having that that fear taken away, of having that notoriety, of having that immortalization. I've loved making YouTube videos so much. I was I wasn't afraid. I was afraid, but compared to how much I love making YouTube videos, I wasn't afraid of losing everything, of going homeless, of just so I can keep pursuing YouTube and never do anything else. My love for YouTube transcended my fear for everything that I could have ever experienced. MMA fighters command respect simply by stepping in the cage. Because win or lose, they show love. By stepping into a locked cage with a wild animal, essentially, they're showing their love for the sport. They love the game so much that the fear of a impending, brutally violent death doesn't determine them from confidently walking in the cage and dancing around on the canvas like it's their home, like they own the place. Jake Paul, for example, he fears not being talked about and not being the center of attention so much that he's willing to make the whole world hate him just to earn more money and get more clout. He sacrifices making honest content for his actual fans just for his fear of uh he doesn't want to be clowned on. And that outweighs his love to make good content. He probably does have love to make good content. These guys have been making content for a long time, but yeah, his love for making good content is nowhere near his fear of being irrelevant. And what does that result in? He's the villain. He's the villain of YouTube. This dude gets ratioed daily. It's a regular occurrence for him because there's nothing manly about a guy who's too much of a pussy to make content he actually likes to make. But instead of like shoveling family friendly bullshit content to like a little ass kid audience to make constant ad money to make more money, at a certain point a real one would stop and go like, all right, I've got enough money, time to change the world, maybe become a fucking legend, time to make good content for once. Jake Paul has never once thought to himself, oh, I love making YouTube content more than I fear the slightly less income that I'll get by not exploiting kids for even more money than I already have. I love making content more than I fear having $9 million a month rather than $10 million a month. Like that thought has never occurred in his head. All the heroes of the world all love more than they fear. In Ratatouille, when Remy's dad was showing him how humans kill rats, that didn't stop him from pursuing cooking because he loved cooking more than he feared death. In Airbender, when May stopped the guards from cutting down the gondola that would have killed Zuko, Azula, this monster, this cold-blooded prodigy, stood in front of her and threatened her, and May, a non-bender, just responds with, "You miscalculated. I love Zuko more than I fear you." What a line, dude! What a line! It's actually a common theme in Airbender. Zuko, in the end, loved his uncle and his teachings more than he feared his father, especially on the day of the Black Sun, which is why he didn't hesitate to pull swords out on him just to tell him that he's going to help the Avatar beat him. I love the American people more than I fear the American government, which is why I support people's rights to defend themselves with firearms. I love people's individual personal beliefs and their freedom to not be forced to live according to someone else's morals more than I fear the dangerous consequences that come with people having dangerous beliefs. So I support people's freedom of speech and press and assembly and religion. I support almost everything. I support the right to uh, get abortions and all that. I would never recommend it. I know two total people who have gotten abortions and they both deeply regret it and they both live in shame even after so many years. If you get an abortion, I will probably never talk to you again. I don't think I ever could speak to you again because I love nature and humanity a lot more than I fear the burden of raising a child that was meant to be raised. But in the end, I will fight for your right to have an abortion because I love personal freedoms so much more than than I fear my own personal will not being enacted upon the rest of the world and the rest of the population who are not like me. So, yeah, I think that was a bit complicated what I said, but I think playback it'll make sense. I love nature and wildlife more than I fear living in a world where you can't control every centimeter of your surroundings, which is why I push for more areas in the United States to be turned into freer areas, more national parks and stuff, less licenses to do things, rather than places being transformed into commercial money making machines. I push for more allowing for nature to manifest itself in reality and in human civilization. I love the art form of cars more than I fear carbon emissions. So I'm going to keep driving Subies and Mustangs. I love the environment more than I fear not having Amazon one day delivery. So I don't pay for any of that garbage. I don't support the usage of, um, these insanely, uh, like, oil and coal powered cargo ships that like don't give a fuck about the environment. I don't support fast fashion. I don't support these trends that absolutely destroy the environment, that do nothing but send humans down this um addictive path of attention seeking. I love making film more than I fear the embarrassment of failure. So it doesn't matter if I think making a video risks me getting clowned on. I'm still going to release it and I'm going to keep making more. So you guys get the point. I try my best to be a hero of the world, a good guy. Even though I still fear a lot, and in a lot of instances, the fear outweighs the love. I try my best. So I believe that most decisions where fear is picked, in humans in general, it's because of the fear of death. That's where it stems from. It's this fear of death that makes people want to carry a gun. It's even though carrying a gun on a logical level does nothing to actually increase your chances of survival. Um, but saving yourself by shooting your enemy, that's not actually in saving your life. That's just delaying your death. And people are tempted to chase the feeling of like knowing that they could be responsible for the mortality of someone else because it eases the pain of knowing that your own mortality is actually out of your own control. It brings back that feeling of control. And that's the medicine to treat the fear of death, but it's not the cure. What is the cure for this fear? I don't know. I watched my friends become drug addicts, and then I fell off a trampoline and shattered my left wrist, and then I learned how to drive, and then I watched Whiplash, and I don't know, somewhere along these lines, I just stopped being afraid of death. I don't know what I did. I'm just not afraid of it anymore. I think it might have been around the time of like my 15th birthday or something like that. I don't know exactly how it happened, but maybe some of these factors played into it. Probably not though. Just random events that I thought stuck out when thinking about it, which could actually have a much more significant unconscious role. But after, you know, around the time I was like 15, 16, death didn't feel like a tragedy anymore. You guys want to know what a real tragedy is? Here, let's. I actually, in this particular topic, I have a bunch of videos, in my bookmarks on Chrome. Um, I'm gonna open it up actually in. Oh yeah. So look at this, look at this, look at this. You know what, remember what I was saying earlier about Carl Sagan describing the fourth dimension and how he takes how the apple takes this like three-dimensional creature and pulls him into the fourth dimension? Look at this.
We live in a two-dimensional world. Up, down, left, and right. But what about forward and backward?
What is that?
What the fuck did he say? See, it's some shit you can't comprehend. He got the yeet ability, right? He literally yeets bitches backwards off of this plane of existence. So they're not dead.
Oh, damn.
That's some animation.
I ain't even know that
bullshit.
This dude broke every wall imaginable.
You just yeeting motherfuckers to another dimension and don't even know how. Some bullshit.
With this new information, I believe this case can be dismissed. My client can be acquitted since there was no actual murder.
Nah, regardless, he's still on some fuckery. Alright then, Ace Phoenix, call up some witnesses.
Ace Phoenix?
Defense calls young cash register to the stand.
Dog, I already testified.
No, you fucking didn't. Mr. Broomstick, do you remember the events on the day Roger disappeared?
Yeah, that motherfucker pulled out the motherfucking gap.
Exactly. So don't you think it's reasonable for you and Baku to defend yourselves in that situation?
Yeah, you right. I mean, otherwise we would've got shot. But he's still guilty.
The fuck? How would he still be guilty if it was self-defense?
Nah, he tried to kill 2 police officers. That's some fuck shit. Look, the state is dropping my armed robbery charges.
Bro, this dude, Lil Broomstick. Oh no, Young Cash Register, aka Lil Broomstick. He's got the same energy as Mosin.
If I testify against that motherfucker.
This gotta be a fucking joke. Fuck it.
Bro, imagine saying that in court.
That's some fuck shit. Look, the state is dropping my armed robbery charges if I testify against that motherfucker.
This gotta be a fucking joke. Fuck it. I rest my case. I'm about to be in chain and shackles.
Okay, let's hear the closing statement from the prosecution.
Alright, to conclude this case, I don't know what the fuck happened really, but the defendant was clearly on that bull. So obviously he's guilty. That ain't no fucking closing statement.
Alright, in the defense.
Look, he didn't do shit. One of the people he supposedly murdered is here in this room right now. The others are most likely still alive. I don't see how the prosecution proved guilt when there was no credible evidence to support his case.
Facts.
No bodies were found, and the supposed murders were proven to be a fluke. My client is not guilty.
Yes, he is. That motherfucker guilty. I hereby sentence you to 30 years in state prison on 3 counts of murder, reckless driving, and overall bullshitting.
Are you fucking joking? Damn, I tried. Ace Phoenix, you got bitched on in this fucking courtroom. You ain't shit. You know what? I still got your money, dog. I'm chilling. Girl, my attorney showed up to this bitch off the perks. He over there sweating.
Shut the fuck up. Bailiff, come get him.
Alright, I see how it is. Look, I ain't never dropped nothing but school. But when I get out, y'all hoes gonna be dropping left, right. Casket business about to be booming. Better start counting your days and your minutes.
Bet, I'm going home. Yo, Phoenix, I'll hit you up again.
Casket business about to be booming. Bro, what a street thing to say.
Action.
Yeah, I got you. That motherfucker had no chance. He'll be alright. 30 years ain't shit.
Okay, but there's this video. What the hell? I gotta stop doing this. I gotta stop going off on these tangents. I wanted to show you this video. I have it all in my bookmarks here. I don't know if I'll watch the whole thing, but...
In his book. What's up, Wisecrack? Michael again. So I'm just going to come out and say it. Sometimes I pine for my awkward teen years in the early 2000s. It was a simpler time, if you will. A time when frosted tips were cool, a coffee would... Perhaps most importantly, it was a time before Disney and J.J. Abrams got their hands on Star Wars. Episode 3. Sure, it's not perfect, but but it truly strove for greatness. Like Greek drama greatness, complete with larger-than-life characters, ancient prophecies, and a lot of severed hands.
Yeah.
Just in a galaxy far, far away. And while the film is certainly no
It was
masterpiece,
ambitious,
it
for
can
sure.
actually teach us a lot about one of literature's most demanding genres, tragedy. So join me for this Wisecrack edition on Star Wars Episode 3, Crafting. And to let you guys know, first, who discusses the embroiled in war, Chancellor Palpatine, the de facto head of the Republic and a not-so-secret Sith Lord, gets faux captured by General Grievous and the Separatists. Obi-Wan and Anakin
I'm gonna be right back. I gotta do my laundry. So I'm gonna just let this video run.
make a desperate bid to free the Chancellor, which leads to more severed hands and one murdered Count. When they return home, Anakin receives a hero's welcome, learns that his wife is pregnant, and then gets appointed to the Jedi Council. All's well that ends well, right? Not quite. As the Clone Wars draw to a close, Chancellor Palpatine solidifies his power in the Senate and the Jedi Council grows distrustful of Anakin's friendship with him. Worse, Anakin is plagued by prophetic dreams of Padme dying, dreams that Palpatine exploits.
He had such a knowledge of the dark side, he could even keep the ones he cared about from dying.
While Anakin initially snitches on the Chancellor for being a Sith, the young Skywalker eventually betrays the Jedi Council in hopes of saving Padme. Palpatine then executes the infamous Order 66 to exterminate all the Jedi
Execute Order 66.
and turns the Galactic Republic into the Galactic Empire, bestowing upon us one of our all-time favorite memes.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
The film concludes with Anakin spiraling into darkness, killing innocent children and force-choking Padme before facing Obi-Wan in one final epic fight. The rest is history. Anakin is defeated, Padme dies in childbirth, and Darth Vader, as we know him, is born. In order to understand how George Lucas crafted a modern tragedy out of Episode 3 and how it fell just short of greatness, we first have to look at the genre itself. In his book, Poetics, Aristotle defines a tragedy as a story about one great individual who experiences a reversal of fortune, thereby evoking pity or fear in the audience. And yes, Episode 3 checks all these boxes. Anakin, thought to be the child of prophecy and destined for greatness, falls to the dark side and destroys everything he loved. We feel bad for him. It's not subtle.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them!
But if we want to get into the real nuts and bolts of the tragedy, we need a more structural definition of the term. Literary critic Christopher Booker offers this definition of tragedy in his absolute brick of a text, The 7 Basic Plots. A tragedy is the story of a hero being tempted or impelled into a course of action which is in some way dark or forbidden. For a time, as the hero embarks on a course, he enjoys almost unbelievable, dreamlike success. But somehow, the original dream has soured into a nightmare where everything is going more and more wrong. This eventually culminates in the hero's violent destruction. To Booker, this arc from temptation to destruction spans 5 simple steps. Importantly, we see Anakin's arc in Episode 3 match the structure step for step. We start with Stage 1, the anticipation stage. This is the start of our journey, where we find our tragic hero unfulfilled and dreaming of greater things. As Booker is quick to point out, this isn't all that different from how our traditional non-tragic heroes start their stories. In non-tragic Episode 4, for example, we open with a simple farmhand dreaming of adventure. In Episode 3, we open with a dissatisfied hero who feels stifled by his superiors. As a result, he's pathologically reckless. In the first battle, he disobeys orders and tries to shoot off the drones swarming Obi-Wan's ship. Then, in a true hold my schpachka moment, Anakin tries to use his own ship to scoop them off. Of course, we will learn that Anakin only takes such dumb risks in order to save his loved ones. But there's a darker component to this. Anakin has ambition, he wants power. We see this in his showdown with Count Dooku.
Sense great fear in you, Skywalker. You have hate, you have anger, but you don't use them.
And this is what sets the tragic hero apart from our traditional hero. Instead of answering your typical call to adventure, like Luke answering Leia's distress signal, the tragic hero answers a different call, the call to temptation. We see Anakin answer this call when he listens to Chancellor Palpatine and kills Count Dooku.
Good, Anakin, good. Kill him.
It fills us with dread. This is the first step in Anakin's fall. He's given in to his desire for power. Here, the temptations of the Sith trump the teachings of the Jedi. This brings us to stage 2, the dream stage. Booker defines the dream stage as the point where the tragic hero becomes in some way committed to his course of action. And for a while, things go almost improbably well for the hero. He is winning the gratification he had dreamed of and seems to be getting away with it. For Anakin, this means getting exactly what he wants. He's become a hero, his new bestie Palpatine is back in power, and he scores a seat on the Jedi Council. Of course, not everyone is happy with these developments, particularly Anakin's fellow Jedi. But our young Skywalker just doesn't care so long as he can save Padme. Booker might call these events typical dream stage fare. The tragic hero remains reckless in their pursuit of their goal and is blinded enough by their subsequent success, so much so that they don't realize they're sowing the seeds of their own destruction. This is doubly the case for Anakin, who is so blinded by the power Palpatine offers him that he doesn't realize he's slipping towards the dark side. And ironically, dooming both...
Yeah, there's an interesting thing that I wanted to talk about, which is like, when people chase power, like when you try to define the colloquial definition of the phrase chasing power, there's a lot of different ways you can actually interpret that. But generally what people consider is chasing control of your surroundings, control of your environment, control of your mortality in particular. And this is that whole idea of why Karens are so hated, why they're like the least liked people in the world, why people who try to prevent these sorts of, like, they try to push themselves to live longer and longer and longer. They try to snuff out all of the possible painful events in their life and ignore all of it. People don't realize that these things are also what make you human. Half of what makes you human is the tragedy that comes with being human. And so it's not like getting a disease from nature and dying is unjust in any way. It's sad, tragic. It's not unjust. And when people try to seek control for the sake of their own safety, for the sake of playing defense, it ends up ruining things for themselves and others. And eventually there comes a point in a wise person's life where they need to realize that even if ultimate control is possible, you shouldn't want that. A human that is even deserving of life shouldn't want that. Otherwise, you're not human anymore.
Padme and himself. Next up is stage 3, the frustration stage, when the tide begins to shift against our tragic hero. At this point in the journey, Booker says the tragic hero begins to experience a sense of frustration, and in order to secure his position, may feel compelled.
Tragic hero is, in this case, it's not a tragic hero, it's just a villain. Like, if you fear more than you love, you're just a villain.
Further dark acts, which lock him into his course of action even more irrevocably. In episode 3, Anakin becomes increasingly frustrated with the limitations of his newfound success. While he might sit on the Jedi Council, his fellow Jedi will neither grant him the rank of Master, nor help him save Padme. And when Anakin sees another vision of Padme dying, this time with Obi-Wan by her side, his frustration...
He fears Padme dying. He fears everyone dying. He fears losing control. He fears his own death. He fears not being able to protect people around him more than he loves the Jedi way. It's that simple. There's two solutions to this. You could stop the fear, or you could increase the love. He did neither of those things.
Hits its peak. Fed up with the Jedi and tempted by Palpatine, Anakin opts to save the Chancellor at the last minute. In a fit of
an example of someone who Palpatine's an example of someone who doesn't necessarily fear like that, but he just has no love.
Desperation, he lops off hand number 3 while Mace Windu is force lightninged out the window. In saving Palpatine, Anakin finally commits that irrevocable act, the one which seals his fate. As if to underscore this point, Palpatine tells Anakin,
"When the Jedi learn what has transpired here, they will kill us."
And those foreboding words bring us to stage 4, the Nightmare Stage, in which the tragic hero finds himself alone with the forces of opposition arrayed firmly against him. That's exactly where Anakin lands after he betrays the Jedi Order and murders the last of the Separatists in the Mustafar system, only for Padme to confront him. In what amounts to a truly unhinged rant, Anakin admits to killing children and the Separatists alike, all for Padme's sake.
Don't you see? We don't have to run away anymore. I have brought peace to the Republic.
He looks like a 12-year-old child and like a 30-year-old simultaneously.
I am more powerful than the Chancellor. I can overthrow him. And together, you and I can rule the galaxy. Make things the way we want them to be.
In doing so, Anakin pushes away his last and closest ally, and any real hope of redemption.
It's crazy because this is the kind of lesson that you teach to people when you're teaching them that there's things in life more tragic than death. If someone dies, that's a neutral thing. Death is a neutral thing. But making them sad, making them miserable, making them hate you, that's far worse than them dying.
When Obi-Wan steps out of the ship, Anakin misconstrues this all as an elaborate plot to kill him. In a desperate bid for control of the situation, he breaks out his soon-to-be signature move, the Force Choke. The only problem? It's on his wife. This bleakly transitions us into Stage 5, the Destruction or Death Wish stage, in which our tragic hero will finally destroy himself. Isolated from all his friends and family, the end is now in sight for Anakin. After a heated lightsaber duel with Obi-Wan, the two stare each other down over a lava river. That's when this iconic exchange goes down.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
You underestimate my power!
Don't try it!
Remember the pride and ambition that led Anakin to kill Count Dooku and court Palpatine's friendship? Here it leads him to believe that he can finally take down his former master, even with a fatal disadvantage. So how does that go for him? Yeah, Anakin more like Anacan't. And sure, Anakin doesn't experience a literal death here, but as he burns on the lava shores of Mustafar, cursing his old master,
it's metaphorical death.
It's hard not to feel that the boy we met in episode 1 is, metaphorically, dead. Fittingly in the closing
What? Bro, I swear, I've seen this video a couple of times before, but I did not know he was gonna say that.
of the film, he's reborn as the most iconic villain in cinema history. But here's the question, Wisecrack. If episode 3 stuck so closely to Booker's 5-part structure, why does it still seem like it's messing up this whole tragedy
It's messing up on its execution, and in a lot of other ways.
thing? Now, maybe this is a lot to ask of the only decent film in a trilogy otherwise mired by mediocrity and sand.
I don't like sand.
But in all seriousness, we think the film fails in 2 key components of tragedy.
Also, terrible acting really holds it back.
1, the dramatic flaw, and 2, destiny, and how they both interact with this 5-part structure. The concept of the tragic flaw also comes from, you guessed it, Aristotle, which translated into its original Greek hamartia means to miss the mark, fall short, or err. In Aristotle's conception of the term, hamartia is the mistake in judgment that sets our tragic hero on their path and ultimately dooms them. In Oedipus Rex, it's
Sound familiar? A mistake in the path in a single decision that ultimately dooms them.
Oedipus's incessant desire for knowledge. At first, this desire brings him results. He solves the riddle of the Sphinx, saves Thebes, and becomes king. But this desire also guarantees his downfall. When the play starts, Oedipus is searching for the murderer of the previous king so he can stop a plague from ravaging his city. Except in this relentless quest for knowledge, he misses the mark. By which we mean Oedipus realizes that he killed the king, his father, banged the queen, his mother, and is truly and literally blind to the cosmic truth of the world. Importantly, this tragic flaw orders the action of the story. All of the characters' mistakes are born out of this deficiency. As they emotionally spiral into despair, this flaw only skyrockets in intensity, which is how we get our tragic arc. The problem with episode 3, though, is that this tragic flaw is a lot harder to pin down. Simply put, Anakin doesn't merely miss the mark in one way. He's angry, he's proud, he's ambitious, and sometimes he's just an all-around dick. And in the philosophy of the Force, it's all kind of a packaged deal. And yes, before you smash that dislike button, I know the film goes to great lengths to explain all these disparate flaws as the outgrowth of one underpinning flaw: fear. We can see this in both Yoda's warnings.
Careful you must be when sensing the future, Anakin. The fear of loss is a path to the dark side.
As well as in Dooku's
That's precisely what I've been saying, bro.
ramblings.
Sense great fear in you, Skywalker.
Whether it's the Jedi or the Sith, it seems like everyone agrees that fear is the gateway drug to a lot of bad emotions. Except when we sit down to analyze the film, fear alone doesn't really motivate a lot of Anakin's mistakes.
Yeah, and that's why it fails. That's why it's not a great one. That's why it's not a great movie. If it did, then it would resonate a lot deeper with people because people intrinsically understand this sort of thing. And they go, yeah, fear would do it. But yeah, no, he just seems like a person who turns into a sociopath for really no apparent reason. It's a pretty solid video though. And the rest of it I think is just a critique on the fact that they just missed the mark on that. They got a few more videos like this actually related to it. But yeah, even though the execution was off, the concept rings true. And that's what I propose is most of the terrible decisions that we see made by people today is because they're scared of their own mortality. Not just dying. Like they're like dying in a literal sense. Like they're scared of doing something that will render their lives unlivable. Whether they end up being unemployable or they end up in prison or something like that, you know? They're scared of having less of a life. They're scared of taking risks. They're scared to make mistakes. But you need to be able to make mistakes. And it's a screwed up world where you're not allowed to make mistakes, where school discourages mistakes. You need to be able to fail, or at least be willing to fail. I saw this guy's Reddit post one time, and it was his job. He was like doing AMA, I think, and his job was to defuse bombs. And someone asked him, he was like, "Are you ever scared you're gonna mess up? Like, do you ever get scared of that?" And he goes like, "Not at all. I don't even think about it like that. As far as I'm concerned, if I mess up, then that's someone else's problem to deal with now." And that right there, that always stuck with me. This is recent. This is like 2017, 2018 or something like that. If I'm given a situation where it's, if I succeed, then I become great, and if I fail, then I die. Well, that's actually not such a bad gamble in my opinion, because I don't see death as a negative thing. From the perspective of a broader nature outlook, it's actually, death is a totally neutral thing. It's even positive, actually. But I'll get to that later. But first I want to establish that it's not a negative thing. Like, damn, I need to turn the fan on. It's way too, my PC's heating up. And I need a water bottle. Well, looks like I'm all out of water bottles. Anyways, let me set a timer here for 30 minutes so that I can take my laundry out during that time. Actually, I'll do 25 minutes. Okay, I guess it just starts on its own. All right. But yeah, I think this video is, I think we were done watching this. What was I saying? The guy from Reddit. Okay, yeah, okay. I want to first establish that death is not a negative thing, okay? Let me, if you look at death as just a neutral, it's just another part of life, then your actual, like, life portion of your life can be incredibly fun if you don't fear this other part of your life, if you don't fear losing, you know, or making mistakes. Like, you should welcome it, actually. Like, dying doing what you love, that's something that people really appreciate. That's something that makes heroes. Who wants to be immortal, by the way? Well, a lot of people do, but they don't really know what they want exactly. Like, let's talk about what happens if you're immortal. First of all, you're cancer. That's what it is. You want to know how to create an immortal human? Give them cancer in every part of their body, and they'll live forever. Cancer cells are immortal. Our cells have a limit to the amount of times they can divide. Generally, I think it's about 60, I believe, 40 to 60, depending on the cell. And after that, cells just stop dividing and they die, and they become dust, basically. But cancer cells are not limited by this. If you really want to be accurate, if you're not immortal, then you're not cancer. You can either be mortal or cancer. Those are your two options. And there was actually this video. Let me pull it up. It was like I'm a dude. I'm 21 years old. So naturally, when this video showed up, I saw it. Bro, what? Where is it? This guy. Wait. Wait, was it this? I think
The worst thing you can do for your skin is go tanning. Not only do they cause skin cancer,
I think this is the video.
but they also accelerate aging rapidly. Hi, I'm Dr. Maniv Shah.
Yeah, it's stupid when people do that, right? It's stupid when people try to change the natural order of their aging. Making that change is a really stupid thing, right? Well, let's see what else he has to say. Because there's stupid people like this dude. Look at this dude, bro. You could just tell he's a stupid person. Like, he's very, very smart in one way because he's, you know, a doctor, dermatologist, right? So you could tell that he's not very smart. He just has a lot of facts that he learned in school. And then he has this title, which lets him show off. But he's also very stupid. And I'll show that.
And this is skin support. Forehead debate. Are you aware or basically this population post-inflammatory that eliminate your pimples pretty quick? I want you having
okay, this is it. Look, this is very, very important, okay?
Elbow Inc. asked, why is there no cure for hair loss?
First of all, you know why there's no cure for hair loss? There's no cure for hair loss because hair loss is not something that needs a cure. It's not a bad thing. Hair loss is it's communication. That's like saying, why is there a cure for hair? What is hair? Hair is communication. Hair is communication of fertility and health and youth and energy and all of that stuff. It's an important factor to consider when looking at people to actually judge them. Oh, don't judge a book by... No, yeah, judge a book by its cover. That's what covers are for. If you don't judge a book by its cover, you don't need a cover. So, what's it called? There's no cure for hair loss because it's not something that needs to be cured. Because it's not a disease, it's not a bad thing. It's communication is what it is. It's a part of having hair. It's like asking, why is there no cure for hair growth? Like, that doesn't make any sense. But the reason why this makes sense to people is because they're scared. So they go, oh, I need a cure, I need a cure. No, you don't. You don't need to be scared.
I wish there was, because everybody, including myself, suffers from hair loss. We don't have an answer yet. Hopefully one day in my life.
You don't suffer from hair loss. You just experience hair loss. You consider it suffering if you decide that it's suffering.
Lifetime we will have an answer.
Hopefully, this is why he's stupid. He's like, hopefully we'll have an. No, you don't need one.
But all of our cells go through basically a programmed death cycle. They can only live so long. They're all meant to replicate a certain amount of times and then eventually die off.
It's interesting that he says that. It's like, why doesn't he connect the dots? This is how you can tell he's stupid, because he went to school, he learned the facts, and he learned these two facts that, well, not these two facts. He learned this fact that clearly contradicts what he was saying earlier, but he says both in the same sentence without blinking. Like, he's like, yeah, our cells are actually programmed. They're intentionally programmed to stop replicating after a certain point. Like, nature has coded that into us and decided that what's best for us is that we shouldn't be all self-replicating. I believe it's like 40 to 60, usually 60 replications, and after that your cells stop replicating, depending on the cell. But yeah, this is really stupid how he said that earlier after he's saying this. He clearly understands. Like, yeah, there is intentional natural programming in us to stop ourselves from replicating.
And our hair cells are exactly the same way. And once they die off, you really can't get them back. And so we have treatments in dermatology that can actually stop the hair loss process, slow the hair loss process, maybe get you a few hairs back, but nothing that's a complete cure at this time. Hopefully one day we do, but if...
That's so stupid. That's actually so stupid. If you're a scientist, you go into dermatology because you're curious about it. But if you're a fucking idiot, you become a dermatologist and you give yourself that title, which you don't deserve to have, because you care about making your skin look a certain way, rather than actually living a meaningful life and allowing your skin and your hair and your outward appearance to accurately reflect your lifestyle and behavior and your choices and your health and your age and your current situation and all that stuff. You shouldn't try to change any of these things. Things like makeup and all this stuff, it's deception. It's literally lies. It's a lie. People go into these fields so that they can lie better, because they're not good enough at lying, so they want to lie better. And they want to push the boundaries of lying. That's why they do it.
If we ever have
You could tell by the way he looks. He's a fucking idiot.
Cell that were to continue to replicate forever and ever and never die off, that's exactly what cancer cells do. So we don't necessarily want that. We need to find something in between that lasts long enough that we can produce hair shafts forever, but not last long enough that it turns into a cancer.
How stupid is what he just said? Like, think about that for a second. He literally said, if you were to have a cell that replicates forever, that's cancer. So we want to have a way for it to last forever, but we don't want it to be cancer. So, like, what the fuck are you even saying? Like, he doesn't think. Like, there's not a thought in that brain. It's empty. It's hollow up here. He literally just said, yeah, we want cancer, but we don't want cancer. So it would be nice if we could find a middle ground somewhere in there. Going off all smiley, like, yeah, like, what the fuck you doing, bro? Now, you could make the argument that he just misspoke. That's literally what he said. He said forever. He literally said forever.
Last long enough that we can produce hair shafts forever.
He said last long enough, right? So maybe he misspoke, and he meant to say you want it to last long enough, but you don't want it to be forever. You don't want it to be cancer, right? Well, that's what we have. We already have that middle ground. That beautiful, incredible middle ground. We already have that. It's called how long it lasts right now. That's what it's for. It's an indicator, and it's a valuable indicator. It's communication is what it is. It already lasts a long enough amount of time. People want things to last forever, and then they realize, oh no, wait, you can't have it last forever. Well, I'd want it to last a good amount of time. It already lasts a good amount of time. This applies for everything in your life for the average person. The the things that already last a long time in your life, your smooth skin, your non-wrinkly face, all that stuff, all of these things already last for the amount of time that they're supposed to last.
But not last long enough that it turns into a cancer. Rocket.
Like actually stupid. But let me I have another video actually. I didn't even want to play this one. This is just one that I remembered. It's not one that I had in my bookmarks or anything. But literally, if you have two choices. Either be cancer or be mortal. Take your pick. If your cells keep dividing beyond around 60, right? It's actually weird to think about. Like, our cells have a limit to how many times they can divide, and that limit is intentionally programmed into us. And it's not necessarily that our cells are limited in their capacity to replicate forever. It's just that there's programming that turns off that capability after a certain point and shuts it down. But cancer cells are not limited by this. Cancer cells are the fearful part of your body that's afraid of mortality. They're scared of dying. And so cancer cells are cells basically shooting in the dark and going, I'm going to destroy all the other cells around me so that I get to live. They're selfishness. They're selfish cells. And they try to shut off their core programming given to them by the rest of the body. And they go, no, I don't want to follow these rules. I'm going to live forever. I'm going to replicate forever. Instead of actually following the core command of like the human. If you want to be accurate about this, you don't say immortal. You say cancer. Those are not, that's actually what it is. And in theory, your cells actually do have the capability of being immortal. AKA, they have the capability of being cancerous. The aging process, as scientists actually work very hard to slow the aging process or to make people look younger or feel younger because people are so desperately scared, and that creates a giant market for this. And so scientists are working very hard. And generally it's understood that aging as a process, not as a bad process or a good process, aging as a neutral process, as another part of life, is deeply linked with your telomeres. And if you can rebuild your telomeres in other cells other than stem cells, this will allow you to prevent aging, and this is what makes you cancer. That's literally what it does. And cancer rejects senescence as a part of life and tries to live forever. And that's why it's the villain. That's why everyone hates cancer. You know, we could become immortal. We could have, by the way. Like, nature could have decided to if you, in theory, this is not even like a stretch. Like, maybe in our lifetimes, we could reactivate our telomerase. And that whole gene expression that exists in most of our cells, but is just turned off. And we could, in theory, reach a biological type of lobster type of like Teratopsis dormi or whatever it's called style of immortality. And your cells have the capability to do it, but they don't do it. They choose not to. Like he mentioned earlier, they choose to stop self-replicating. It's programmed into us. And you have to wonder at that point. Like, he has the knowledge of this, but he's too stupid to actually think for himself. Like, why? And anyone with any hint of intelligence in their mind actually learns this and wonders, like, why don't they self-replicate? Like, why did evolution decide that the best course of action for our species was to give us a lifespan, a limited one, and not make us immortal? Like, why if longevity is this so important, longevity is not important. Longevity, people are just scared, so they consider it important. But if longevity was this so important thing, that people are like, yeah, it's an ultimate good, that's something we can call a good, then why the hell did evolution cut us off? Why did nature cut us off and put in play internal mechanisms to turn off the gene expression that repairs telomeres? It makes you wonder, because it doesn't like cancer, because that's what you become. And these doctors, when they talk about like precancerous cells being exposed to DNA damage or whatever, on a non-medical perspective, like on a humanitarian perspective, the concept of compartmentalizing cells as precancerous is actually fucking stupid. Like precancerous cells have requirements to, but in the medical field, but on a human level, there is no such thing as precancerous cells, because all of our cells are precancerous cells. All of them are. We humans are pre-cancer. That's what human beings are. We're biological guinea pigs going through a multi-billion-year-long evolution experiment done by the scientist aspect of nature, and many different forces, all having different eternal wills, if you were to call it that. This is all metaphorical, by the way. This is how it works, but it's not like, I'm not talking about like some divine being or whatever controlling, but all these different wills, and one of these wills is to allow us to live forever, and it pushes for that. And that will has essentially made cancer also a part of life for many different organisms. And its ultimate command, its ultimate purpose, is to one day create a self-sustaining set of cancer cells to take over the entire species and maybe become turn us into that orange juice from Evangelion, or better yet, the Borg from Star Trek. At which point, we would live, we would survive, but would we even deserve to? Like if a person is just a bunch of lines of code in a computer, is there even anything really morally wrong with turning off the computer? And it's these people who push us to live longer and longer and longer that push us further towards this like dystopian future becoming a reality where everything is in our control. I think biologists would disagree. They'll say that immortality and cancer are two different things. But philosophers will put biologists to shame any day of the week. Secondly, I don't think I said firstly at all. But moreover, the treatment that is used to suspend the fear is control. If you have control over it, it's not a cure, it's a treatment. But if you have control over the situation around you, then your fear temporarily gets suppressed. And it grows, but it's suppressed. I will never fear not being loved if I can control girls with an aphrodisiac, right? Because I can always have that temporary suspension of fear. There's a reason why aphrodisiacs are considered more evil in fantasy worlds than actual murder spells. Because death is not something to fear. But control over love, that is something you should fear. I will never fear financial instability if I can have all the money in the world, if I can steal from others, It's all things like this. It's the bad things in life that result, that are the effect of the fear of wanting more control, of the fear of not having control. But what happens then? Like, what happens if you have ultimate control? I'll show you what happens. I actually saved this video just for this sort of thing. I'm actually about to load up a bunch more videos after this this one is playing. Like, while this one is playing, I'll load up a bunch more videos.
Let's suppose that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. And that you could, for example, have the power within one night to dream 75 years of time. Or any length of time you wanted to have. And you would naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes. You would have...
We have this internal, like, impulsive desire for control, right? So we would naturally control over our surroundings.
Every kind of pleasure.
And that's what pushes people to be tyrants, by the way, is control. That's why we hate tyrants.
And after several nights of 75 years of total pleasure each, you would say, well, that was pretty great. But now let's have a surprise. Let's have a dream which isn't under control. Well, something is going to happen to me that I don't know what it's going to be. And you would dig that and come out of that and say, wow, that was a close shave, wasn't it? And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. And finally, you would dream where you are now. You would dream the dream of living the life that you are actually living today. That would be within the infinite multiplicity of choices you would have, of playing that you weren't God.
Damn, that's such a beautiful way to word it. Playing that you weren't God. Because everyone wants to play God. That's what happens when you achieve more control over your environment and nature and your surroundings. You know, you see all these people, you know, shaving down the entire world to put these buildings to make us safe and instill this and feed this insatiable desire for us to protect ourselves from, you know, what would be a natural fear of, like, the primal, like, oh, we gotta hide in this cave so that the bears don't come after us. But now we've taken it so far, like, nobody's actually in danger. None of these people who live in these big cities are actually in danger of getting killed by a bear. But that's the problem. If you're going to chase control, you need to have the risk that comes along with it. You need to have the risk that inspires that inspires you to chase that journey, to grow. That's what growth is. But growth, chasing control, is very different from having control. It's about the journey, not the destination. That's what people mean when they talk about the journey, not the destination. That is the most important quote ever. And that's what this is all about. If you reach the destination and the journey is no longer a part of your life, then you're not living a life that's worth living. You chase the journey as a fool because you start in a very low place and you chase the destination. And so that way you have the journey and you have a meaningful life. But nowadays people start at such an easy life. They start with so much control in their life that the journey is no longer there. So they chase the destination and they get no fulfillment in life because there's no growth. And so instead of playing God, you get enjoyment. A wise man gets enjoyment from playing that they aren't God.
So then, this means that you're not victims of a scheme of things, of a mechanical world or of an autocratic God. The life you're living is what you put yourself in. Only you don't admit it because you want to play the game that it's happened to you. Because if you play life on the supposition that you're a helpless little puppet that got involved, or if you play it on the supposition that it's a frightful, serious risk and that we really ought to do something about it and so on, it's a drag. There's no point in going on living unless we make the assumption that the situation of life is optimal. And it makes you realize, you see, how great things are. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality. Not God in a politically kingly sense, but God in the sense of being the self, the deep down basic whatever there is. And you're all that. Only you're pretending you're not.
Crazy, right? We are what we should be. We are the living the lives. We are in the position to live the lives that we want to live, that we deserve to live. But we just pretend that we aren't. You actually want less control. You want nature to be random. You want to submit to nature. It's very, very odd. I mentioned this earlier, I think. If you replace the word God in most contexts with the word nature, things fit together like a puzzle, and all the pieces just slip. The entire religious ecosystem makes so much more sense, and everything fits like a glove. Like, you don't submit to God if you don't believe in God, like a literal God. You submit to nature. You submit to the fact that there is this thing out there that is out of your control. And you know what? You should allow it to be out of your control. You submit to it. You submit to nature. To leave your life up to the will of the greater environment. Jesus take the wheel, right? Yeah, if you don't believe in Jesus, fine. Not Jesus take the wheel. The metaphorical life of taking the wheel, maybe occasionally you let things happen that's out of your control. You let your surroundings take the wheel of your life a little bit, you know? At least a little. Don't chase leeching onto the wheel every possible chance you get. Maybe take a little risk every once in a while. You may not actually realize that this is what you want, but once you have it and you experience the happiness that's beyond comprehension that comes with chasing control in a world without control, where there is no way for you to actually reach the destination, and you're just chasing it, and that chasing leads to your growth, that's when you understand what it means to be a part of nature, to be one with the world, like people say, to be one with nature. And then you hear people in religion say, oh, when you die, you become one with God. Yeah, you become one with nature. And it's this separation, it's this decisive, separate, like, oh no, everything in nature can, you know, like we treat nature differently from humans, even though we're animals. Like, oh, you wouldn't call a jaguar evil for killing a zebra or a deer, right, and eating it, right? But why do we call humans wrong for killing animals and eating them? Why is that considered wrong on our part? Why do we separate humans from nature? And that's what leads to all the misery in the world. You shouldn't separate humans from nature. We are nature. And this sort of thing is easier said than done. I get that. All credit to it. It's not an easy thing to take this to heart. But it's possible, and it's a journey, and people should do that. It's the modern struggle. Naval in his podcast with Joe Rogan would always talk about, like, oh, the modern struggle is not the struggle of scarcity, it's the struggle of abundance. You know, naturally, people chase having a lot more social interaction, more friends, right? People chase that, they want that. But that's because throughout all of history, people didn't have enough. Now we have too many. So now people are chasing the wrong thing. They're chasing having more friends, but they already have way more than they should have. People would chase food, but they already have way more people today. There are more people dying today of obesity than there are dying of starvation. Like, if you want to chase food, you want that to be a fundament of your life, then there should be more people at least dying of starvation than of obesity. That should be the game that you play. That should be the life that we choose. If we're going to chase this destination, we should choose a journey with the starting point where we have less food, not more food. We want more friends, more social interaction, more attention, more sex, more all this stuff. So with the dating apps and all, it leads to a world of abundance where we chase even more abundance, when really it's not the destination that we're meant to have in life. It's the destination that we're meant to chase, and the journey that we're meant to have. And the journey doesn't exist if we're already at the destination from birth. Which is why I don't pity people who are born in poverty. I pity people who are born in wealth. Also, there's another thing that causes people to, like, people don't just want to avoid the risk. A lot of people want to live forever because they feel like there isn't enough time. Like, there's not enough. You know, maybe just another 100 years, maybe just another few hundred. They want more chances to accomplish their goals. Not only do they want to live longer, they want to live healthier longer, right? They want to be, guys want to be 25 for their entire life, and girls want to be 18 for their entire life, you know? They're afraid, and this also comes from fear. This is all just fear. Every bad thing, like every villainous, every evil thing in life comes from fear. It's because people are afraid. Bullies are the most afraid people. And when people are afraid that just one lifetime won't be enough to accomplish their goals, the things that they want to do, this is stupid. Because let's say you can live 10 lifetimes, right? Is that any better than one? What would you do if you could live 750 years? What would you do in 10 lifetimes that you couldn't do in one? Become a billionaire, find love, study the great stories told by the greatest storytellers, tell the great stories, make music, learn languages, explore the world, write a book. What could you possibly do in 10 lifetimes that you can't accomplish in one? All of these things, you can accomplish all of these in one. We were made to live the one lifetime that we were given. That's how the lifetime was formed. If we were made to live 10 lifetimes, then that's what we would consider one lifetime. But this is it. This is what we were meant to do. This is all we know. And it's what we're supposed to have. And when people deviate from that, they become the villains, and for good reason. All of the reasons that people come up with in their head as to why they'd want to live longer, they don't think about it deeply enough. It's very surface level. It's just excuses. And it's so that they can feed this idea that, oh, I just want more time to do all these things. But they can all be achieved in one lifetime. People are just delaying it. If anything, it's making them lazier. If anything, chasing a longer life makes people lazier because it's giving them an excuse. What happens if those people become immortal? Like, if you are sure, if you are absolutely sure, if you're guaranteed to still be here tomorrow, well, why do anything at all? Because there's always tomorrow. There's no reason to do it today. So it's only when you're able to, it's this journey, but when you reach the point where you're able to stare death in the eyes and thank him and embrace him for giving you a mortal life, for giving you a limited life, so that you can actually understand a time scale of urgency, so that you can live every day to the fullest and not think about. I always see people think about, when this comes around, maybe when I'm this old, I'll be doing this thing. even the whole idea of knowing how old you are and keeping track of what year it is and keeping track of the month. Every single year I hear the same things over. Oh my God, I can't believe half the year's already over. It feels like it just started. And it's like, okay, yeah, if you say that once, like as if it's some crazy revelation, like, wow, I can't believe that. But I hear that every year from the same people over and over and over again. Like, dude, do you have short-term memory loss? Yeah, the years are short. Has it not set in after you experience that one time? Move on to the next thing. It's short, so stop contemplating its shortness and actually achieve something. And you would think that this sort of mentality, I believe this is a defense mechanism, so that there's one part of your brain that keeps reminding you of your mortality, and it could make you miserable, but that part of your brain is doing it for good intentions. It's doing it so that it can instill a sense of urgency, like, hey, do the things you want to do. But when people focus so much on the time and the age and the numbers of it all, rather than the feeling of it all, they get so caught up in the whole idea of like, what's the point of knowing how old you are? What's the point of knowing what day it is? Or what week it is? Or what you like let's say you're not working out and it's December 28th, all right? It's about to be January 1st. Most people that I found at least, if they're not working out at that time and they know they should work out, they'd go like, you know what? New Year's is coming up. When New Year's starts, I'm going to work out. And it's those people who are always the laziest. Because it's like, what difference does it make? Why even think about the time of day or why do any of that? You give it your all every day. If you're like, oh, I want to accomplish this great thing by the time I'm like 30. Well, if it's possible, if giving it your all every day achieves that, then that's what you do. You don't think about doing it by the time you're 30. And what happens if you can give it your all every single day and you can't achieve it by the time you're 30? Well, then why even have that goal in the first place? It's impossible. There's only one thing to do. There is no other option. You go 100% in every moment of every day. You live every day to the fullest. Carpe diem. You give it your all. You put in 100% energy all the time. You never let off the gas. That's the only option. Because what difference does it make? Is there ever a decision that can be made? Is there ever a understanding that you can have that will allow you to do any less than that? Like, oh, I'm. If somebody contemplates the fact that they're 12 years old or the fact that they're 50 years old, does that make a difference in the decision to go 100% in every day? Does that allow you to have an excuse to say, you know what, today I'll give it a 80% effort? No, it doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what the numbers say, the arbitrary numbers of where the Earth is on its orbital path around the sun. None of that stuff matters. You give it your all every day, you forget about everything else. And people who fixate so deeply on these things, they're the ones who do the least in life. But when you can actually let go of the numbers and stop fearing them and stop, oh my God, I need to think about the numbers, but when you can actually hug death and be like, thank you, death, for giving me a limited life, that's when you actually feel that burning sense of urgency. And it's not a bad kind of burning, it's a beautiful and life essence kind of burning urgency to accomplish your goals. Because you may not be here tomorrow. So you better get going today. Honestly, I'm kind of tired of talking. I'm just going to play another video. I got a whole set of videos ready to go. And I got videos on a bunch of topics, but on this topic I think I have the most saved. It's really coming in clutch because this is a topic that I'm interested in and I could talk about it all day with people. It's just talking about it myself is lonely and it drains me. I'm just going to play these videos. This is another one from the same channel.
Now,
By the way, if anyone wants to like hop in my Discord server and like talk to me about this stuff and like just stream with me and just have these discussions, I'm so down. My Discord server is, it should be in the description of wherever you're looking on YouTube or on Twitch or wherever. My Discord server will be there. You can hop in and just chill with me, all right? Anyone, I'm on there all the time, and just hop in the VC and just talk to me, all right? Because I love talking about this stuff, and it would be really nice if I had someone to talk about it with.
there really isn't anything radically wrong with being sick or with dying. Who said you're supposed to survive? Who gave you the idea that it's a gas to go on and on and on? And we can't say...
Oh, I'm about to go do my laundry. I'm about to put in a different load real quick and put the current load in the dryer. I'll be right back. I'm going to just play this.
that it's a good thing for everything to go on living, from the very simple demonstration that if we enable everybody to go on living, we overcrowd ourselves. That we're like an unpruned tree. And so therefore, one person who dies in a way is honorable because he's making room for others. And the panic that all life everywhere must be saved, although each one of us individually will naturally appreciate it when anybody saves our life, if we apply that case, you see, all around, we can see that it's not workable. We can also look further into it and see that if our death could be indefinitely postponed, we would not actually go on postponing it indefinitely. Because after a certain point, we would realize that that isn't the way in which we wanted to survive. Why else would we have children? Because children arrange for us to survive in another way. By, as it were, passing on a torch so that you don't have to carry it all the time. There comes a point where you can give it up and say, now you work. It's a far more amusing arrangement for nature to continue the process of life through different individuals than it is always with the same individual. Because as each new individual approaches life, life is renewed. And one remembers how fascinating the most ordinary everyday things are to a child. Because they see them all as marvelous, because they see them all in a way that is not related to survival and profit. When we get to thinking of everything in terms of survival and profit value, as we do, then the shapes of scratches on the floor cease to have magic. And most things, in fact, cease to have magic. So therefore, in the course of nature, once we have ceased to see magic in the world anymore, we are no longer fulfilling nature's game of being aware of itself. There's no point in it anymore. And so we die. And so something else comes to birth, which gets an entirely new view. And so nature's self-awareness is a game worth the candle. It is not, therefore, natural for us to wish to prolong life indefinitely. But we live in a culture where it has been rubbed into us in every conceivable way that to die is a terrible thing. And that is a tremendous disease from which our culture in particular suffers. And we notice it firstly in the way in which death is swept under the carpet. This is one of the major problems in hospital work. when a family conspires with the doctor to keep from grandmother the knowledge that she is dying. Grandmother suspects that she is dying, but probably doesn't really want to know for sure. And her family talk with her in such a way as to say, well, it'll be, you'll probably be getting all right in a few weeks. And won't it be nice to be able to do this, that, and the other, because they have this funny feeling that it's important to build up courage and hope. And so they become liars and a mutual mistrust.
Yeah, it's important to build up courage and hope. But building up courage and hope for the sake of life, not for the sake of survival. And death is a part of life. This is not building up courage and hope in favor of life. It's building up courage and hope against life.
Develop. And so they become liars, and a mutual mistrust develops. Because once you are playing the game on that level, you tend to play the mistrust on other levels. And so the person is left to die alone, suddenly, unprepared, and doped up to the point where death hardly happens. And there is no...
That's tragic. That's actually tragic. What's real tragic is when someone doesn't die.
derivation from it of the peculiar spiritual experience that can come.
It's sad. It's sad to think about, like, when I think about my little cousins, like, I can't imagine them, on their deathbed. And, like, it's really sad for me to think about as a human. It's only natural, right? But I know better. I know what's worse. Being sad or experiencing tragedy. I know what's worse.
With death. So you see, this is always the opportunity presented by death. That if one can go into death with eyes open,
with love,
to give up before you die. This extraordinary...
You can guarantee that death will run its course. It will do its job, right? If you're relying on someone to do their job and you know 100% they'll do it, you can give up. You can let go. You can submit. You can relax. You can go, all right, you take care of the rest. I'll leave it up to you. I love you enough and trust you enough to leave it up to you. So you don't be scared. And it will do its job.
Thing can happen to you. So that from your standpoint, in that position, at that time, you would say, I wouldn't have missed that opportunity for the world. Now I understand why we die. The reason we die is to give us the opportunity to understand what life's all about. By letting go. Because then we come to a situation that the ego can't deal with. When we are no longer hypnotized by that, then our natural consciousness can see clearly what all this universe is for. So, therefore, we have missed this golden opportunity by institutionalizing death out of the way, instead of having a socially understood acceptance of death and rejoicing in death. So it follows from that, you see, that if any one of us could at this moment be as one about to die, genuinely and honestly, we would understand the mystery of life. Because death is the It's, in a certain sense, the source of life. Just as we see in nature, when the leaves fall from the trees, they mold and rot, and this supplies humus, from which more plants can grow. It's a cycle like that. But in every
Circle
way,
of life.
symbolic and otherwise, human beings try to stop that cycle. Unamuno said, human beings are the only species that hoard their dead. And therefore, with the ghastly art of the mortician, we try to make the body unpalatable to the worms, and so to stop life, as if...
Yeah, if you stop death, you stop life. What a beautiful way of looking at it. Because life is a cycle, and that cycle includes death. You stop death, which is a simple part of that cycle. You stop life as a cycle. Beautiful, beautiful.
To be eaten in due course were an indignity.
People always tell me, because I don't, like, people idolize whenever people die. And I think those are the people who are, like, if you want to know if someone is scared of death, ask them, okay, what are your favorite rappers? And if they say, oh, X, Juice WRLD, Lil Peep, if they say all that stuff, say, oh, Bankroll Fresh, like, they just go through the list of all the dead rappers, chances are they're also insecure. They're extremely insecure about their tastes, because it's a very uncontroversial thing to be fans of dead people, but they're also scared of their own mortality because they want to respect the dead so much, because they're scared that when they die, because they can relate, they're scared that when they die, people will forget about them, which is a part of the cycle of life. People will forget about you no matter whether you like it or not, and they should. It happens because it should happen. And these people are so scared that of stopping the cycle that it leads to, like, remember when Chadwick Boseman died? He got like 3 million Instagram followers on the day of. None of those people actually cared about Chadwick Boseman. They only cared about him after he died. And people hate it when you disrespect the dead. And I have no problem, like, I tell people, like, yeah, I was never really a fan of Lil Peep. I didn't like Lil Peep. I had the opportunity to go to a Lil Peep concert 3 days before he died, and I said no. I'm like, I'm not really a fan of his music. And I tell people, no, I don't really like his music. They go, why would people like him so much more now that he's dead? But I'm not going to switch it up because you're dead. And in the same way, there's actually a beauty in it, because even though that's cruel on my part, there's a beauty that comes along with it on the other side that other people don't experience, that I experience. I respect deeply the people who are alive, the people who actually deserve my respect. Because if I were to follow someone on Instagram like Chadwick Boseman or whatever, and I think to myself, would I follow them if they were dead? And if I say yes, I follow them when they're alive. People, like, I remember that literally the day that Juice WRLD died, everyone was like, oh, Juice WRLD had the most influential album of the decade and all stuff, best album. And I'm like, why would you say that right now? If you didn't say that yesterday when Juice WRLD was alive to see it, if you wouldn't say it yesterday, you don't get to say it today because he's not around to see it. You're doing this for brownie points, for social brownie points, to act like you were a part of the crew. And now that that option is gone, you want to act like you were there for it. If you weren't gonna say that Juice WRLD had the best album of the year or whatever before he died, you don't get to say it after he died. And so in that way, I never miss an opportunity to actually appreciate people that I believe are worth appreciating. Like I tell people, oh yeah, Logic is corny, and when Logic dies, I'm gonna tell people he's corny. I make a point, like, I consider it one of my dreams to collaborate one day with Kanye. And when he dies, I'm going to be telling people the same thing. If he dies before I get to collaborate with him, I'm going to tell, like, I'm going to not only tell people, like, oh, I was a part of the movement. I'm going to be a part of the movement. I'm going to make a point of it. I'm going to put real effort into reaching out to Kanye and actually collaborating with him in the studio a little bit. Not, I don't make music like that, but I want to just be a part of the process. I want to be involved. I want to, be involved in the cover arts and in the promotional material and all that stuff. I want to be a part of the movement, basically, you know? And so I show great respect to people. Like the things that people say about dead people, I say that about them when they're alive. I show them that respect when they're alive. And I want people to do the same for me. I be the change that I want to see in the world. If I die and people say, oh, Afraz was so smart, he was so great. Bro, say that to me when I'm alive, when I can actually appreciate it. When I'm dead, I don't care. That doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to be able to, oh, thank you, when I'm dead. No, tell me when I'm alive. So yeah, if you're going to say that when I'm dead, don't bother. That's pathetic.
The human being. Whereas we eat everything else and we give nothing back. So that is a kind of a social symptom of our profound disorientation with respect to death.
Of stemming from fear. Death is a stripping away of all that is not you. The secret to life is to die before you die. It's hard to understand. I don't know if I fully understand that quote. I'm gonna need to think about that more later on. I get this first part. This second part, if it's referring to ego death, doing something your ego can't handle, that seems a bit, depends on how old this is. Because if it was a lot older, then that would seem a lot more profound. But if it's something that they talk about nowadays, I mean, like, bro, everyone knows about ego death when they're like 13 years old and they're watching podcasts on YouTube about people licking toads and stuff, you know? It's kind of surface level now. But that's because of the product of what the world has become. What a beautiful video. And it goes hand in hand because Alan Watts really preaches this idea of not considering yourself to be separate from others and separate from nature. Like if the world is a river, you don't imagine yourself as a cork floating down the river. You imagine yourself as a part of the river, as the river. You are the world. You're never stuck in traffic. You are traffic. And when you adopt this this mentality, this attitude, and you embed it deep within your brain, and you allow it to guide your decision making, it makes you just much happier. Like I thought about that deeply, and I would always tell myself, I'm not stuck in traffic. I am traffic. And I said that enough to the point where now I never road rage, even when it's actually baffled me. It's crazy. I didn't know this kind of thing was possible. I didn't know this level of peace, of self, inner peace and like harmony was possible. Like I would be in situations where someone would cut me off and they'd flick me off and all that stuff. And I'd be like, I should totally road rage right now, right? Like I have every right to road rage, but I don't feel like it. It feels like a waste of my time. It feels like a waste of my energy. I have no desire to get angry at them. So like, why would I do that? I become a wiser person, and it all stems from getting rid of the fear of death. And not only that, it's not just getting rid of the fear of death, it's acting on it. It's allowing yourself to submit to that. It's letting go of the control of when you'll die. I don't know when I'll die. And I don't really care. It doesn't matter. I'll die. It'll happen when it happens. Whatever happens tomorrow, happens tomorrow. It's out of our control. Tomorrow is a mystery. You could die tomorrow, and there's nothing you could do to stop it. And eventually, you will die. You can either accept it or run from it. And I choose to accept it. And once I've accepted it, I stop thinking about it. There's no point in spending mental energy dwelling on something that I already know. It's like, if you know 1 + 1 is 2, then why would you stress over it? Oh my God, is 1 + 1 2? Is 1 + 1 2? Is it? I know it is. Why would I? It's not in my control. It's not up for me to change it. I can't just decide 1 + 1 is 3. Just like how I can't decide when I die. It's out of my control, and I know it will happen. There's not two things guaranteed in life. There's one thing guaranteed in life. Actually, there's two things guaranteed in life: death and suffering. Humans are entitled to two things, death and suffering. And so this thing that I can be absolutely sure will happen, why the hell would I spend any energy at all thinking about it when I can think about other things? And that frees my mind. It's like escaping a mental prison that I see other people still in. Majority of people around me, I see them still in it. And it's like think about it like a friend, like a very, very trusty friend, okay? If I'm delegating work to somebody, okay, I'm gonna write the JavaScript, my buddy's gonna write the CSS. If I absolutely know he'll do his job, I have the guarantee, hypothetically, right? Even though there's no guarantee about anything, but if I have this absolute guarantee that he never fails, why the hell would I supervise him? Why would I constantly call him like, hey bro, did you do the CSS yet? I just want, are you on track? What can I do to make sure it's on time? Like, it'll be done. And just like that reliable friend, death operates in the same way. He will do his job. He doesn't ever fail, ever, whether you like it or not. So you might as well like it. You know, there's a saying said by one of the wisest souls to ever exist. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That is why it is called the present. And when he was saying that, you know, the context was stopping Poe from worrying. He was too concerned about what was and what will be. He was thinking, do I quit or not quit? Do I noodles or not noodles? So much thinking, so much wasting precious mental energy about thinking about things that he has no control over. Tomorrow is a mystery. Stop trying to control it. Let it be a mystery. There's no fun in life if you can control everything, if you have no surprises. And you might say, oh, well, I just want a little bit of control. It doesn't matter how much control you want. If it isn't 100% control, then you risk dying, plain and simple. So there's no point in fearing death. If you understand the idea of a life worth living requires you to not have 100% control, then that also comes with the understanding that a life worth living comes with death. And if you worry about death, it'll make life a lot less meaningful. It's counterproductive, and it'll actually bite you in the ass eventually. It's what screws you over. People who aren't scared of death don't experience the horrors that people who are scared of death do experience, simply because of their fear. In fact, to a certain degree, for some people, not for everyone in society, you know, we have roles in society. You know, there are people in society who are more prone to pushing humanity to be safer, and there's more people in society who are more prone to pushing humanity to take more risks. And those people who push humanity to take more risks, as mean as it might sound, those are the people who actually gain respect and go down in history as the heroes. You should chase the risk. If there isn't something that you risk dying to achieve, there's no glory in it either. If death does not pose a risk, then life doesn't present a meaning. It's like Helen Keller's people said, life is either a daring adventure or nothing at all. And you bring this full circle. Remember when I said earlier that there's a will that nature has, a force of nature that is imposing its will onto evolution, trying to create a species that will live forever, basically? Because we're not individuals, we're a species. So this is actually a part of it. You know why none of the other human species survived? Because whenever they found water, any water source, they stayed where they are. Is that we're safe here. We don't need to go out and take more risks. Not humans. We found the Mediterranean, and we're like, nah, this is boring. I'm done. I don't like being safe. I want to take risks. And they went out and they went into the goddamn desert, and most of them died. And People died as individuals, but the species survived. All other human species played it safe. They all went extinct. Like, think about how many people must have died on the journey to Easter Island until somebody finally found it. And they built those heads. Remember that? Not remember that as if we were there. I'm talking about, you guys know what I'm talking about? Like, there are people among us who chase the risk, and those are the people who actually kept our species alive this whole time. They themselves might have died, but the species survived, which is why we have such profound respect for heroes who take those risks, which is why, part of the reason why men don't live as long as women, because they take more risks, because they're more prone to risks, which is why almost all of the people who end up achieving great things, like things that are world renowned, that they go down in history for, they were almost all men, because men were the one taking the risks. People like to assume that, oh, we're just patriarchal, men were just in control. No. If they were in control, then they would be having all the spoils of they would reap the rewards of humanity's hard work, but they wouldn't experience the consequences of it, the harsh consequences. You know, men not only are richer than women on average, they're also poorer. There's more homeless men. There's more men living in poverty. There's more men dying of starvation. There's more men in prison. You see societies where people are struggling. The men don't eat. In fact, they themselves voluntarily don't eat. They get the women and children to eat because they realize that their lives, their roles, their gender role, as I might say, even though it's not necessarily a gender role, it's more of a spectrum on masculinity role, is to take more risks, is to risk their lives for the sake of the species. And so you end up with this odd disparity where these feminists go like, oh, men have all the great things. Okay, I'll give you that. Men also have all the terrible, tragic things that women don't want. Men are, they're forced into a military draft. I was forced into it. Now, my name's on the thing. So if America ever goes to war, there's always the risk that I'm going to war, but not the girls that I grew up with, not them, but the homies I grew up with, the guys, yeah, they can come to war with me, and there would be nothing we could do about it. There'd be no way for us to avoid it. There's almost all violence is perpetrated by men, and almost all of the victims of violence are men. It's almost everyone in prison is men. Almost all suicides are men. Like, that alone should speak for itself. Yeah, almost all of the people who have achieved great things in life are men, but almost all suicides are men. That should tell you everything right there. Yeah, men who drive Uber make 7% more than women. Not because Uber has some system in it that just decides they're going to pay men 7% more. That's because men drive 7% faster. So yeah, it actually checks out. These feminists are complete bullshitters, and that's because the majority of feminists come from either women who have very little masculinity or men who have even less masculinity, who are simps or like cucks or whatever, who have no respect for the part of their brain that goes out and decides to take risks for the species and actually be a man, that wants to abandon that gender role because they're scared of it. And that's how you get the situation that we're in right now. It's simps over many millennia that have essentially given the collective, when you take a whole bunch of people, you know what group polarization is? Let's say you take a group of people and you say, okay, who likes ice cream more than cookies? You guys go into this side. Who likes cookies more than ice cream? You go into that side. Most of them will be like, I like cookies more, but only like barely more. And most people on the other side will be like, I like ice cream more, but only a little bit more. You separate them into those groups though, and you tell them, talk about why you like it more. You let them talk about it for an hour. You know what they'll do? They'll come back and they'll go, oh yeah, cookies are way better than ice cream. And the other guys will go, ice cream is way better than cookies. You separate people um, into into categories, and you let them only interact with each other. What happens is they become extremists. And so when you allow a whole bunch of women to go unchecked, and a whole bunch of non-masculine men, so a whole bunch of people with very little masculinity, like remember when BuzzFeed took those tests, and like all of their male staff had like medically dangerously low levels of testosterone? Like that's what happens when you get all these people together. They become extremists, and they force the world into they force control. They let their fear take over. It's these hyper masculine men that have no fear of anything. The love doesn't even matter because they just have no fear. And so they'll do what heroes do regardless. They'll push the world to greater heights. They'll keep the species alive. That's what we admire about them. That's why we admire them, because they kept the species alive. And these men have been basically a dying breed, because the majority of people have just been being swallowed up by this ideology of, oh no, we should be safer, we should be safer, we should make people harmless, we shouldn't be monsters, we should, all these things are bad, you know, death is evil, all these things are evil, so we should want to preserve life and longevity, when really longevity and all this stuff is not axiomatic good. There's nothing meaningful about the collective extremist feminine consciousness forcing simps to do their bidding over millions of years unconsciously, that has led to the world that we live in right now, where people are born into lives that pose zero risk. If you aren't giving it 100%, listen, risk is not for everyone. Some people are going to be afraid of death, and rightfully so, because that also helped the species to survive. We need a balance. And for the people out there who resonate with this message, who say, no, I am one of those people who will chase the glory and put my life on the line to do so. I will die for what I believe in. My advice to you is, the way you can look at it is, you're already dead. Might as well risk it. It's going to happen. So what's the harm? I don't know how exactly to tell you. Like, people who don't resonate with this, you guys can leave. It doesn't matter for you guys. But people who do see this as like, who do resonate with the thought that I don't want to survive, I want to live. Survival doesn't matter to me. Living matters to me. People who resonate with that, that's the only people I want in my audience. And for you guys, I don't know exactly how to get over the fear of death. I don't know like a specific, step-by-step process. I hear psychedelics is a pretty tried and true method sometimes. Depending on the psychedelics. Psilocybin, from what I've heard, 1 or 2 or maybe 3 treatments seems to have a not a majority, but a significant success rate under the right conditions. But I've never tried it, so I'm not really in a position to speak on it. But whatever it is, my advice to you would be, try to figure it out. And once you figure it out, do it. Consider it a priority. It'll make life infinitely better. Not being afraid of death, that is the closest thing you can get to these like miracle cure-all drugs that they market. Like, these cults marketing these substances that can cure literally any illness. Yeah, not fearing death is the same thing as those miracle pills, except it's real and attainable and free. I think the YouTube channel, I really love this YouTube channel called Pursuit of Wonder. I have some videos by them. Let me link them. I'll put them in. If I put them in chat, then people on YouTube watching this way later, I have 1 viewer, so I'm gonna put them in here so that way people can actually see this for the future. Okay, so there's this Pursuit of Wonder. life and death and how to deal with the thought of dying. I'm not going to play these videos right now. I know. I'm dude, so much time has passed since I started streaming. What have I been streaming for, like 9 hours now? Yeah, no, longer than 9 hours. The beauty of death and how to think about your mortality. That's another one. This is like entering the realm of like, this guy's a very, very intellectual dude. Why am I not? Oh, I'm on a different channel. But these videos, they enter more the realm of not necessarily that death is a neutral thing, but more like death is a positive, which is a this one. I think watch this one first. Watch this one first before you watch it, or watch them in order of upload dates. And then there's this one. Watch all four of the. Actually, I think they are in the correct order dates. But yeah, I would say watch all four of these in the order that I presented them to you, or whatever the order date is. Figure out the order date and watch these 4 videos that I've just shown you. Keep them in your bookmarks and watch them at random times, like throughout the week. And do this for like, I would say watch them twice a week. All 4 of these videos, watch them twice a week for 8 weeks in a row. 8 weeks, all right? I don't want to give you too much homework. But watch these videos twice a week for 8 weeks in a row. So each video you will have watched 16 times. And yeah, that many times? No, okay, that is too much. Okay, watch one of these videos. Let's really spread it out. Watch one of these videos a week. Just one per week. Like I do it like every Friday or whatever. And watch them all 3 times total. All right? I don't want to, like, that's the former thing is something I would do, because I'm deep in this stuff. Like I want to memorize the quotes from what people said, so that I can have it on standby. But like if you're just trying to take it to heart and you don't care about like educating others all that much, then 3 watches of each video should be enough. So watch one of these a week at random times for 12 weeks in a row. So you'll have watched each 4 of these videos 3 times each. And wait, this one too. Actually, this one is this one's a bit less related, I think. I know because I've watched all of these. So I don't think this one's as related as the others. This one's less about the actual deep fear of death and more about the fear of not doing much in life. So this is, it's a great addition. So after you take the other ones to heart, you can watch this and take that one to heart as well, and watch that one at your own discretion. But in reality, this video is generally, you should do this because it's like a, what's this? I want to play that next. I always wanted to know what's the difference. I hear the Dune book is really good, and I hear the movie is a good adaptation, and I'm confused because the movie explained nothing. But yeah, this video right here, it's you watch it, you take it to heart, and you'll realize how much you can actually do in your life. And it's so satisfying that when you take this to heart, you don't actually feel the urge to live any longer than the small, simple life that you get, that you're dealt with, that you get dealt by life. It applies. It's a similar topic, but that one's in my watch list, actually. I haven't watched this one that many times, like how can the other. Oh, even Exerbian made a video on it. My favorite YouTube philosopher, thinker, whatever. Okay, we got to watch this one.
The most common cause of death is called dying, and it kills about 50.
Already right off the bat. Okay, let's do this.
55 million of us each year. That's about 1 South Africa or 200 Star Destroyers. And good news, it's your turn next, because you've just become a competitor in the Suicide Olympics. Bet you didn't even know that was a thing. The rules of the Suicide Olympics are as follows. First place goes to whoever gets themselves killed in the most unlikely or unusual fashion. The winner gets $1 billion. Now, this isn't like Zimbabwe.
Okay, watch this video on your own. I don't know. I do not have time. Here's the video link. Got it? This is the link. Watch this video on your own. There, for the sake of time, bro, I want to get my thoughts out of the way, and then maybe I'll show these videos later on. But yeah, there's the link. This video, I remember watching it, and it's basically about how everyone will die. But the thing is like, people will fear, they'll have fears about what will kill them, and they're stupid, irrational fears. Like, you're not scared about what will actually kill you. Don't be scared of these like near harmless things. You know, a lot of times people consider me to be a bad person because I don't feel that much fear or disgust when other people do. I think fear or disgust is what makes people bad people and makes them immoral. And because fear and disgust have become so normalized and so commonplace, it pushes people into this ideology that people who don't feel fear and disgust for the same things that they do are bad people. Like, you know, that's literally why, like, you look at Hitler's writings. Hitler did not hate. He had disgust. Hitler wasn't like, oh, I hate the Jews. He was disgusted by them. He was like, oh, those guys disgust me. The same way I hear people talk about, oh, it's scary, you know, it's disgusting when you see white people like this, you know, you see like 20 white bald dudes, or when you see black people in this bad area or whatever. When you see these people talk about this sort of thing, like, you have the same mentality of Hitler in that way. You're disgusted. So you don't need to hate, but you're fearful, or you have disgust. You want to not be around them. And that to me makes somebody a bad person. Hate is just another side of the coin of love. But fear and disgust, that encourages nothing but destruction. And now it's like people are encouraged, like it's encouraged by society, like, oh, ew, Android users are disgusting. Why would you have that kind of phone? Like, even though for the most part I think it's harmless, it's still deeply embedded in society, which I don't think is actually all that harmless, in the way that people will make assumptions about others and they'll go, oh, others are like this, you know, others are just hateful of other people, when they don't realize that they're the same way. I think that's part of the reason why people are so miserable, because they're unable to reconcile the fact that on one hand, a part of their brain is smart enough to know that they shouldn't just be disgusted at everything and everyone, and they should, you know, not try to cleanse their life of all, like, make everything so sanitary and sterile, and you know, maybe enjoy life a little, eat with your hands a little, things like that. There's one part of their brain that recognizes that. You can argue that it's the more masculine part of their brain, and there's another part of their brain that ignores that and goes, no, isolation, and that part of their brain is encouraged by the rest of society that has become extremists in this idea. And so it's the inability for these people to reconcile, which makes them upset and miserable and causes them to outrage at every little thing they see on Twitter and stuff like that. That's just my theory, though. I don't know why this happened, but sometime over like the past 40 years, it became correct socially to act, like, morally speaking, if you were afraid of things that you really had no business being afraid of. And this sort of thing was never like the communities that people actually have great respect for, that actually make a difference in the world, that actually do things that people admire, they all hate the idea of people fear. Like, take for example rap, okay? You look at the old rap and hip hop community, they loved their community more than they feared the police or government tyranny and things like that. You know, they more than they feared the consequences of, ending up on the bad side of the law and things like that. They loved the principles of the game, of the rap game, more than they feared jail time. But you look at rap today, you look at pop, I should say pop, it's not even rap anymore, it's pop. Like Tekashi 6ix9ine feared jail time more than he feared the core ideas that he himself was rapping about, that he was leeching off of. He was talking about how I'm so gang, I'll kill people, I'll do. No, you wouldn't. And then yet everyone sees him lie, like they see him deceive them, and they're like, oh, Tekashi 6ix9ine's the GOAT, bro, he's goated. Shut the fuck up, bro. People who use the word goated are dumb as shit. And you see this all over the place now, good or bad. You can make an argument, because a lot of people, like, this is a controversial one. A lot of people will disagree with this one, and this is all up to you to decide. I'm just giving you my personal opinion. When COVID hit, if your family member had COVID, you couldn't even visit them in the hospital. Like a literal, a derivative of the common cold that, on a totally unrelated note, will go down in history as a pure example of media-induced mass psychosis nocebo experiment, and regulators are going to go, no, we're going to decide for you. You want to live your life? No, we're going to decide. You don't get to hug your family members before they pull the plug on them. And the growing, pervasive culture considered this okay. I, on the other hand, I love the world and other people, and I love living among them more than I fear coronavirus. So, like, get me sick. Like, I give a shit. I run the risk of dying, right? Okay, cool. Let's all get sick together. Let's all get past it. Because it's just another part of life. Viruses are a part of life. And yes, people will die. Just like usual. Like, just like always. There is nothing inherently tragic about that. Sad, yes. But it's going to happen. People will die no matter what. The sadness will be there no matter what. It'll be there now, or it'll be there tomorrow, or it'll be there 50 years from now. Delaying sadness doesn't help anyone. It's pure selfishness, actually. It's selfishness combined with, it's people saying, oh no, I want to protect myself and forget about others, combined with lack of self-control and lack of long-term thinking. People who don't think far into the future, who don't see the difference, who think there is a difference between sadness now versus sadness later, they go, I don't want to experience sadness now. Let's put it off until later. And so they decide to feel a little bit less pain now. They put it off, and this selfishness causes people to be miserable. It causes the entire society to downfall, basically. And they disguise it. They disguise it and they rationalize it and they lie to themselves by telling themselves they are, quote unquote, helping others. If you're helping others in one way and hurting others in another way, you should at least confront the fact that you are hurting others in another way. And during COVID, telling people to isolate themselves, that hurts people in another way. And people will just completely ignore that. They never stop to think about how much damage they're doing by telling people to isolate themselves. Like, you ever seen people on the news talk about what kind of damage is being done when people isolate themselves? Diseases have literally been around longer than humans. In fact, they've been around for almost the entirety of the planet. They are an essential part of our lives. They are us. Like, if we're one with nature, it's not, saying that diseases are a part of our lives is an understatement. We are diseases. Deal with it. Actually, there's this TikTok that explains this phenomena from earlier. The one that I said where, like, some people will have less fear and more love, and some people will have more love and less fear. And remember how I said in the very beginning how, like, people on the opposite ends of the spectrum will tend to view the other person as evil. And that's what's wrong with the world. Here's actually an example of that. Wait, this is just TikTok. Bro, why does TikTok do this? Like, I'm literally on nothing. I'm not logged in, and it's showing like, bro, do an experiment where you go on, you make a TikTok account, and you just start, and it just shows you softcore porn every time. Look at this. Like, literally, what kind of garbage? I've never used TikTok on Firefox even once. For you, bro. Bro, what? Why? Why? What's the point of that? What's the point of doing that? Why? It's gone. The TikTok's gone. I know it's not deleted. It can't be deleted, but I hate how TikTok URLs expire. But in generally, it was this TikTok. Damn, it was so long ago. I should save the full URLs in my bookmark, because when I say the full URLs, they don't go away. But it was like this guy who was going like, he was on this podcast and he was talking about something, and it was like something that he wanted to do, and he's like, okay, so eventually I'm gonna die, so blah blah blah, and he uses that as a context, as a piece of context for what he's actually trying to say, and he keeps going and he's trying to make a point. I think it's something COVID related actually, and this girl is like disgusted, and she cuts him off, and she's like, oh, why would you say that? What's wrong with you? And like, think about that for a second. Like, she's so scared of death that when she encounters someone who isn't scared of death, she has an averse reaction to that. Like, she thinks she's feeling sad when people suffer. Wrong. That guy's not suffering. She feels sad whenever people she selectively chooses to care about suffer, and when people she doesn't like, that she doesn't relate to, when they win. She's sad when those people are succeeding in life. People die all the time. Are you guys gonna cry right now for the 50,000 people that died since my stream started? No, then don't act like it. Death isn't negative by itself. It's a part of life. It's part of the cycle of life. It's a part of the game. It's a part of your character development as a human. This is all great, but I said earlier about how you should think of death in a positive way. You should think of death in a neutral way, and then you should take the jump and think of death in a positive way. Well, here, I'll explain that, okay? Damn, dude, my throat hurts. I need water. Okay. I want to get through all of this, bro. I'm feeling good right now. I'm on a roll. I'm in flow state. So, here, this, I got another video. This is basically explaining how death solves all your problems. And this one is, it's a bit preachy, like literally preachy, but I have the full link. That means it didn't disappear. Okay, cool. Watch this.
I'm prepared to die. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. And when you're prepared to die, you're also prepared to live.
Remember when Elon Musk said that thing on Twitter about dying, and everyone was like freaking out? They were like, oh my god, why would Elon Musk say that? And he was like looking forward to death. He's like, I'm glad, I'm excited about when the day will come. Not on Twitter. He said in an interview, and everyone was like, oh, this is so scary. It's because people can't relate, because they themselves are scared. They're the cowards. But he was like, yeah, it'll be a relief the day I die. Look at what this guy says. I'm prepared. I'm looking forward to it.
And when you're prepared to die, you're also prepared to live. It'll help you to live, because you don't get panicky with the pressures of life. It's a wonderful thing. It's a great peace. It's a great joy. It's a great security. It's a great assurance. And when I see the people in the world going to pieces in their hollow laughter, trying so desperately to find pleasure running in this direction and that direction, trying to find peace and failing, and the same old emptiness and the boredom and the mystery of life. They don't know where they came from, why they're here, where they're going. So confused and getting more confused all the time. It's a wonderful thing to know, to be sure. And you can be sure, and you can know.
What he said in the second half is kind of rambling, I think. Personally, I don't really get much from it. It's really preachy, like I said. But think about what he said in the beginning. He's like, it's a great security, right? It's a great assurance. People want safety, right? But in reality, they want the feeling of safety. That's why TSA exists. TSA literally does nothing. Terrorists get past TSA all the time. TSA just makes people feel safe. They want to feel the safety of not being at risk of being eaten by a bear or being burned in a fire or surviving, of not being placed in a situation where they're in a famine or cold temperatures or drowning or being killed by another person. And you could do what most of these cowards do, and you can dwell on this stuff and let your fear consume your life. And you can get all the illusions of security from the world, and you can let your tax dollars pay for all this useless garbage. Because that's all it is. It's useless. None of this stuff is actually security. They cannot, TSA and all this stuff, even the people that have results, not like TSA, the people that have results, they still can't control every aspect of their lives, not let alone your life. They can't remove everything that may hurt you. Because if you remove every possible thing that can hurt you, you aren't a human anymore. That's how you live forever. You become cancer. But if you make yourself deserving of life in the first place, or you can, oh my God, am I losing my voice? If you can stop caring about those things that'll kill you, basically. If you can stop fearing those, then boom, now you're secure, now you're safe from it. Now you have the best security system in the world that can defend you from any kind of imaginable or unimaginable attack, for that matter. Because it's not actually security that people want. It's the feeling of security. And if you're not afraid, then you have that feeling of security. And what do people say in the comments? Yeah, this is all preachy. Jesus and the Lord and God and yeah, nah. I like what he said in the beginning though. It's nice. Do I have another video? I have some more videos. Okay, I'll play them in a sec, but he said something else, I think.
Prepared to die. In fact, I'm looking forward to it. And when you're prepared to die, you're also prepared to live.
That's okay. Yeah. That's what I was thinking about. I was wondering, like, I'm missing something. But yeah, when you're prepared to die, you're also prepared to live. That's a really, really great way of looking at it. The reason why I'm showing you guys so much media with this one is because, like, I'm actually not good at explaining this kind of stuff. But there was this interesting video of this guy that I wanted to show you guys. Like, this sort of topic is so deeply embedded into people and is so untalked about, so taboo, such a taboo subject, that it's going to take more than just me to explain it to you. I can explain to you a lot of other things on my own, but something like this is going to take a lot more than just me. So this is something that I have in my bookmarks here. And this is actually in a totally different bookmark, but I just remembered it. So this guy...
The obstacles.
Basically programs an AI to play video games.
But this little island guy, his name is Master Higgins. He is so fragile, he dies upon touching almost anything. And he has to wear a helmet when he skateboards. How lame is that, right? And so this game is mostly a go to the right and jump and throw hammers at
naturally a go to the right game, right? So we train this AI.
What the? Okay. Alright. So, in this game, there's no spatial gradient, there's no scrolling, there's no going right or up or anything is better. But there are these dots which increase your score. And the score might actually be the only interesting thing that guides the player's progress. And Pac-Man plays very strangely, but he is pretty good at avoiding ghosts. And I'm gonna fast forward here to my favorite part. Okay, so what would you do in this situation? Like that? I love these trick moves like this.
Damn, that's so cool. But I wanted to show you this one, okay?
Oh boy.
So he gives it the controls, and the controls, he basically programs things that incentivize it and desincentivize it, gives it the controls and lets it just do whatever. And that way it can just sort of figure out the game on its own. So part of the controls of Tetris is going through the loading screen.
As possible. Finally, Tetris. Oh boy. Having some trouble with those menus. So this game does not work well at all, and that's not surprising. Playing Tetris well requires some thinking ahead, and this algorithm does not think very far ahead. There it was, pausing the game for no reason. And I think the reason it stacks up the blocks like that, which is the worst possible Tetris strategy, is that it gets 3 points or so when it puts a block on top of another block. So this is really bad, greedy planning. And let's fast forward a bit to see how this all ends. It's not good. So now he's almost done and pauses the game, because as soon as he unpauses, he will lose. And really, the only winning move is not to play. Thank you.
Damn, think about that. This AI, it's not so different from see, humans are very robust. We have many, many different minds inside of us, is the way I like to look at it. And one of these minds is uncanny to this AI. It's and every time we make a decision, all of these minds are arguing with each other about who should make the decision, who should win in the decision, right? What compromise should be made. And there's a part of us that's just like this AI. The only winning move is to not play. And some people look at that as a winning move, but in reality, that's just a not losing move. There's a part of us that's fearful of losing, that says, okay, we're so scared of losing, we're not going to play. And so we don't ever bother to try winning. And in that way, when you relate to the fear of death, the only way to survive is to stop living, to stop playing the game, and to enter a state of suspended animation, right? That's the only way to truly live forever, is to stop doing anything. The lazier you are, the less you contribute to entropy. The only way you can truly avoid a car crash is to never drive. Like if you say, okay, be safe on the road, you can still die in a car crash. The only way to truly avoid it, if it's truly a bad thing, you can't drive. The only way you can truly avoid coronavirus is to never interact with another human being ever again. You can make a compromise, and you can say, okay, I'll go out and I'll interact and I'll wear a mask. And some people will say, no, you have to self-isolate. And some people will say, yeah, no, you can wear a mask. And some people will say, you don't even need a mask. And all of those people are just basing it off of their own opinions. And what the problem with the world right now is that these people have these opinions, and everyone has a spectrum of risk that they're willing to take. Because if you want to avoid coronavirus, there's only one cure: die. That's the only cure. Like, go die if you don't want coronavirus. But if you're willing to compromise and say, you know what, coronavirus isn't that bad. It's bad, but ooh, my timer went off. You could say, like, it's bad, but you know what's worse? Never interacting with another human ever again for the rest of my life. That's worse. I consider that worse. And if you consider that worse, that means coronavirus is a lesser of two evils in that case, and you would risk getting coronavirus so that you can interact with other people. And everybody it falls in a different area on the spectrum of this. The most extreme females tend to fall on the very safe spectrum, and the most extreme males tend to fall on the extremely risky part of the spectrum. But generally, there is much, much more overlap, and males and females are typically about the same on this scale. When you look at the averages, when you look at the overall gen pop. So everyone has their own different opinion on what they themselves should do. The problem with the world is that people are deciding on behalf of others. People are saying, no, you can't go outside. You can't do this. You have to wear a mask. You have to do this. We're forcing you to do this. And there's other people who are going, no, if you wear a mask, you can't come in here. You're libtard. You're not allowed in my gym. You're not allowed in my restaurant. Don't wear a mask in here, loser. You let people do what they want. That's the whole idea of live and let live. But do I have another video? I have a ton of videos. I want to play another video while I go do my laundry. Let's see. But yeah, that's what I'm saying about coronavirus. For me, I fall in the more risky end of the spectrum. I think people should go out, do whatever the hell they want. If you're scared of coronavirus, then you could do whatever you want. Wear a mask, stay inside, don't go out, don't go to public areas, don't interact with other people. That's the only true way you're going to ever avoid it. I don't really care so much. And I'm not going to tell you what to do. You shouldn't tell me what to do. That's the way I look at it. But I think for people who understand this and who live and let live, there's another lesson to be learned, which is when you choose how you want to live, understand where you are on that spectrum and understand where on that spectrum heroes are made. Nothing great ever came from a comfort zone. There has never been a great person in history who said, they were asked like, oh, so how did you accomplish this great thing? And they said, well, it all started when I was in my comfort zone. That's never happened, and it never will happen. So it's just something to consider. You know, if you're very, very scared of taking risks, it's something to consider. Maybe you shouldn't be so scared of taking risks. Maybe you should be. You know, we all have these roles for a reason, and we all have this nature within us for a reason. And so maybe you are one of those people that shouldn't be taking risks to keep people in check. But maybe consider the fact that all the great people in history were the ones that did take the risks, that didn't play it safe. And if you want to play the game of life, and you want to enjoy life to the fullest, maybe you shouldn't be like this AI. It's kind of unsettling to think about how similar it is to a part of our minds telling us what to do. Like, just stay paused forever. If you leave this AI here, it will stay paused. It will never unpause. So it doesn't lose. Don't be like the AI. Because once you've accepted that you will lose, that all of us will lose, and that it's inevitable, that's when you're ready to start stacking up some wins before that. And I'll play a video. Here's a good one. I literally actually have like a whole playlist of these. I could just share the playlist.
When you entered the 5th round against Kelvin, you said, I'm ready to die.
Yeah, I looked at him, and I remember, I call it Este Diablo. He was looking at me, and he just had this like look, and he's just swinging his hands. And I said, you're not gonna beat me. I'm prepared to die. And I meant that, man. I swear to God on my life, I meant that. I signed my death warrant right there. I was like, look, if this is how I die, this is how I die. But you see me.
Okay, hold up. I want to talk about this video, but I want to get my laundry real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah.
When you
Dude, this music, these videos are like so are like such a big like parody now.
entered the 5th round against
Yeah.
Kelvin, you said, I'm ready to die.
It was. I looked at him, and I remember I call it Ese Diablo. He was looking at me, and he just had this like look, and he's just swinging his hands. And I said, "You're not gonna beat me. I'm prepared to die." And I meant that, man. I swear to God on my life, I meant that. I signed my death warrant right down. I was like, "Look, if this is how I die, this is how I die." But you see me, I was trying to get him. I was trying to kill him. Because for me, if I'm ready to die, I'm ready to kill. You have to be willing to give something up as well. If he had taken it to me, and if he had done that to me, and I didn't wake up, so be it.
So be it. So be it. That's it. I mean, at that point, you didn't lose. You die, you don't lose. That's someone else's problem. The fight just ended. You just don't lose. But that's how you really win. You prepare to die. You gotta give something up to get another. And if you're prepared to die, then you're prepared to live. And now that I give this to the universe wants to take my life. Okay, the universe wants me in the ground. The universe wants to use my nutrition to give to the flora and fauna of the rest of the world, to the rest of nature, right? And if I give them that as a gift, they're going to take it no matter what. But if I offer it to them as a gift, then I've given something and now I get to take another. And I give them my life, I get a chance to live. It's the law of equivalent exchange. This is how it works. I don't want a funeral, by the way. And my dad taught me, like, as did most people's parents, when something is going to be hard or painful, but you have to do it, you do it now and you get it over with. If you're close to me and you're going to be sad when I die, just grieve my death now. Because, when you'll be sad doesn't change anything. You're going to be sad no matter what. So let's all take a moment of silence for future Afraz. Pretend I'll die, okay? Pretend I died. A little moment of silence. Alright, cool, moments pass. Now face that, grieve my death, and be done with it, alright? Don't waste any time. And when I die, don't take out a whole, don't throw away a precious day of your life attending a fucking funeral. And for what? I'm not around to see it. That is not honoring me. I'm telling you right now while I'm alive. You have you're being told from the horse's mouth itself. That is not honoring me. That isn't respecting me. You want to really respect my wishes? Firstly, don't spend $12,000 in a scam industry that takes advantage of people's emotions to charge them insane markups because of their grief on like boxes of wood. All right, fuck that shit. Secondly, forget about all this like sad, like soppy, like let's put the fun back in funeral. All right. If you're going to have a funeral for someone's death, my death, I'm not going to speak for others, but for my death, first of all, the people who truly know me, who are truly going to grieve my death, they're not going to grieve it in a fucking day. They're not going to get over it in like a week. So the funeral does nothing. The funeral does not help in any way for these people to grieve. So it's pointless. If anything, it's a negative. It is a negative to have a funeral, to hoard the dead. Forget about all this like obligatory sadness, because every time I went to a funeral, this is why people think I'm a bad person. Every time I went to a funeral, people were like, why don't you ever show any sadness? Am I obligated to cry at a funeral if I don't feel like it? If I choose to be happier, if I choose to accept that their death was just a part of their life, and I say, there's nothing tragic here, there's nothing to be sad about, does that make me a bad person? Like, in my case, I'm not going to speak for others, but for my case, when I die, if you want to really honor me, then put the fun back in funeral, all right? Don't bother to do that whole $12,000, $15,000 casket, burial, all that garbage. First of all, if you bury someone inside a casket or wrapped up in whatever, they're not actually truly being buried because their bodies, their nutritions are not being used as nutrition for the flora and fauna that feed upon it. But even if you were to bury me, don't bother doing that either. Don't spend the time and effort and energy and money. Like, why do that? If you want to honor me, help yourselves. Don't waste a single second. If you really want to do something about my death, if you really want to feel something about it, use it as fuel. Use it as sublimation to make your own lives better. And don't waste a second. Like, think about it right now, okay? I am gonna die. We can all be sure of that. So why don't we just get it over with now? Right? Just grieve my death now and don't bother when it actually comes around. Like, stop fearing death, as well as accept the deaths of those close to you, as well as stop pretending like a death is a negative thing. You should stop pretending like people who you don't know dying is a tragedy. You should stop pretending like you need to feel empathy for all the millions of people out there who die that you have never met. You do this and it'll solve almost every single problem in your life. I saw this clip from this guy who was like, it was very similar to that TikTok, but this was a YouTube clip. And he was like, oh, I'm 52 years old, I'm gonna die soon. And the guy sitting next to him was like, he wasn't even disgusted the way that the girl was in the TikTok, but he was angry. He was angry at him. He was like, bro, don't say that. What do you mean don't say that? That's what he said that because he felt like saying it. And it's just two different reactions to the same sort of sentiment. And it's like these people can't grasp the concept that maybe the way you've been thinking is just conforming like sheep. Maybe this prevailing idea that a longer life is an absolute good, that there's nothing wrong with it at all, and that everyone else should be sacrificed for the sake of longevity, maybe that idea that's ingrained into our heads by society since birth isn't all that it's made out to be. I'm gonna set another timer, hold up. So yeah, people are fearful, and fear is the enemy. I don't fear disease, okay? So when people told me I'm a terrible person because I wanted to travel around in 2020, I saw that coming. They're afraid of disease. And if we aren't afraid of the same things, then we'll see each other as enemies. And the most common fear, the fear of death, is the largest driving force that drives people to be the most extreme when deciding their enemies. And it's also what drives people to give up on living a full life. They choose to let go of living a full life just so they can run away from death, even though they're running away from a thing that will absolutely happen. People think that being afraid of dying will give them some sense of urgency in life to do the things that they want to do. It won't. Running away from death is the same thing as running away from life. It's not chasing life. Death is a part of life. You can't chase one without chasing the other. You learn to live with it. If you want a sense of urgency, you learn to love life. And loving life also comes with the contingency that you have to love death as well. NASCAR, for example, was the second most watched sport in America at one point. And people died. People died in NASCAR. And they said, no, we can't have that. Make it more safe. Even though all the NASCAR racers, they hate what it's become. They prefer that sport where people die. But now we have people telling them, no, you don't get to live your life. We decide how you're going to live your life. There's no live and let live going on. It's the majority saying, we're scared that these people are not scared of putting their own lives in danger. So now they put restrictor plates on the cars. Everybody hates it. And now those same people who wanted to make NASCAR more safe, nobody watches anymore. Those people, it's not that they're afraid of death. They're just fucking idiots is all they are. They know life is boring if there's no risk of death. They know that life without death is meaningless. But they perpetuate this idea over and over and over again because they let this stupid AI, remember the AI I was talking about earlier? They let that AI part of their brain, that NPC part of their brain, they let it win. And so they don't actually think. They don't think like a human being. The one thing that changed NASCAR, from the time it was a sports juggernaut to today, where the stands are empty in the biggest stands in the world, the one and only thing that changed was more safety was added. That's it. That's literally all it was. People might think they want more safety, and on the surface they might, because there's a stupid part of their brain, the AI part of their brain, that tells them they want more safety and they don't want to lose. But if there's no risk of losing, then winning has no meaning. And a smarter part of their brain, the deeper part of their brain, that actually is the part of their brain that deserves to live, knows this, and it goes, well, NASCAR's boring now. And I'm tired of pretending like we should prioritize safety over freedom, like we should prioritize rules over fun, or we should prioritize fear over love. And that guy from that video I was talking about earlier, that clip, the YouTube clip that I saw, in this video he was like, I'm gonna die soon. You know, if everything goes perfectly, I'll live to see 85 and then I'll die. And he's right. And the guy was like trying to comfort him. He's like, bro, shut up. Your life expectancy goes up every year. And like, think about what he said though. A life expectancy goes up every year. Where does it go up 1 year every year? We're not immortal. We will die. His point still stands. He's trying to make a point. He's trying to make a point that he will die. And in these people's heads, not only do they think that they need to eradicate the inevitable death from their thought process, they can't fathom the idea that someone else is strong enough to not be afraid of what they're afraid of, because it makes them feel like they're weak, which they are. So he tries to comfort him. He's like, bro, life expectancy goes up every year. And he can't comprehend the idea that he doesn't need to be comforted. The actual comforting idea is the fact that he will die. Unlike you, he's strong enough, mentally strong enough, to actually come to terms with his death. And that's actually part of the reason why people are so mentally ill, because they're mentally weak. So illnesses work. And the guy who accepted his death, he's stronger for it. That main guy, he was like, okay, fine, 90, whatever, as if it makes a difference. And then he goes on to say, the point that he was trying to make, he goes like, you know, I'll live to be 90, whatever. He's like, that girl you saw at the coffee shop, just fucking talk to her. And the other guy who like automatically assumed that the other guy was afraid of death because he was afraid of death, naturally he was hesitant. Of course, right? It's only natural. Of course, someone who's afraid of death is going to be afraid of living too. Death is a part of life. If you're scared of death, you're scared of life. And the second guy was like, oh, I don't know. I mean, like, maybe you shouldn't. And the main guy was like, why? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? She rejects you? Like, how many times have we heard the phrase, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take? Everyone will die, but not everyone will live. And if you don't chase life and death, you're as good as dead. Every single, bro, at least half the teachers that I've ever had have had that on the wall. Oh, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. But nobody I see follows that advice. Almost nobody that I see follows that advice. Like, if you're scared of that girl at the coffee shop rejecting you, bro, she's already rejected you. The rejection is done. You can go up to her and confirm it and change it maybe. But being afraid of rejection is not the reason to not approach a girl. She's already, you can consider yourself rejected by default. If you, on the other hand, let love guide your decisions, yeah, you run the risk of being rejected. But if you let fear guide your decisions and you go, oh my God, I have the fear of being rejected, you guarantee yourself being rejected because you'll never ask. But if you let love guide your decisions, maybe you won't be rejected. Maybe you'll actually make that shot. It's the same thing with death. As far as the world is concerned, you're already dead. If you aren't living a meaningful and fun life, you are pretty much dead. And your death is inevitable. So stop worrying about it. Maybe try living life for once. How do you do this, though? Well, we all know that you shouldn't be afraid of death. Everyone's aware that it's a waste of brain power, right? But how exactly do you accomplish this? I don't know. Actually, I think maybe it just comes with strength. Mental strength, inner strength. Obviously, I can't just like tell you stop being afraid of death and you go like, oh my God, why didn't I think of that? I think I don't know a solid, clear solution to it, except for like the vague solution of becoming stronger. Like the stronger you become, the more the words that I will say to you right now will actually you'll be able to take it to heart easier because you'll have the strength to mentally and physically do that. And when I say mental and physical strength, they aren't disconnected. You should take that into account as well. If you're building strength, mental and physical strength they're not even connected, they're the same thing. After a certain point of you being able to control your surroundings and yourself in particular, you realize that there's limits there and limits that you're incapable of crossing, and it humbles you. And you have to grieve and sort of accept the fact that some things will forever be out of your control. And I think this is a part of the process of growing up when you're chasing being stronger. I think this is also why the anime characters that resonate with young boys the most is the guys who go out seeking as much strength as they can. It's why even though it's why Netero from Hunter x Hunter is considered a hero, even though he's actually like a villain basically in the way that he acts. He's just a power-hungry like monster. I think it's why everyone, more power levels in Dragon Ball Z. People admire the other people who go out, well, at least the, men, in a colloquial way, admire the people who go out and seek more power. And I think that's because intrinsically we understand that on this journey of achieving more power, we reach a point where we are humbled. And that humbling that we receive from nature or from God or whatever you want to call it, I think that is an important step that makes it significantly easier to accept your mortality. So it's a thought. It's definitely a thought that I have, and it's not like a foolproof or anything. But I think accepting your death becomes a lot easier if you are strong, physically and mentally. And I know, like, it's very obvious. The science is clear on, like, the stronger you are, the easier it is to accept things, the easier it is to tolerate others, the easier it is to understand that it's not worth getting upset over, like, every little thing, like not sweating the small stuff. You don't dwell on things that you can't control. And I think that aside from all the scientific data backing this, from a philosophical perspective, if you are strong and you're smart enough to push yourself to be strong, you will eventually come to the logical conclusion, naturally, that death doesn't matter. It's something you don't have any control over, so why bother worrying about it? Actually, I got one more video. I got a playlist of videos, and I can share the playlist. There's a few more that I haven't shown, but I'll show one more for right now.
What advice would you give to your younger self?
Have more confidence. And it's because I didn't that I didn't risk things, and that's what you've got to do in life. Just risk everything, and there is no point living a life if you don't try things. And otherwise you're just a kind of scared person.
If you're watching this, fuck all the bullshit. Fuck your financial situation. Fuck what you got going on with your family, your friends. Fuck everything and everyone. Okay? Forget about the contribution, okay? Forget about my message of what I'm trying to do here, okay? If you take anything from what I'm saying, if you have something you want to do, Go do that thing. Leave this video. This video is useless. The rest of the stuff I'm going to talk about is other contributions that I've made. It's shit about me. Don't worry about it. Leave this video. Leave. You have something you want to do. Imagine yourself in the shoes of her, okay? Imagine what you'll be like when you're 50, 60, 70. Think about your 70-year-old self. I don't think she's 70. She seems a lot younger. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. She may be 70, but youth is a mindset. In her mind, she's a lot younger than that. Imagine yourself when you're 70 years old though. Your 70-year-old self is fucking jealous of what you are right now. How much energy you have. You can go to the gym and work out. You can change decisions that your 70-year-old self will look back and be like, wow, imagine how different my life would be right now if I had just started going to the gym back then. Imagine how different things would be. Like really, I want you to really think deeply about this. Pretend you're 70 years old and look back at all the stuff that you were able to do and be like, man, no knee pain, no back pain, none of, like, I'm able to like push myself to my limits. I'm able to grow. I'm able to learn all these new things. I'm able to like go out into the world and like actually take some risks. And like think about what that 70-year-old version of yourself would want you to do right now. And what you want to do, that thing that you're thinking about, right? No matter what it is, that goal that you have, chase that goal. If you're doing something that doesn't make you feel like you're chasing that goal, then immediately stop. Immediately stop it and don't do it. And chase that goal. Go do the thing. Do it. Whatever you're thinking about. Do it. Leave this video. And if you feel like coming back to this video later on, leave a timestamp in the comments from where you were last watching, and then maybe come back to it and check out the rest of the stuff I have to say. But where the fuck are my bullet points, bro? I had it here just now. Like, you should have left by now. You can go. And if you're a returning viewer, back after a long productive day of doing whatever the hell you got to do to achieve your goals, and now you just want to take a load off and relax a little bit, hear what I have to say, hear my voice, maybe, then welcome back. I'm on to the next thing. Okay, here. So, when I was 15, nothing profound, actually. This was around the time where I was losing my creativity. I obviously came up with some things, just like with everyone else. You always come up with some original thoughts, but nothing major. One of them was I came to a pretty common sense conclusion that currency should just be used as currency and not as a means of earning more currency. Like, having your money work for you is a myth. Having your money work for you just means that somebody else is doing the work that you use your money to set up. And now you're earning money off the backs of their work. But it's a negative sum game. Ultimately, it takes less labor out of the system and puts more money in. Also, the Fed should not be able to print this much money. It's absurd. It should be limited in printing like 1/100th of the money it's printing right now. Inflation is going crazy. I always thought that inflation was something that happened over a long period of time, that it's like it wouldn't even be noticeable. Well, it's noticeable, bro. It's not even like a 1% type of a year per year type inflation, like how everyone said. Nah, dude. Things that costed $200 like 10 years ago cost $1,200 now. Like, things haven't just doubled. Things have like 10x'd in price from when I was really, really little. I don't want to go into too much detail. I've already talked about this before. This is the whole appeal of cryptocurrency, in the beginning at least. Like, Bitcoin was so amazing because there was a limit on how many you could have in circulation in total. 26 million Bitcoins, or 2.6 quadrillion Satoshi, I believe, which actually seems a lot more reasonable if the whole world is going to use it. You know, if the whole world is going to be sending transactions all the time, you're probably going to want to start calling it Satoshi instead of Bitcoin. And I hate that it's turned into a market. I hate that people buy and sell cryptocurrency so that they can earn more dollars. Like they're buying Bitcoin now so that they can have $1 million 10 years from now. How about you buy Bitcoin now so that you can have Bitcoin 10 years from now? It's a superior method of interacting in trade. We need a stable, decentralized, and anonymous payment system. Currency exists for a reason. It's because as a society grows, you get a lot more luxuries, and finding someone to trade something with you, the exact same thing that you need, and having the exact same thing that they want is a real challenge. So it would be beneficial all around to have something that you all understood was valuable enough to separate out the trades and make sure everyone gets what they want. And boom, currency. And the fact that governments still don't take crypto payments, and the fact that they deviated from the gold standard, or the fact that I simply can't make bank accounts online anonymously or create like hierarchies of folders for bank accounts to store money in and send and receive money easily, and it's such a hassle to move money around because they want to use them for loaning them out to people. Even like you look at what these like other modern tech companies are able to do with their money, like Cash App or Novo and things like that. Like they're able to let you automate stuff like Mercury Bank and all that, and create usernames the way you would with like Venmo and stuff, and just send and receive money the way it should be. Trade, it's trade is what it is. So there needs to be a fucking payment system that is meant to make payments, all kinds of payments. Maybe make it a Chrome extension that can let me go onto websites. You know those paywall websites that require you to have a subscription for like $5 a month? But there's like so many of them. It's like, yeah, you could get that much value if you read all their articles, but I'm only going to read one of their articles. So maybe make a Chrome extension that could let me link my crypto wallet and pay like 1 penny's worth of crypto to bypass the paywall. And then make it convenient. This is the solution to all this craziness, by the way. This is how you make a very successful cryptocurrency. Have all these markets, sure, fine. But keep currency out of it. Currency is currency, right? Have the NFT market, fine. Markets are markets, currency is currency. Keep those as separate, please. Nothing revolutionary here. I mean, anyone with common sense will come to this conclusion. But if this is done, then people will stop seeing money as evil or even a necessary evil. They'll see it as a necessary good, as simply just a means for people to function efficiently and get what they want. It's probably this whole attitude is probably one of the biggest hindrances, if not the biggest, stopping the spread of the acceptance of capitalism. And probably this is also probably the roots of the issue driving all the other issues that push these dumbass kids to be anti-currency commies. You fix currency, all right? That's it. Currency is not bad. You have to fix currency. Well, people are turning currency into markets. Markets being bad or good, that's a different debate. But currency, there's nothing bad about currency. But there's definitely something bad about the way people are treating cryptocurrency right now. But if you want more on this one, then I think there's a Joe Rogan 490, either 480 or 490. Check out either one of those. But there's a crypto guy on it, and he talks about it pretty well. Next. When I was 16, I already went over this one in the beginning. Long story short, either the deepest part of our brain doesn't consider survival and procreation the top priorities of our lives, or the very core lizard brain can be rewired over time. Now, I've seen quite a few people get brainwashed in a matter of months from being completely normal people to being, you know, actual like sociopathic terrorists who want to kill Americans. Like look at what happened to H3H3. He's been brainwashed, and he'll shout off the rooftops that he wasn't. But it's very clear to see from an outside perspective he was brainwashed. It is not hard to brainwash people. You can literally do it remotely now. I mean, look at Hassan. He lives in a free society, and even he said America deserved 9/11. Like, people's minds are weak, including mine and yours. We're all susceptible of being brainwashed. In fact, we all probably have been brainwashed. These things are not difficult. I wrote an entire like short book on this that I've been told I can't really show to the public. But yeah, people use that book actually. It's about how to manipulate people. But I know this because I came up with a lot of these strategies on how to brainwash people. It is very, very easy. And so naturally, knowing this, one would assume that the core of our being can just change easily, right? Maybe survival and procreation are not the core of our being. I think it's a bit of both. I think ultimately the core of your being and everything else is actually just a scrambled mess of gray matter. Just a bunch of neurons overlapping and connecting, and that's just what neurons do, and it's just raw chemistry when you look at it from a different perspective. I think it's just too much overlap going on here to make any definitive statements like that. And I also suspect that there's a part of our core that cannot change, that is this part that's more prone to value the future of the prosperity of human society and our deservingness to survive, and the survival of the species over the survival of ourselves and procreation. If we didn't, then most people would be rapists, guys and girls, and most of them would rape. And the reason why people sacrifice others or larger society to save their own lives, sometimes I think it's because they feel like their life is more important to the future of the world than other lives. And I think a lot of times people self-sacrifice for the sake of society as well. And that's not trivial. That has to come into consideration as well. And I don't think there's anything wrong with either of these. Like, if it's you or me that's going to live, if we're locked in a cage together and we got to decide one of us can live, you or me, I'm going to do everything I can to come out on top. And you know what? I can't blame you for doing the same. Sometimes when people sacrifice others for themselves, it's simply because they view themselves as being beneficial and crucial for the future of humanity, which to a certain degree, we've all felt that. Trying to put it into words what the essence of our biological motives are is going to be a challenge. We can all agree that we want what's best for ourselves, right? And I think that's actually, like, if you are able to do that, like if you get locked in a cage with somebody else and you both have this idea that you are more important and they have the idea that they are more important, and that they deserve to live and you have the idea that you deserve to live, then whoever wins actually deserves to live. That's how you figure it out, because that means the person who won was stronger. And that is how humanity survived, through competition. I only posited in my contribution that we're not actually at the level of understanding that we could be with this subject. My only real contribution was that whatever people think of as the core of a lizard brain or whatever is not what people think it is. That we need to reconsider. That's really all I was saying. And by the way, I'm still at the stage in my life at that point. When I thought of this, I was still at that stage in my life where I'm not really thinking of anything like super profound. It's actually kind of outdated. The unconscious mind is a Freudian idea And even though more and more evidence comes out showing that he was very, very correct in practice, almost nobody in modern psychology actually respects him. Like, his ideas hurt the, like, little fragile feelings of the precious snowflakes, and psychology nowadays is so politically driven to, like, serve the DSM and doctors that they basically try to shut down every contribution that all of the greatest psychologists ever tried to make. Contributions that would essentially eliminate the need for others to help you if you educated yourself on them. Like Carl Jung, for example. When I started looking into Carl Jung in like 2017, 2018, I found out that he kind of described exactly what I was thinking, but just 150 years earlier. Or something like that. I don't know if it was, maybe it was 100 years, I don't know. If you want to know about more details, just look up Carl Jung Collective Unconscious. I don't think that that's like from a literal sense that's not right, but if you look at the world as if you set up your worldview that lines up with that, things work out pretty damn well, and things fall into place really easily. Especially when you incorporate, like, you consider modern gender conflict today, and you go, okay, let's really look into this. Let's isolate the mind of a pure feminine and a pure masculine. And you isolate these minds, and you say, okay, what is the individual all feminine mind? What is the individual all masculine mind? And then you say, what is the collective all feminine mind? What is the collective all masculine mind? And they actually end up being 4 different answers. And when you throw them all together in society, they all tend to share the same, like, design. Like, they settle, they organize, they consume, they share, they categorize, they teach, and they do all this to shape the next generation of humans. And men, when isolated from women, also have some shared, unspoken, untaught motives straight from nature that manifest. Like, to explore and to risk your life. And everyone does this. Females do this. Everyone does this. But it manifests in a much, much deeper way, in a much more extreme way, when you isolate. And, like, men love to... I shouldn't even say men, because this is like boys. Like, little boys experience this more than men do. Like, boys love to play games. They enjoy them greatly. They like to compete. They like to fight. They like to... I could say men. I should say men. Boys sounds wrong, and I'm an adult, and I shouldn't even be saying that word, because that's like a bad word when you're an adult. Because people will just keep an eye on you after you say a word like that. And besides, men don't change. We're still the same that we were when we were kids. But yeah, we fight, we wrestle, we have competitions, we search for meaning, and we commit suicide when no meaning is found. We like to run away from the safe, sanitized environments so that we can start at a harsher, more difficult point, so that we can experience the journey of reaching that safer environment. And now we've reached a line that I cannot cross without getting banned, because this is where it gets controversial. Because people can take what I'm saying and they can apply them to nation borders. They can apply them to consumerism and crime rates and gender roles. And I'll get banned if I go any further. I might get banned for what I already said. I'm not ready to get banned just yet, so I think I'll hold off. But I think Freud was technically more accurate in his idea that, like, the consciousness is a unique and individual thing, but it can be interpreted to be a collective. And I think that, like, due to the natural properties of our deep desires, plus social dynamic and our environment and like structure, and how our decision making changes when we're in social settings, something like a collective unconscious is a better way to look at the world, in my opinion. I think it's more true in a metaphorical sense, even though the more technically accurate way to look at it would be it's an individual flow chart that resembles everyone else's natural flow charts. So like, other people have thought of this before, by the way. I'm not the first. It's not like a super profound. I just thought I was the first when I thought of this. If you want to know my actual thoughts on this, like my controversial, very controversial, like if you want to know, like my contribution was that there's more to be learned, that there's something else going on here. I have a theory about what I think is going on here, about what it is that is the core of humans. And if you really want to know what I think is the core command that humans are born with, that nature gives us, then I'm going to need some assurances that I won't get banned for saying it, because there is a high likelihood of it happening. If I get 1,000 subs on Twitch, that's $2.5 grand a month. If I get 1,000 subs on Twitch, I'll tell you guys. Okay. Next is, okay, so when I was 17, and this is this stage in my life where my creativity's gone. I've hints of it here and there, but it's not at all what it should be. So I basically, this is the only thing I have written down from when I was 17. I thought up of this ideal way to optimistically make decisions, and have a good perspective from which to view things. And I have tried to explain it to people, and it's very difficult for me to explain it. So I don't know if I'm the best explainer, but I think it's a good idea. And that's to be selfish to help others. And let me elaborate. Most people, when I explain this to them, I have to tell them something like, oh, be selfish and don't be stupid. But that's like mean. It's patronizing. I don't think people who watch me, however, are stupid. So I'm not going to rephrase it like that. I'm going to rephrase it like, I don't think people who will end up watching me are stupid, however. So I'm not going to phrase it like that. I'm going to phrase it in the way that it's supposed to be phrased, which is be selfish in the long term, which roughly translates to, if you can turn down one marshmallow right now for 3 marshmallows in 5 minutes, turn down the 1 marshmallow right now, because you're being more selfish, but you're just not going for immediate pleasure. You be selfish, but you don't be stupid, okay? And this gets broken so often, and every single time it always leads to their downfall. Like in business, for example, let's say I have an accountant who conspires with another company to funnel my assets out of my company into theirs. Yeah, they're being selfish, right? But they're also being stupid, because they're doing that in my company. And if I was a successful businessman, I would have a system of checks and balances, and they would get caught. And they would have to forfeit everything. They would lose a lot more as well. The company that they were conspiring with, they would have to forfeit everything, and I would get all my money back. They'd lose everything. They'd end up incarcerated. And I like to imagine in this hypothetical situation a bit of sadistic, like, oh, this accountant won't be able to see their children for the next 10 years and things like that. And nobody's going to hire them, and I'm going to spread the word on how untrustworthy they are. And just out of spite, out of like a natural desire for revenge. It's this like irrational thing. But I believe that this sort of attitude actually helps the species as a whole, to let other people know, to get back at people when they hurt you. And really, what kind of employer would hire them after that? What kind of captain would add someone to their ship who they know has committed mutiny before? Now tell me, how is that selfish? Like on their part, how is that selfish? If that accountant wanted what was best for themselves, why the hell would they break the rules of which they know they're going to get punished for? You want to be selfish? Don't be stupid like that. You be selfish in the long term, because that's actually the antidote to crony capitalism, by the way. People don't think in the long term, and that's the problem. But everyone knows how important it is to cut back on putting harmful waste in the environment, and everyone knows how helpful it is in the long term to have a presence of immense biodiversity, and how a biodiverse landscape actually improves the economy drastically. Yet they're so focused on the short-term gains that they sacrifice the long-term gains, and in the end, it actually hurts them. Like, that's not selfish. You're setting yourself up for failure. That's just stupidity. Before you pop a pill and think about, like, yeah, this will take the pain away for 2 hours, what about the consequences 2 weeks from now, 2 months, 2 years from now? When you do everything your parents tell you, you go to college because they tell you, you follow a career path because they tell you to follow it, you're avoiding the pain of them disowning you in the short term, but you're screwing over your life in the long term. You apply this with food, with girls, with hobbies, getting good at skills like sports, language, school, business, making friends, work, political views, travel, fashion, education, exercise, drugs, privacy, hygiene, everything. You can apply this to everything in your life. Everyone always thinks that being selfish is wrong. Selfishness is such a bad word. They got the wrong idea. Being selfish is the correct way to live life. Let's say let's take capitalism for example, okay? A lot of people criticize capitalism because they think that you make money by taking advantage of your customers. But in a perfect world, which we don't live in a perfect world, and this capitalism that we live in right now is not it's not ideal, and I don't think it ever can be ideal, but in an ideal world, let's say, if I were to make trash products and market them really well, I'm not being selfish, I'm being stupid. Or at least I'm not good at being selfish. Because once word gets around that my products suck, nobody's going to buy them anymore. It'll ruin my reputation. And nobody will ever buy products from me ever again, even if they're good products, because I betrayed their trust. So if I was truly selfish and I was smart about it, I would make a better product. A product that would actually convince people that it's worth buying and that they would be proud of buying. So that way word would get around that they can trust the things that I buy, that I sell. And so that way they'd buy my next product and then my next one after that. And I'd keep building on it. So by helping myself, I end up helping others. And that's the game that we would play in this capitalist society. So people who don't know any better, who can't think this way, actually, they just go like, oh, capitalism bad. It's not even that they don't think, they just don't ever bother to think. They just go, capitalism bad. Like, these people don't actually stop to consider, wait, what's the problems with society? And is that coming from this kind of capitalism, this free market, or is that coming from something else? Like, people think to themselves, oh yeah, what about if the company doesn't let you compete? What if they have the copyrights and the proprietary code or patents, formulas and all that stuff? Buddy, that's not capitalism, that's communism. Like, that's more communist than that's not communism, but it's government interference. If somebody has a patent on something, if I start a company and it's truly free market, the government should not be able to say, hey, you can't do that. I'll just do it. Nothing's stopping me. Copyright, all the problems that are associated with capitalism don't actually come from they come from socialism and communism and all that, from those ideologies. If people aren't able to compete with like Apple, which they can't, and that's not because Apple controls the market, but that's because government restricts everyone from making products using Apple's OS. They restrict people from repairing iPhones. They restrict people from using Apple's patents. The further The further deeper you go into capitalism, the less the government has a say in what the people can do. It's all about laissez-faire, it's free market. Everything bad associated with capitalism, like copyright abuse on YouTube and companies owning monopolistic patents and hiking up the prices of things like medicine, forcing people to have car insurance, health insurance companies basically scamming people. That's all government intervention. If the government wasn't involved, then I can make insulin, the same exact insulin formula, and I could sell it for literally 1% of the price it's being sold for right now. And I would get more sales because these people who control the market are backed by government. That's not capitalism. That's what I would do. I would compete, but I'm prevented from competing by the government. And what I would do is selfish. By manufacturing this insulin and selling it, I would be helping myself. But no, the government doesn't let me be selfish because, oh, it's bad to be selfish. And it's led to the system of crony capitalism and bribery. Because people will be selfish no matter what. And when people restrict other people from also being selfish, it results in corruption. When people are not on the same page, when the jurisdiction of intent falls into the wrong hands. And that's how you get government-backed monopolies. And it doesn't help that those that are at the top right now, those guys, they think it actually helps them, but it really doesn't. They think it hurts others and helps them. They think that they're a part of this crony capitalism and that this is for their own personal gain. Sometimes they'll steal value from others to increase their own value. That's not the case. They're stealing value from others and they're destroying it, and they're not getting any of the value themselves. It's almost always these people at the top, they end up shooting themselves in the foot so that they can shoot somebody else in the face. How about just not shoot anything at all? I've talked about this quite a bit on some other streams. This was just a brief rundown of it. Life is a game. You treat it as such and you'll have fun. And if you're playing this game and you keep doing side missions and that you're putting off the main mission, that makes things boring. You should change your strategy. Like in Zelda, if you're too afraid to lose your gear so you don't engage in any combat and you don't use any of that gear to begin with, then you won't enjoy the game. And you'll end the game having a bunch of gear that you never got to use, and you'll have less fun. This is the problem with money hoarders. Nobody gets mad when a soccer player tries to score more points, right? That's selfish though. Scoring more points, as long as they do it in a way that makes them better, nobody cares. We root for those people. If you see someone scoring and scoring and scoring without a goalie, however, just playing alone, kicking the ball in the net, you look at them like, that's kind of pathetic, playing without a goalie, playing without an opposing team. And then if you see somebody playing with a goalie and they're playing against an obstacle and they overcome this incredible feat, we love it, we cheer for it, and they love it too. But what's not selfish about that? They want the goal. They want it for themselves and they achieve it, and we love it. You treat capitalism this way, you treat life this way. Like a game. What happens if you cheat in soccer? Well, when you get to uni, you're gonna be demolished, because if you haven't practiced at all the way soccer is supposed to be played with the rules, and you cheat so you don't end up getting better, you don't end up having that self-improvement, then you're gonna get crushed. So how is cheating selfish? Cheating is stupid. If you're selfish in the long term, then the best way to earn value for yourself is by helping others around you. You give them stuff they want. That way they give you stuff you want. So this is my philosophy. Be selfish in the long term. It helps yourself and it helps everyone around you as well, and you don't have to feel guilty about having a totally normal motivation or natural desires of a normal functioning human being. This one isn't even a contribution. It's just a mediocre half quote. Like I said, I didn't have that much creativity back then, around this time. I believe it was actually Benjamin Franklin who said, if villains learned how effective virtue was, they would all become virtuous out of villainy. So yeah, there's a quote to explain what I explained, but a million times better. And it's done way before me. Actually, there's this video right here. Look. See this? I'm not gonna play it right now, but for the sake of time, I'm not gonna bother with that. But if you want to look more into it, you can watch this, and then you can go down the rabbit hole of whatever shows up. Okay, I'm trying to get this done. So, when I was 18, I was in serious writer's block, okay? Big time writer's block. Nevertheless, I did do some brainstorming on like random things, like the definition of intelligence and just things here and there. I've already talked about a lot of the stuff from when I was 18 though. When I was 19, I got my creativity back. Like my original creativity plus a whole lot more. The amount of contributions I made when I was 19, dude, I wouldn't even know where to start. I can't go through all of them. There's no way. Actually, I think I know where to start. This is my contribution when I was 19, okay? And it's how to get your creativity back, how to be creative. This is something that so many people want to know, and I have a formula for it. Like I have a step-by-step guide on how to get your creativity back. Not like how to be creative in the moment, but how to literally get it back so that when you're in any situation, you can be more creative always. And this might seem counterintuitive at first when I say it, but let me elaborate, okay? The 3 things that I attribute to me being able to be creative is ignorance, boredom, and limiting myself. Actually, for like half the people, for like, let's say like the bottom 50% of people in intelligence, I don't say ignorance. Ignorance comes with some implications. I say acting without thinking. And it makes more sense when I say that with less explanation, but I'll explain how ignorance is actually the correct word and it's more accurate. I'll explain both. So let me tell you a story, okay? I told this story before, I think, but I'll say it again. So one day, I think it was in like September of 2019, my brother Furhaz was constantly trying to make improvements, like many little improvements to his music studio. And now at this point, for about like 6 months, he had been wanting to replace his flooring from carpet to wood or like vinyl or tile or something. I don't know why. I mean, carpet is more comfy for your feet to just like sink your toes in. But whatever, man, you do what you want. So I was helping him. And I've always tried to make it a priority to assist him in stuff like this. Like, fulfill managerial duties without actually being his manager. So at this point, it was like, I've seen what his laziness is capable of. So I'm like, I'll do all the work. I literally told him, I'm like, I'll go to Home Depot today and bring you a bunch of wood samples so that you can just choose from them. And he's like, no. I'll pick out the wood for myself. And I'm like, okay. Next day I go to him, I ask him, I do put these things in my notes. I go to him, I'm like, did you pick out a wood? No. Next day? No. The day after that? Afra, stop asking me every day, I'll get to it. Okay, fine. I wait a week and I ask him, did you pick out a wood? No, not yet. I keep asking. 1 month goes by. 2 months go by. And finally he gets fed up and he goes like, I'll pick it out soon, okay? And I go like, set a deadline, okay? It's just to pick something. You're not even spending any money yet. This is like, you want to be this like big and famous person within a year, yet you can't even take 2 months to decide on something that is like 0.0001% of the work to do to end up in your goal. Like you think it's like a status, it's like a progress bar. You want to reach the end of the progress bar after a year, yet it takes you 2 months to put 1 pixel in there. You think you're going to reach the end of the progress bar by the end of that? You want to be this big successful mission? You think you can even do it in your lifetime? Because at the rate you're going, you'll never be successful with this lazy work ethic. And I told him, I'm like, do it by tomorrow. At least set a deadline for it. And he goes like, okay, I'll pick it. And I go to him the next day, and I ask him, and he's like, oh, I've narrowed it down to 8 options. And then I go to him the next day, and he's like, I've narrowed it down to 4 options. I go to him the next day, I've narrowed it down to 2 options. The next day, he's like, I've decided what I want. I'll go to Lowe's, and I'll talk to them within a week. Within a week? Fine, whatever. 1 week goes by. 2 weeks go by. 1 month goes by. 2 months go by. I get so fed up. I ask him, I'm like, did you even pick a wood? And he goes, never mind, I'll keep the carpet. But really, I had a suspicion that he was just being lazy and he actually didn't want to keep the carpet. And that he was lying when he said he wanted to keep the carpet. And my suspicion was confirmed later on that year, or not that year, a year after that, because when the place got flooded and my parents were replacing the flooring, and this was right after coronavirus popped off, my brother said he wanted wood flooring. So my parents put it in, not my brother. My parents did it. This dude would never do things. He would just wait for things to happen to him. People like to talk about how they want to do big things, how they can visualize themselves like in 2 years running the game, but they can't visualize themselves doing a simple thing tomorrow. They can't visualize the steps to get to that point. Because if they did start to put things in a step-by-step order and break things down and say, okay, if I want to achieve being a billionaire in 5 years, that means I have to make $200 million per year. And that means I have to make, like, I don't know what, 15 million or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Like 15 million a year or something, 15 million a month or something. So how the hell am I going to end up making all this money every single day? They never break it down, but you ask these people and they'll say, yeah, I can be a billionaire in 5 years. But they never break it down. If they did, they'd go like, shit, well, how can I make $500,000 tomorrow? Oh, yeah, no way. If they broke it down, they'd realize how stupid what they're saying actually is. But they don't do that. They don't think about it. And I think they don't do it because there's a part of them that's insecure that tells them not to think about it. Because if they did, they'd realize how lazy they actually are. And I think the solution to this is not necessarily to think about it. I think it's to stop thinking. I think it's to stop thinking and just do it. Like, what happens if he fails? In his scenario, what's the worst case scenario if he fails? Worst possible outcome? Okay, he loses a little bit of money, not even his dad's money, and gets a new kind of flooring that a lot of people would like because Home Depot and Lowe's don't even sell flooring that everyone hates. You can, like, let's say he fucks up so badly and he gets, like, I don't know, tile flooring or something. I don't know, just an example. Who cares? Like, actually, who cares? Just fucking do it. Stop thinking and just act. But if we're talking about bringing out our creativity, does this actually do it? Does this make you more creative? You see, in my opinion, creativity needs to be built up. It's a habit. It's a way of thinking. And you need to build that habit. And slowly, little by little, doing these things one at a time, acting without thinking, that will bring out the creativity naturally in the things that you end up doing. It's not a creative way to be creative in the moment, but it's a way to build up that creativity. See, when I said acting without thinking, that's a lie. I just lied. That's a complete myth. You don't ever act without thinking. If you aren't thinking, you actually are. You just aren't aware that you're thinking. You're just trusting your unconscious mind to take over for you without actually being consciously aware of your thought process. And if you let your unconscious mind make decisions for you, eventually the failures and successes will incentivize and desensitize your mind to improve. It's a natural system within us, like the game structure. It's kind of like a deep machine deep learning neural network with like a built-in core command to enjoy games that comes straight from nature, and it doesn't need to be nurtured into existence. So by practicing this, yeah, you risk screwing up, you risk failing, but you can't go anywhere worth going if you aren't willing to stumble around and hit the walls and fall and hurt yourself on the path to get there. You don't think about it, you just do it. And you build the intuition. You trust that your unconscious will pick up on the patterns and figure out the right way to go about going there without continuously bumping into walls. You trust that your unconscious will learn to be more creative than your conscious. And that's why the prefrontal cortex is basically inactive when people are freestyling, because being creative isn't something you can really put all that much effort into and not have diminishing returns, severe diminishing returns quickly. It's a natural thing. It's an effortless habit. People always say, oh, it's so hard to be creative. They're right. Trying to force creativity is nearly impossible. It's a habit that you build up. And they're absolutely right when they say, oh, some people are able to do it so effortlessly. Yes, it's an effortless task. And it's not even a task. The best way I can describe creativity is it's not a task. It's not a mission. It's a habit. It's a state of mind. It's something you can get good at and build up over time. They've done brain scans on people in flow state, like how I said with people freestyling. They don't actually consciously think about it all that much. They're not making decisions. They just train their animal brain to do it better. And the animal brain, with its infinite adaptability and godlike learning ability, learns to freestyle naturally using the same level of effort that it takes to, stay inside road lanes or type on a keyboard or like speak a language or ride a bike. Like you build these habits of making your unconscious mind a better decision maker, a more creative decision maker. And the best way to do it, well, one of the ways to do it, actually no, the best way is to act without necessarily thinking. You just do. But there was another problem with Farhaz. He would always be on a screen of some kind. He'd get drunk, he'd get high, he'd spend a lot of time on Twitter or on Instagram. And this was around that same time. And by this time, I had already got my creativity back. I'd had it back for a while. And I had suspicions of what did it. Like I had stopped watching all movies and TV shows, and I think that may have helped. I started eating more salt. That's a change I made in my life that I've seen have an extremely strong correlation with my creativity, but I don't know if there's any causation there at all. So I'm not going to make any conclusions. I think I started waking up with the sunlight rather than an alarm. I completely abandoned using an alarm. Different things. I threw stuff at the wall and saw what stuck. And I got my boost in creativity in February of 2019. So it was around that time. It was in between January of 2019 and March of 2019. And it sort of gradually grew throughout that time until it was at its peak for the whole year. And around September of 2019, I was still in that phase where I literally couldn't operate regularly because I was constantly thinking of so many new ideas. Like I would write them all down, and because I could only type at like 60 words a minute, I would literally be losing like $1 million ideas as I was writing them because my typing speed couldn't keep up. Like I'd think of 3 ideas, write one down, and lose the other 2. I've lost billions of dollars worth of ideas in the shower. And I didn't even have any control over it. For like that whole year, ideas just came to me involuntarily. 2019 was a fever dream year of my life. I had no control over it. So I had an idea in my head as to what was giving me this creativity, but I wasn't 100% sure. And I'm actually still 100% sure. I have good guesses. I can make an inference, but nothing definitive. So with this whole like redesigning his studio, right? This was a part of that. And he wanted to replace the ceiling fan with some kind of fixture, maybe like a light fixture or something, maybe a sound diffuser. So we're sitting at a table, and I think of some ideas. It just came to me. As it usually does. It's effortless. I didn't do anything for it. I didn't make an attempt to think of ideas. He just mentioned he wanted to make a light fixture, and I just thought of a bunch of ideas. And I look at them now, and they retroactively, like, they all follow design principles of like balance and unity. Yet at the same time, they're so novel that I've literally never seen them done in a studio or anything even like them. And that shit would be so out of the way for people who didn't want to be distracted, but for people who looked up and took a long look at it, it would feel like they're in another dimension. And you know what? It was also easy to make. Like, I could have made it myself with blocks of wood. And it was next level, dude, my designs. They defied depth perception. It was going to incorporate like Vanta black or like Muswo black now. I'm not saying exactly what it was because I still think it's a really good idea and I want to actually put it in somebody's studio. If my brother's going to be lazy and not do anything about it, I want somebody to have it. So I think of these ideas, and one idea in particular, and it takes me a second. And it also incorporates lighting, and it hides the LED strips, it hides the bulbs, it hides the electrical outlet, and you can even hook up a wireless router with umbrella Wi-Fi, and it would hide that too. And I think of this, and a few more ideas. Literally, it's not even that it takes any effort. It's not even that I'm thinking it. It's like I'm a power limiter. It's like there's some other being inside of me that has all these ideas already generated, and whenever it feels like creating ideas, it just does it. And I'm the bottleneck of it. I'm the bottleneck of this bottle of ideas. That's the way I can describe it. I am the bottleneck of this bottle of ideas. And sometimes I can, not always, but sometimes I can pry open the cap of the bottle and reach into it and take some ideas. Sometimes it was rare, it was difficult. It was like, if I wanted to generate ideas for something, I don't actually need to do it. I would just open my mind and let it flow. And my head would just be populated with ideas. I didn't even need a train of thought. I didn't need any inspiration or anything like that. That shit was unreal, dude. I don't have that now. I have a tiny portion of it. A little bit of it still remains. And sometimes I get something out of it. Like once every couple months or so. But it's not like it used to be. So we're considering, okay, what kind of thing would we want on the ceiling? So he goes on his phone and he goes on Google Images and looks up music studio ceilings just to get some ideas. And I yell at him. I literally yell. Like, I cannot stress to you enough. It was like the people around us were like freaked out. It was like shocking. I go like, hey, stop, don't look at that. And remember, I had an idea as to what was making me so creative, but I didn't realize, I didn't know fully, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Like, I don't know why I told him to stop, but I did. It was just natural for me. I wasn't even in control. And I don't even know why I was so angry with him. It was just a gut feeling to like be angry at what he was doing. And I know now. I have a good guess now. I can't know for sure, but I have a good guess as to what it was now. It was like I think again, I'm not sure. I think my thought process was that if he can't fill his head with ideas, in the short term, it'll give him tunnel vision. In the medium term, it'll kill his creativity. And in the long term, it'll ruin his life. And he asked me why he shouldn't look at Google Images. And I couldn't explain it back then. I didn't know why myself. I just knew that was wrong. But I told him, I was like, try to think of something yourself. Try to think of an original idea. And he was like, I can't. And I understood. Like, I've been there. Like, where do I even start, right? Creativity is not something you build overnight. Rome wasn't built in a day. I remember what that's like, you know, to not be able to think of anything vividly. I had writer's block. I remember the pain of writer's block. I cried in front of Faraz thinking about writer's block, talking about him with it. So I tell him, I'm like, I know what you're saying, but just try it. And we try for like an hour. I put a piece of paper and a pencil in front of him, tell him like, just draw something, just to try. And for literally like an hour of like painstaking effort, he wasn't putting in much effort, but on my part, it was painstaking effort. He couldn't think of anything. And I remember he was getting really upset about it. And if you ask me, he should have been way more upset. He should have tried way harder, and he should have gotten upset to the point where he cried. Because crying makes you grow stronger, and it makes you realize that something needs to change. But he didn't want to. He didn't care all that much. And then, like after that hour, he just went back to relying on Google Images. Now think about exactly what he did. He went back to relying on Google Images. For what exactly? Not for an idea, not so he can think, but so Google Images can think for him. Machines are doing the jobs of humans. They're doing the jobs of our minds. Some of these jobs should be done by machines, in my opinion. All accountants should be out of the job in the next few years if their employers have any common sense. But some jobs that are actually fun, you know, the ones that require thinking, they're also being replaced. But you can counter this in your life if you just think for yourself and you don't let the machine think for you. And that's what technology does. It does the jobs for you. It thinks for you. And the way to know if a certain technology is good or not is to look at it like this. Does the technology replace a job that people enjoy? Like cars replace long-term transportation, right? Fantastic technology. Some cars do a thing that we cannot do in real life. So I think it's a great technology. I like it. But Google Image, the way it's used, sometimes it's great. Sometimes, however, people use Google Images for inspiration and for replacing your creativity and your need to think about original, cool visuals. Listen, for some people this might be good, okay? But for me, I like to keep my brain creative. I want to do this myself. When you start looking at the world like this, you start realizing that getting high and drunk and doing all these things should only be done rarely, if ever, because it does the job that your brain should already be doing. It also doesn't take long until people, you know, when I talk to them, for them to realize that like CNN and Fox and NBC, they do the job for you that you should be doing, which is something very, very crucial that you need to be doing yourself, which is developing a perception of the world. It's developing your worldview. You watch any of these and you don't need to develop a worldview. That job will be done for you. All of these technologies replace something that your brain either should be doing or could be doing. And the worst one of them all is social media, because it replaces probably the most vital aspect of your brain, your function to think. Spend time on social media if you want your thinking to be done for you. And if you spend enough time on it, you'll forget how to think freely altogether. Cryptography, in my opinion, is a great technology. So is video editing and animation and Photoshop. Fuck it, bro. The Kanye West stem player, which I believe is a ripoff of the open source software Splitter. But regardless, that shit's amazing. I think video games, depending on the game, there's good games like first 3 Halo games and Reach as well. Reach was a bit ambitious though. Mario Sunshine, Ocarina of Time, Minecraft. You know the drill. You know how it goes. And then there's bad games like Fortnite, most new Roblox games, all EA games, pretty much all of them, with few exceptions. Almost all mobile games, Raid Shadow Legends, League of Legends, Actually, I think as much hate as League of Legends gets, I think League of Legends is actually not the worst of. I think League of Legends actually is good for some people. I think it's on the fence for some people, good for a few, bad for most, bad for 99% of the people that play it. Actually, that's not even like it's not a controversial take or anything. I think people know that. I think some people who are like exceptional League of Legends players, like I'd never tell Faker like, hey, stop playing League of Legends, bro. Like, nah, that's his calling. And even the League of Legends is so clowned on because even though people know that, even though people know how bad of a game it is, they still play it. But with these other games, you can convince them and they stop playing it a lot of the time. League of Legends is just super addicting. And just like what I was saying before, the creativity comes from building habits. After like years of going like, I need to be creative and convincing your brain that it needs to be creative and forcing your brain to actually work on these things, you're going to have a few failures in the beginning because your brain won't be able to do it. But after enough time of telling your brain, hey, this is a skill you need to have, your brain will respond. It'll go like, all right, rev up those novel unused connections. And then you go on social media to like think of jokes and stuff, and your brain will go like, wait, we don't need to do the thinking. There's something here doing it for us. We can relax. We can take it easy. We don't need to go through that effort. This false alarm. I don't know why you were saying that we have to come up with jokes on our own. We can just take the jokes from social media and laugh in our own head because of it. So what's the big deal? Thinking is overrated if there's this thing that can think for us. And after building a habit of letting these things into your life that think for you, eventually, slowly, but eventually, you'll forget altogether how to think. Completely. And this works the other way around as well. After a long time of cutting these things out of your life and forcing your brain to think, to do all the creative parts for you, you'll eventually pick it back up and be a natural again. So, how do you develop this habit? Acting without thinking is one of them. But my thing that I like to teach people, that's a obvious one when you really think about it. But my thing that I like to really teach people is boredom. You see, boredom is painful. And we need to do something to ease our boredom. We need something interesting to do, which is why almost nobody's actually going to watch this thing all the way through. We need something entertaining. We need something to keep us stimulated. What happens when you have nothing to do and you're bored? You explore your surroundings. You explore the world. You go on an adventure. You ride a bike. You walk through the woods. You learn to swim. You learn to speak another language. You learn to sculpt. You learn to identify plants. You learn to play a sport. You invent a new sport. All great things. A part of life is escaping boredom. It makes us feel good, but it's not easy. And it shouldn't be. There should be effort into escaping boredom, and escaping boredom in that process should lead you to better and better things. But what if that's how humans should naturally be in society? But what if I decided to give you an easy way to ease your boredom? You see, boredom is actually a very vital emotion that pushes us to do things with our time and be more productive. But what if I can make you feel productive without actually being productive? Well, you would probably use my method to ease your boredom and get nothing done and achieve nothing meaningful with your life, and you'd get addicted to it. And I would earn a whole lot of money because I can sell you this product that takes the boredom away. In a dystopian world, this is what happens. In a natural world with no technology, if you somehow managed to chase the boredom away, it meant you were doing something good. It meant you were exploring and learning something. But the brain does not know the difference between thoughts and experiences. What if I were to trick the brain into not being bored, but instead of getting those benefits from nature like you would be without technology, how about now you just get nothing? And instead, you become even more mentally weak. So that way, you come back to my solution to stop the boredom even more, because you get even bored even faster. It's like imagine if somebody made a chapstick for your lips, but it only made it temporarily smoother, and in the long term, that chapstick actually had some chemical in it that made your lips even more chapped. And you started taking it. Eventually, if you had any sense, you would stop taking it. But if you didn't know any better, and you got addicted to it, and you go, I have to keep it as smooth as possible, you would just keep taking it, not realizing it's doing long-term damage. If I can offer you this technology that does more long-term damage to you and makes you come back to my technology even more and more and more, and continues to do even more long-term damage to you, and I can make you addicted to it by easing your boredom, then I stand to make a lot of money. Guys, what are the most valuable companies in the world? Do I even need to say it? There's a saying, it's the day the iPhone came out is the day boredom died. And if you were, in public or at a restaurant or something before the iPhone, and it would be awkward or boring, you can't just put your head in your phone. No, they don't exist yet. You have to power through it. You have to face the boredom, and you have to do something. You have to stimulate yourself. You have to participate. You have to be social. You figure something out. You go somewhere else. You be productive with your time. Now you don't have to do that anymore. And that's a problem. You be bored. You ignore this and you say, I want to achieve greatness. I don't want to run away from boredom. I want to do the things that running away from boredom would have given me if this was a natural world without technology. But it's not that. And so I'm going to treat the world like it is that. And then I'm going to start from square one and be bored and value boredom and foster a love for boredom. YouTube is good at easing boredom. It has a very, very high scale. I think at its peak, however, if you look at each social media at their peaks, for the peak viewers, I think Instagram is even better at easing their boredom for the audience that is absolutely addicted to it. I think Twitter is even better than Instagram. I think Facebook is even better than Twitter. And I think TikTok is the king of them all. When you're tired of other social media, you're tired of watching YouTube videos, you go to TikTok. It is so far the most mechanically efficient way to ease your boredom in as little time as possible, and all with such a simple algorithm. Yet, by virtue of this, it's also the most effective way of wasting your time and your life away. And every single person I say that to tells me I'm right. Even if they're avid users of TikTok, they still tell me that they all know that they should have some boredom throughout their day. It's just easier said than done. It's an addiction. So how can you achieve these bits of boredom every day? Because boredom will force your brain to make new connections. It'll literally force you to be creative. You cut off the things in your life that make it easy for you to get rid of boredom. Boredom should be a difficult thing. If you force your brain to do the hard thing, it'll learn to do the hard thing in an easier way. So when you can get rid of boredom easily, no, you shouldn't have the option to do that. If you want to achieve greatness, that is. You should force your brain to figure out ways to ease boredom without technology, the way it was meant to, the way we're built, That's vague advice, right? You want practical advice? Okay, practical advice. I told you I was going to give you step-by-step. Practical advice: don't drink alcohol, don't smoke weed, don't snort coke, and don't pop pills. That's obvious. If you're not drinking alcohol and smoking weed, you're not doing any of the other stuff either, right? You know what I'm saying. Don't go down that path. Don't spend all your time sitting down in front of a screen or standing in front of a screen or just in front of a screen in general. Don't use a screen at least 2 to 3 hours before bed. Don't eat when you're bored. When you're bored, force yourself to just be bored and not eat and not find an easy way out. Don't spend any time anytime. The world has changed. So I would say don't spend all your time on social media. I would say limit yourself. Literally, there's timers that you can put in apps now. You can go on Android or iOS, and you can literally go to like the screen time section in your settings, like parental controls maybe or something. I'm not exactly sure where it is, but you'll find it if you look, and you can literally set things. I think for all social media apps, regardless of what they are, regardless of your job or any of that stuff, you should have time limits for it. Don't have contacts in your phone that you don't talk to on a regular basis. You clear your mind. This is another part of having this thing. You clear your mind. You clear the clutter of all these other things that you're not involved with. Don't have apps on your phone that you don't use on a regular basis. If you play a video game on your phone once every month or so, once every week, delete it. It's not worth it. It's not worth your time. It's not worth remembering that video game in the back of your mind. That's space in your brain being taken up by something that's useless that can be put towards something more valuable. Don't play bad video games, which is at this point most video games that are made today. And you know what I mean by a bad video game. You guys all know what I'm talking about. Don't gamble. It's a big one. It's a huge one. Don't watch porn. Like, I'm talking complete dopamine detox. These are things that everyone knows. Don't watch porn. Like, who doesn't know that? Every single person that watches porn, find one of them that says, yeah, no, I think it's a healthy thing that I watch porn. Nobody's gonna say that. They all know they shouldn't. Delete TikTok as a whole, I think. I think TikTok, the entire app is toxic. Is TikToxic. Don't use your phone laying on the bed before or after you sleep. You should be getting a good sleep. Sleep is, everyone talks about how underrated sleep is. To put it simply, if you're ruining your sleep, you're ruining your life. Okay. If you do other things on your bed, you shouldn't be doing anything on your bed anyways other than sleeping. And now some people have a lot more self-control, so they can deal with this and they can say, okay, I'm going to go to sleep earlier and do all this stuff. But for people who have trouble sleeping, which is most people, you should really understand that your body can be conditioned, and that, like, you know how whenever you enter the bathroom, you automatically feel like you need to use the restroom? That's because your body's conditioned that when you feel the cold air, when you feel that door close, when you hear the door close, when you hear the atmosphere, when your feet step on the tile or whatever it is, right? All of these things tell your body, oh, I'm going to use the restroom now. And over time, you've conditioned your body to think that. So now whenever you step in the bathroom, even if you don't want to, even if you're going in just to brush or shower, you feel like using the restroom if you can, you know? So you can condition your body to do the same thing in any situation, including sleeping. If you intentionally say, like, a lot of people sit on their bed and work on their laptop. A lot of people lay on their bed after they wake up and, they'll look at their phones. A lot of people lay on their beds to talk to other people on FaceTime, or they sit on their bed to think, or they sit on their bed while they're eating food out of their lap and things like that. Don't do any of that. Don't touch your bed unless it is to sleep. And it's going to be very painful at first. You're going to be laying there for hours probably. I know I did. And you're going to be laying there for hours not being able to sleep, and you're going to be like, this sucks. Give it a few weeks. A few weeks is all it takes. That's nothing in the grand scheme of things. Give it a few weeks, and eventually your brain will pick up on the pattern, and it'll go, okay, we're on this bed. This feeling that we have right here, we can be pretty sure now that while we're on this feeling, nothing else is going to happen. So we might as well sleep. I mean, we're pretty safe. There's nothing else that can happen. So let's go to sleep. And eventually you will condition your brain to associate the bed with sleep and nothing else. If you choose to not do anything else on the bed. And that will allow you to fall asleep, not instantly, but very, very quickly. And you know what? In some cases, instantly, depending on how tired you are. But yeah, you don't use your bed for anything else. Even if you just want to rest. Yeah, I just want to lay down for a little bit, like 30 seconds. I was doing a hard workout. I'll lay down and nope. Lay down on the floor. Lay back in your chair. Lay on the couch, not on your bed. Condition your body to associate your bed with sleep and only sleep. And I think they did a huge practical piece of advice I can give you to get your creativity back. It opens up your mind, and I don't you don't need me to tell you this. You can look for yourself. There's a million things backing up the fact that good sleep is good for the mind. So yeah, don't. I also this is a bit of a controversial one, but I think don't listen to music while doing boring tasks like studying. Don't let your mind just run like or not run. Let your mind run, but don't let your mind um be dragged along by this other thing so that you don't have to spend time confronting the boringness of whatever you're doing. You should be bored. You should make it difficult for yourself. Go through that pain. Um, and this is one that you do at your own discretion because you know what you have to do. Like you all know that what you need to do to improve your life, right? I listen to the music while I'm at the gym. It keeps my mind off of the fact that I'm in pain. So I think there's a trade-off that you can make, and I think if you're listening to music while doing some boring things, even if you may come to the conclusion that it might cause harm, it may not cause that much harm, and you might go like, it's worth the trade-off to enjoy some extra music to have a little bit of a extra excitement throughout the day. A bit of catchiness in my head to like dance around a little bit in my mind. So I totally get it. I totally get it. Use this at your own discretion. Everyone I know works out with music, and I never tell them anything. But I think if you're really going for this, if you're going for a full dopamine detox, if you want to push yourself to the limits, work out raw. Don't play music while working out. I really think that's something to consider trying at least. I think I'll do that. Let me make a note of that right now. I actually want to do that right now. When I go to the gym tomorrow, I'm not taking no earbuds this time. I'm about to make a note. Okay. Okay, cool. Another thing, don't spend all your time watching movies, TV shows. Don't binge TV shows for hours a day. Don't binge at all. TV shows work best, in my opinion, when watched in segments throughout the week. You let it be a part of your life. And I love TV. I could never tell. I could never be as much of a hypocrite, even though I do think it's good advice. I could never be such a hypocrite to tell somebody else to do something that I'm not doing myself. I would never ask anyone to do that. So watch TV, sure, go for it, right? I get it. I probably shouldn't be watching as much TV as I am right now, but it's who I am, and I find a lot of meaning in that. It gives me a lot of enjoyment, and it does keep me distracted, which I don't think is good. I don't think that's healthy for me, but I also spend a lot of time analyzing the TV that I watch, and I make content about it and all that sort of thing. And I think in general, for me in particular, it does more good than harm. So again, do all these things at your own discretion. If listening to music while doing boring tasks you feel like does more good than harm to you, if you're a musician or whatever, then yeah, that's all up to you. But binging TV, I don't think is healthy for anyone. I think if you want to truly enjoy stories, like even for yourself, if you truly love TV and you want to enjoy it to its fullest capacity, you spread it out throughout your life. You let it be a part of a chapter of your life, so that way you can look back on it and have memories that connect with everything else, and you can reinforce that. And you can tell people about it. You can tell people stories about it in the future. I don't think you should watch any reaction content. I think reaction content, for the most part, like Twitch streamers reacting to stuff, is absolute garbage, waste of time. I don't think you should follow drama, like keeping up with like Keemstar and Scarce and all this stuff. Occasionally, something that might affect you personally, I could totally see, but you would be doing the research on that on your own. I don't think it's necessary at all to follow any of this drama unless you yourself are getting involved. Don't follow drama of things that are happening that will never affect you in your life. Drama is a good thing. Drama is it's character development. And there should be drama in your life. It keeps life interesting. But don't follow the fucking Kardashians and all this shit, right? Don't follow like, oh, what's going on with, I don't know, fucking the Cash Me Outside girl or whatever. Who gives a shit? Like, don't look at any of that. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your energy. Don't even let your brain think that that's an okay thing to even remember. You're wasting your memory like that. Your memory is limited. Don't spend your memory remembering stupid information like that. And on that note, I also think you should not pay attention to politics. Don't try to like stay on top of politics or understand these like world events happening so far away around you. A little bit here and there, I think, is very important, and it's for a reason. It's because as humans, we take in this information about the world around us, and it's become completely warped now. Because if you live in a tribe of 150 people and you get a bit of gossip and you hear this person did this bad thing and this, that's actually very useful information. You would need to know that. You would need to know who the traitor is in the tribe and all that stuff. I was gonna say among you, but no, I'm not going there. But that's actually very useful information. But people don't realize that this is a part of their biology, and they treat a world of 7 coming up on 8 billion people as if we're living in a tribe of 100 people. And they don't realize that you need to act a bit differently in this new world, and that you can't follow all this politics, all these world events, all these tragedies, current news, all this stuff. It's something I have to work on. I've been working on, so I don't feel like I'm a hypocrite for saying that one. Don't consume so many garbage ironic memes. I've unsubscribed from a lot of meme like YouTube channels, curators, Instagram pages, all that stuff. And I think that goes hand in hand with, don't try to fit in with everyone else online by understanding everyone's inside jokes. Everyone wants to be a part of everything else, but they don't realize that gatekeeping exists for a reason. If you're a part of everyone's inside jokes, if everyone's a part of it, then it's not inside jokes anymore. You should be a part of the jokes of your community. You should be deep within your community, not shallow in everyone's community. Don't read too much. This is a big one. Don't read too much. There's a such thing as too much learning. There's such thing as too many online courses. Too much like, I don't think anyone needs a Skillshare subscription, because you can literally just ask somebody who has a Skillshare subscription, hey, can you download this one course for me? Give it to me for $5, and that's literally all you need. There is a such thing as too much information input overload. And the more you learn, the more you forget as well. So you should choose to really only learn the things that you really, really want to learn. Not just anything that might seem useful. That one in particular, I think I really need to get that point across, because so many people might think it's wrong to just ignore information. You should always be learning new things. No, there is a such thing as abundance of information. You'd much rather learn a few quality things and learn it really, really well, rather than learning a bunch of random things, surface level, just for the sake of learning, and without actually knowing any of it well enough to really apply it or teach to others. In general, all the pieces of advice I can give, don't do things that make you feel productive or feel good that are shortcuts to do that. You know? No sugary foods. Sugary foods emulates sugary foods from nature, which if you're finding sugary foods in nature, that means chances are you're eating high energy food that will not poison you. Very good, very good job, good for you, you know? Congratulations, you did this thing, you deserve to be rewarded. But in the situation that we're in right now, you don't deserve to be rewarded. So yeah, no sugary foods, no sodas, no neural hijackers. Coffee, I think, is actually one of the underrated things. I think people should be drinking coffee. I think coffee is actually I think people shouldn't be drinking coffee every day. I think people build tolerance to coffee way too easily. I think people should be drinking coffee when they feel like they really need energy, mental or physical. I think people should be drinking coffee like before leg days and stuff like that, you know, instead of a pre-workout. It's been shown that when you take away the placebo of calling it a pre-workout, coffee does the same thing as pre-workout for workouts. So yeah, none of like do things in moderation. No jerking. I already mentioned no porn, but no jerking off. Same thing. No League of Legends. I feel the need to mention that one twice. I think that's everything. Stop letting social media think for you. Cut off the things that are fulfilling these basic tasks for your brain, and letting your brain think that you're actually doing the task when you're really not, and taking the easy way out. I think that's everything. Yeah. But see, these things have all the things that I mentioned, and plus more that I can't think of right now. They all have very, very long series of connected events that follow. Like cutting porn will it'll force you to push yourself to actually attract like girls in real life. It'll likely push people to go to the gym more, work out harder, and stuff like that. Cutting out alcohol will force you, even though I think that's a bit of an odd one because from what I've seen, the people who don't drink alcohol are actually the most boring people. But in theory, and with my squad, like the people in my very close vicinity, me, my buddy FaZe, Zoib, Shanor, Raheem, like none of us drink, and these are the funnest guys I know. But other than these very few anecdotal pieces of evidence I have, everybody else I find who doesn't drink is very boring. So this may actually be the wrong piece of advice, again, at your own discretion. But in theory, alcohol should force you to, go out and learn to be more social and learn to take more risks in social settings without relying on a drug to do it for you. Cutting out smoking weed will make you less reliant on its effects and force your brain to be more creative if that's what weed does for you, which I hear that's what it does for a lot of people. Remember, all these things are mental. It's like I said earlier, everything there is to know or experience about the universe is already in your head. Shrooms are not some magical substance that actually transport you into another dimension. You can blend up mushrooms, pour it on some rocks, and the rocks won't start tripping out. The rocks won't start seeing colors and shit. The shrooms are just instructing our brains. They're just sending a signal to our brain, a chemical that tells our brains, oh yeah, activate that one psychedelic protocol. Those protocols are already in our brain though. You don't actually need shrooms or psilocybin in any way to get it. It's already in your head. In fact, you already know how to achieve that effect. Guys, the ultimate ending to this. What is meditation? Like really, what is meditation? Think about everything I've been saying about boredom and all this stuff. What is the purpose of intentionally sitting there and doing nothing? It's being comfortable, learning, teaching your brain to be comfortable, to expand its comfort zone, to include a situation where there is no external stimuli. It's like a superpower. You're teaching your brain to live in its own mind, to tolerate its own thoughts. It's reaching a new level of self-awareness, and it's extreme. It's an extreme thing to do in actuality. Everyone says, oh, everyone should do meditation. Meditation is actually a very, very extreme way to push your mind. You do it enough, and I mean like you do it excessively, and a lot of people do it excessively, depending on what you define excessively as. And you can achieve the same effects as shrooms, ayahuasca, DMT. You can achieve it all in your own head. No need for substances. You can achieve, what's it called? This whole sensory deprivation, all this stuff. Mind over matter. Meditation is intentional, forced boredom. That's what it is. And that's why everyone advocates for it so much. And when you get really good at meditating, you realize everything you can achieve by doing all these external things, playing video games, what's it called? Getting drunk, getting high, gambling, all this stuff. All of these feelings and emotions, like the thrills and stuff that you can achieve by doing these things, you can achieve them sober. You can achieve them without it. Like there's literally a yoga procedure to make you feel high. Like that's literally a thing without any substances. These things are all in your head. Shroom does not transform your eyes and create colors in front of your cones and rods and all stuff. It doesn't do anything to your retinas. It just tells your brain, oh yeah, that trippy thing that you can do, yeah, do that thing. And your brain does it all on its own. And look, what I'm saying is not easy. This is all easier said than done, right? People do a lot of extreme shit. Like they'll go on a trek and they'll eat like a banana a day for like weeks on end and go on like long stretches of like no talking vows and like meditate in camps where there's like where they separate people by gender and they don't even see the other gender and things like that. They put their bodies in very extreme conditions. Not to say that this is what I would recommend everyone to do, because I mean I'm just some random fucking 21-year-old. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But people do it, and that's not trivial. Nobody said this was going to be easy, but it's possible. If it wasn't possible, people wouldn't put in the effort. It was already a difficult thing for humans hundreds and hundreds of thousands of years ago, even without technology. But now with all of these easy ways to overstimulate our brain, imagine how much harder it's going to be to actually achieve this sort of thing. And if you do get good at meditation, it makes these experiences that you can conjure up on your own much, much more rewarding. But there's a grueling and painful journey that awaits that. But the results are always worth it. Like your efforts will pay off with this journey. And I know that the more masculine among us will hear that and they'll go, ooh, a long and arduous journey? Sign me up. And that's why everyone who meditates vouches for it. Because meditation is, without them actually even realizing it, it's intentional, uninterrupted. You're away from family and friends. You're not saying anything. You're not hearing anything. It is pure boredom. You are forcing your mind to be bored so it can push its threshold for things. So it can push its threshold for what it tolerates to a certain point of being in the habits of allowing you to be naturally happy, because your brain has to be happy. It'll always find a way in the situation that you're in, so long as there isn't crazy things going on. It'll look at the situation you're in and it'll find a way to be happy naturally, as long as you make it easy for it. And if you allow yourself to be happy with absolutely nothing during meditation, you build that habit. It'll transcend to the rest of your life. And it'll make you, like, the exact same things that would have made you sad no longer will. You'll be less picky about the food you eat. You'll stop complaining about, like, minor things. Oh, this guy cut me off in traffic. Oh, the temperature is too hot. Look, you'll stop getting angry at things out of your control. Oh, they got my order wrong. Or, okay, I gotta do the laundry. Actually, I'll leave that there. I'll go pick up the laundry in a second. But it'll make you stop sweating the small stuff so much. It'll let you let go of the things that are out of your control and not always feel the need to complain about things even when you know it won't do anything about it. People who get really good at meditation, from what I've seen, are in this like perpetual state of stopping to smell the roses, and it doesn't end for them. Like, it's always like that. And it's not like they get addicted or anything. That's just how life is. That's the default of life for them. And I think that's how it should be. Like that breeds the ability to think outside the box. But these things like social media and video games, League of Legends. I feel, have I mentioned League of Legends? I would mention it again. League of Legends. These things trick you into thinking you're doing something that's worth your time, but it's actually not. And if you get good at meditation, you'll be past that basically. You'll see through these cheap tricks to hook you and get your money. So like if you decide that you want to do something, right? And you want to be creative with it. Like for example, the thing I mentioned earlier with my brother. Let's say you decide how you want something to look, like a light fixture or something, right? You want to design something. Maybe if you're not in the habit of being creative, if you don't have that those juices always flowing, maybe spend the first week. You know, you're gonna need some time to get in the habit. Maybe spend the first week just trying to draw out ideas for it. And if you can't think of anything, good. That means your brain is acknowledging it can't be creative. And after a week goes by and you can't think of anything, you should feel the pain of that. And that will tell your brain, hey, something's wrong here. We got to make a change internally. And only after you're able to come up with some creative ideas by conjuring it from your own mind, only then you should even consider deciding to consult the all-knowing Google Images overlord. And at this point, now that you look at what OpenAI is doing with generating images, next level shit, truly impressive. But yeah, that's even more dystopian, and that's going to ruin people even more. I'd stay away from that. I'd stay away from all AI science. And that's what I did, by the way. Like that's literally what I did. Is I thought about designs for things, and instead of going on Google Images, I would just draw them. Ultimately, I think it was the fact that see, before this, I used to watch movies and TV shows every day. I was obsessed with stories. I still am, but not in the same way. But I would literally finish entire shows every week, and I made my brain not have to work to come up with stories. Like I should have known what I was doing. I love stories so much. I should have known that what I was doing was throwing away my ability to come up with stories. I could have all the stories I want and not be able to come up with them for the rest of my life, or I could restrain myself. I could take it in moderation. I could listen to the stories that people tell me in person and things like that, and I could limit myself, knowing like we have built-in mechanisms. The brain is absolutely brilliant when it comes to understanding the kind of decisions you should make. Not necessarily making decisions, but understanding what they should be. Like if you listen to your brain and listen to it fully, it'll tell you, hey, this TV show that you're gonna watch and you're gonna binge over the next 2 days and finish the whole thing, watching it for 10 hours a day, you're gonna regret it. If you listen to your brain, you'll actually hear that in your mind. You'll hear a voice tell you that. Like, don't do it, dude. Don't do it. You hear another part of your brain saying, oh, it'll be so fun. But you'll hear a part of your brain, a wise part of your brain, say, don't do it. And that's what intelligence is. Intelligence is knowing what part of your brain to listen to in what scenario. And sometimes that that part of your brain is like, hey, you've done enough. Take a load off. Relax a little. Maybe watch a movie or two, you know? And that's when it tells you that, those movies you watch end up being way better than anything else. You in this Camp Illuma, which I'll talk about later. I'll talk about in the next few streams. We cut out all suites. For 21 days we went out of state. We went to a college campus. It was a camp, no technology, no phones, no computers, nothing like that. It was like all sports and yoga, swimming, basketball, football, dancing, all that stuff. It was like there was a lot of education, a lot of paper, a lot of drawing. But yeah, no TV shows, no movies, no news, no like the NBA finals were going on. We didn't know who won. Beyonce had a child. We only found that out afterwards, and all the girls were going crazy about it. Like, we didn't get any external stimuli. And we didn't get any sweets either. We ate food with everyone else in like a tribe basically. And we said a chant before it and all that stuff. It was like, it was really, really nice. And every night we got to eat 2 Oreos and a cup of milk every night. And dude, by the end of that camp, those 2 Oreos tasted better than anything I have ever eaten in my entire life. And I know that if I had eaten way more sweets, those Oreos would not have that same impact. And so you learn to do things in moderation. You learn to reward yourself properly. That if you really want to experience these things, you should do them in moderation. And you should force your brain to pick up the slack and to do like 99% of the work for you, you know? I think what really did it, what really killed my creativity was all of the stuff that I was watching. And it took me so long after that. Like I had gotten sick of stories. And you know what? I thank art school for that. Because art school, like I took film classes. I went to film, I was doing a film major. And they teach you how to analyze film. And after analyzing a bunch of films, dude, I hated films after that. Like I hated movies because I would watch a movie and I'd be like, well, the cinematography was like this, and they didn't direct the actors right in this scene, and they didn't follow the 180-degree rule here, and I would think about all these things, and it would ruin movies for me, and so I'd stopped watching everything. And because I had stopped, it took like 3 years actually for me to actually stop watching everything, movies, TV shows. Like you can ask my family, I don't watch anything with them. They still watch movies, TV shows all the time. I don't watch it with them. It's just them, not me. It used to be all of us. I don't participate anymore. And they still do it all the time. Occasionally they have me with them, very rarely, because they want me to be with them when they watch this stuff. Oh, as a family and all that stuff. I'm like, all right, cool. But I don't pay attention to the movies. And only now I'm starting to come to terms with it and starting to go like, hey, maybe I can watch a few things here and there. Like maybe I can watch like I don't know, Better Call Saul and things like that, you know? Maybe I can watch these pieces of media that I've wanted to watch for so many years. Game of Thrones, Fight Club, you know, all these things like that. Maybe I can spread it out throughout my time. And instead of watching whatever new thing comes out every week, I can take the 100 most beloved, like greatest works of film of all time, 100 best movies, 100 best TV shows, and I could say, I'm going to watch one of these a month. I'm going to watch one movie a month. And I indulge for those 2-3 hours, and then for the rest of the month, all the stories that I get to experience have to come from my own mind, or maybe a book or two here and there, you know? That's something I got to work on, because I could hardly read. But yeah, it's been a real journey for me, and it's taught me a lot. And I'm not in that, like, when in 2019, when I was going through all this, the dam broke and it was just too much for me to handle. I'm not in that same like dream state anymore that I was back then. It was like in 2019 I was a slave to the ideas. And now it's more like I'm a partner to the ideas. Like I've incorporated my creativity into my will, and now I'm pretty damn creative compared to what I used to be, but it's still nothing compared to what happened in 2019. And even though that might seem like 2019 was a good year, it's not the way you'd want to live your life. It's a hellish kind of addiction. It was relentless. That is the only way I could word it. But it didn't even feel like my ideas. I feel kind of bad. Like, it felt like some other being, some higher power, whatever, was sending ideas into my head, funneling them all into me so I can make them a reality. That's what it felt like. I feel like guilty, honestly, because these ideas are worth millions. And sometimes I feel like they aren't even my ideas. Like, they didn't even come from my mind. Like, they're not mine to do anything with. They're not, the money that I would earn from them, it doesn't belong to me. They were just put in my mind. Also, damn, I'm talking way too much. I gotta speed this up. Okay, the last thing I did, limiting myself, all right? This one is actually a very well-known method for learning to become more creative. If you, let's say you have to train for a fight, right? You don't just spar 24/7 and do nothing else. On the surface, it may seem like that is the most efficient way to spend your time, right? That's the right way to go. But in reality, you're missing out on a lot of the focused parts of the discipline, like drills being the main one. But honestly, I could go even further than this. Limitations breed novelty. And this actually goes hand in hand with boredom, but I'm separating them out. So if you're getting ready to fight, okay, and you know, okay, one of the aspects of fighting is having balance, being able to balance and shift my weight around. Maybe one of the things you can learn to do is learning to walk on a tightrope, developing that skill. Because when you're on the canvas, it's not easy to balance when you're in there and someone's trying to predict your movements. Because like you aren't limited in your training. And if you really want to change the way your brain works, you want to condition your brain. This all comes down to conditioning. The boredom and the acting without thinking and limitations, it all comes down to conditioning. I'm just giving you methods on how to condition your brain. And this kind of conditioning will train the neural pathways in your brain. GSP, for example, he's considered the greatest UFC fighter of all time by most UFC fans. He does gymnastics. Anderson Silva, the most terrifying and captivating fighter to ever do it, who still to this day holds the record for most consecutive UFC wins, he does ballet. Like he does these things to form these neural novel connections in his mind. Israel Adesanya, the greatest middleweight fighter on planet Earth today, does breakdancing. And that also explains why his defense looks so good. Not necessarily like flawless, but like it looks so captivating because he catches the rhythm of his opponent and he keeps playing that rhythm in his head the same way a dancer would catch the rhythm of the beat and they'd keep their body moving at the same BPM. Like, did you guys watch when Israel Adesanya was on Joe Rogan? I showed a clip from that earlier, but there was actually another clip from that same podcast where he was talking about how he had dealt with imposter syndrome. And it's like, bro, that's exactly what this is. Like a fucking course, right? Anyone who starts to improve rapidly and reach higher levels in their discipline is going to feel like an imposter. And imposter is such a negative word. Like people don't ever stop to think like, hey, maybe this is what you want. Maybe imposter syndrome, this like feeling that you get is not a bad thing. Maybe it's telling you something. Maybe it means that there's an opportunity here for like a blank slate to absorb information like a sponge. Ignorance and imposter, they're such bad words, but with negative connotations. But in reality, if you know you're an imposter, if you feel that, not if you are an imposter, but if you know you're one, and you know your ignorance, if you know you're a student of the game and you bow your head to the great masters who came before you, it lets you go down a path of incredible mental exploration and adventure. You know, when I took Film 100 in college, for the first few times we got to use cameras, we wouldn't move it. We wouldn't be allowed to move it. Like we get a tripod, he showed us how to use a tripod, and he said, okay, when you set up the camera, once it's all set, you have to record and then stop recording and record, stop recording and record all your scenes from that single angle, and you're not allowed to move it in any way, tripod or camera. And I realized the value of this immediately. And I even made it a rule for myself even after that class. For like the next 10 months of my life, every single video I would make, I would set up the camera and never move it from beginning to end. If I record a video halfway through and realize like, oh, this dude can't walk in from this angle, his head's going to be cut off at this door frame. If before this I would be like, all right, let's just do a second take and I'll move the camera. I'll point the camera upwards. Nope, can't do that. Got to start over. I have to punish myself. In school, that's what we had to do basically. We would literally have to have to punish ourselves for not taking it into account before we started. And that way our brains would go like, hey, why do we feel this pain? Let's piece things together. Let's look at what's going on here and try to find some patterns so we can prevent this from happening from next time. We would literally be incentivized to think about every possible scenario beforehand, to develop what you would call a cinematographer's foresight, which is not something, it's not easy to develop, and even most other filmmakers don't have it to the highest level. Like, we were really forced to consider, it was tough, dude. We were forced to consider like the framing. There was no more like, oh, I'll just fix it in post. No. If we want to be time efficient, if we want to get out of this blistering heat, or we want to like sit down and rest our legs, if we want to like finish the project before the due date or before the party tonight and all this stuff, we have to get everything right we have to get it right with one angle. And that makes our brains panic. It overclocks our brains into being more aware of everything. And we're like, we have to get a good grade. There's no choice, right? And we really want to go to this party, so we can't take that much time, so we can't do reshoots. It'll take too long. We might as well spend the time now considering everything and do everything right the first time rather than doing it over and over again and doing reshoots. So consider everything before hitting record. You consider the placement of the camera, the framing, the composition, the leading lines, the angles, the protrusions, the temperature, the white balance, the depth of field. By the way, we weren't allowed to change the white balance and color temperature. We weren't allowed to do any of that. We have to consider the dynamic range of the lights and the shadows, whether or not there's going to be enough light in this corner of the room so that it won't get muddied, or whether or not the sunlight is blowing out this part of the sky. And we would have to consider character movement and balance and repetition and the 180-degree rule, and how you're going to plug in power to your camera with thin cords, the short cords, how you're going to make sure everything can stay in focus, how you're going to make sure the microphone isn't in the frame, how you're going to make sure all the lights are actually pointed at the scene and that shadows of the sticks of lights won't end up in the scene, and how they can all get electrical outlet access, and how they won't be drawing too much power from the same source as another outlet and they won't die halfway through. You have to consider all of this stuff. And only after you thought of absolutely everything, only then can you shoot. And even then, you'll mess something up. Which is why we never got hundreds on any of our assignments, because something will always happen. That's film 101. Something's gonna go wrong. And that means there's always something to learn, which is a beautiful thing, in my opinion, that something always goes wrong. I love that. You just don't know what's going to go wrong until it does. And I think the knowledge of that, like, even if you think you've thought of everything, eventually after doing it enough times, you realize, oh yeah, no, this art form goes far beyond the capabilities of where I'm at right now. I'm in this ignorant stage. And once you finally get it right and you finally complete the videos that you can take out the SD card, hop in the editing room, there's this, like, everyone's high-fiving and stuff, scene's done. There's this immense euphoria. It's unmatched. And now, because of this, I built such an insane skill. Like, people don't even know this is a skill. Cinematographer's foresight, they don't know about this. Like, I realized how much of an amateur I was before that class, and I also realized how much of an amateur I still am. I realized how long of a way I have to go if I want to reach the heights of this industry. And I even look at other people in the industry, and I realize how much of an amateur they are. Most of these people who, like, make these music videos for rappers and stuff, they're pathetic. Like, these guys shoot videos so effortlessly. They shoot a whole music video in one day. They don't even think about what they're shooting. Rappers nowadays have such a low standard for the music video directors they use. Like, they do fine, right? They do okay, but they could do so much better. And now, if you want a music video from someone, the standard is so low, you can literally pay them like $100, and get like a okay video because of the technology. But that's not art. There's nothing artistic about that. But if you want one from me, I do music videos for a different reason. I don't do music videos for just to get it out of the way so I can get my $100. I do music videos for the art of it. If you want to hire me for a music video, it's a $1,500 non-refundable retainer to me. And that's just so we can talk about the video and brainstorm ideas and hop on some calls and meet up in person and all this stuff. That's just to retain me, and it's non-refundable. So after we brainstorm, and if I determine, oh no, we're not compatible, my ideas won't be able to work with you, I can leave with that $1,500. I've never actually ended up doing it. I always ended up making a music video for them. There was one instance where they said no, and they wanted the money back, and I told them no. I told them I'd shoot the video for them if they wanted, but they said no, because my vision was not compatible with theirs. AKA, I actually wanted them to do a lot more work than they were willing to do. That's really what it was. They were too busy spending every night smoking in the studio, and they didn't. This was before my retainer was $1,500. My retainer was a lot smaller at the time. My retainer was $200, but if it was $1,500 at the time, he definitely would have still shot with me. He wouldn't want to lose that money, but yeah, he was like, all right, I'll just cut my losses here. I'm not about to, do a 6-day shoot, which is what I had proposed. He's like, I'm not about to do a 6-day shoot to get the vision that I want. And I'm very flexible. I'm like, whatever vision you want, I'm cool with that. But I know my value. Like, first of all, it's $1,500 retainer, non-refundable, and then it's $100 an hour when filming and $50 an hour when editing. Because I bring that value. And you might not think I bring the value. For a lot of people, I don't bring that value to you because the money is worth a lot more to you than a video from me. But to a lot of other people, I know I bring that value. If you put me in a room, I've developed that foresight now, that cinematographer's foresight, the intuition. Naturally, it's effortless for me. That without even really thinking about it, I can tell you in a second the best place to put the lights, the key lights, the fill light, the backlight, the camera, tripod. I bring the Apple boxes, I put them up, I bring the crew, I know where to put the sandbags, I know where to put the microphone and the reflectors and the jelly filters. I bring the speakers to record music videos in particular, even though most of the time I'm recording is not music videos. I bring a generator, I bring the actors and the models and the green screen. I handled camera settings, lens size, focal length. I use this to pay for more equipment. Just by looking at a room, I could tell you everything that needs to be done to get the kind of shot you'd want to get. I can tell you all of this stuff in the blink of an eye too, because I train myself like that. I put myself in those limited scenarios. Like there was this other example. This dude I know, he sucked at chess. He was playing at like a 300 level. So in order to get better, I was telling him like, bro, I found this site where it lets you play with only knights. And knights are the most fucking confusing piece, right? I told him, I'm like, if you can play with knights only, you can get better at all the other pieces. You can understand how these pieces interact with each other. So I put the limitation on him. And he played for about a day. And from the beginning of the day, he was at 300. By the end of the day, he was an 800. And he got bored and he stopped. But if he really wanted to get good at chess, like, he could have continued and gotten significantly better with different strategies like that. Like, what I would train him. I could literally train him, even though I'm probably not even 800 in chess. I could literally probably train him because I understand how to be creative and how to learn. And this applies to all kinds of learning. It applies to everything, whether it be learning how to play chess or learning a language. I know the most efficient way to do all of it. Not most efficient. It'd be naive of me to say it's the most efficient, but I know a very, very efficient way to get it done. And like with chess, if you want to get good at chess, you could change the game to train your mind. You know, you could play with all bishops, and then you'd play with all pawns in the next game. And then you could play looking at the board upside down or sideways, so that way you could see how your opponent sees, or you could see from a new perspective, and you could try to guess the best moves from their eyes. You could play with requirements like, oh, you have to win by piece sacrifice. You know how back in the day people would be like, okay, if I'm gonna get the final kill cam, it has to be 360 no scope. Yeah, you put these contingencies on yourself. Like if you don't sacrifice a piece to win, then it doesn't count, and you punish yourself for not sacrificing a piece to win. And you eat a M&M every time you win by piece sacrifice. You incentivize yourself. Things like that. I'm sure he can go even higher, and I'm sure if I choose to get good at chess, I can get pretty damn decent at chess. I could do things like play with pieces in random spots to really understand how the pieces work. So that way, any opening theory won't work on me, and we won't be able to apply any of the opening principles. We'll just have to play as best as we can with our understanding of the pieces, which will particularly help in the middle game, because we're already in middle game. There is no opening. I could play with restrictions like, oh, every other move has to be a pawn move. I could play blindfolded. I could play bullet chess, and then immediately afterward I play classical chess, and then I go back to bullet chess. I can play shogi, which is a different. It's like Japanese. It's a Japanese thing. I can make a condition for myself where the first 3 moves that I make has to be completely random, so I can abandon opening theory for myself and let the other person use opening theory, so that way they get a little advantage from the start. And I know these things would work. I know they'd make me better. I know highly efficient ways to learn pretty much everything now. I know how to, if I wanted to get good at an FPS game, if I wanted to learn how to trade, if I want, like, no matter what I wanted to learn how to do, I know how to do it. I would limit myself. I would put limitations on myself. That's how. That's what lets you develop perspective. Almost everyone I talk with in academia just reads what other people do. They aren't leaders. They don't do their own shit. They just read a lot. They're readers, not leaders. And these people who are like scholars, apparently, they just do a lot of information input. And because they have no originality, no discoveries, no contributions, like, they never come up with anything profound on their own. They just consume information. And that makes it more and more difficult for them to come up with more profound thoughts. Like, I never read any papers on music theory. I just looked at my own patterns of what I saw people did in the studio, and I developed my own music theory. Like, I have my own vocab for musical theoretical things. And I've even developed a couple concepts that I haven't really heard or seen before talked about in any musical discussion. To be fair, I don't look at much musical discussion, but I think the things I thought about might be original, possibly. And by original, I literally mean the things I've thought about, I might be the first person to have thought about them. And you can kind of see how I'm tying it all back now into ignorance. This is why I say ignorance and not acting without thinking. Because to the smart cookies out there, ignorance implies action. Like, if I'm ignorant on a political subject, right? If somebody calls me ignorant on something, that not only means that I don't know anything about it, that means I'm also trying to speak on it. Like, nobody will call you ignorant on something that you don't ever speak on or debate about, you know? Everyone is ignorant on 99% of all of the information out there that there is to know. But you don't call everyone ignorant all the time. You don't blame babies for being ignorant about, not knowing 7 times 4 or whatever. Like, but in reality, everyone is ignorant about everything, with very, very few exceptions. They just don't speak on it. And it's like, okay, I'm ignorant in botany, right? I don't know anything about botany. But nobody ever called me that. Nobody ever said, wow, you're so ignorant in this subject. Because I don't do it. I don't participate. If I were someone who was like, oh, I know about this political thing and this thing, and it should be like this, and they'd be like, you're ignorant. that's because I don't know anything and I'm trying to participate. So ignorance, as a colloquial definition as used today, implies action. It implies that I would be out here, you know, talking about plants and their genetics and their biology and all that stuff without knowing anything about botany. And I would be trying to speak on it, or I'd be trying to do something about it. I'd be trying to explore with it, you know? But simply not knowing anything doesn't imply ignorance on like a grander scale. It's like technically ignorance, but nobody would ever say that. So for the smart people, for all the smart cookies out there, I use the word ignorance. I say ignorance is going to help you be creative. But for the not so smart people who need me to connect the dots, who don't like think about it this way, I say acting without thinking. And nothing wrong with not being able to connect the dots. I'm not that smart either. I just think a lot. I'm not like fast or witty, you know. I can't win debates like that. I need time. I can win debates, but only if you give me a week to make a YouTube response. So don't think I'm bashing anyone. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Everyone has different ways of learning. Smart people and stupid people are one and the same. The word stupid is actually just a placeholder term for someone who is smart in something else. So when I call someone stupid, I mean they're smart in something else. And that was actually my dad's advice. Not the smart and stupid thing, but earlier, my dad told me this sort, like how to be creative in like a bunch of different ways. He would tell me like, oh, people have this misconception as to how life works. People know how to do step 1 and step 2 and step 3, but nobody connects the dots that the first 100 steps before step 1 and 2 and 3 are all failure steps that you're supposed to fail. And that if you aren't willing to go in knowing you will 100% fail, basically, he said, if you aren't willing to go in understanding that you are ignorant, then you'll never even get to step 1. And everyone will think, they'll consider step 1 and 2 and 3, but they'll never consider the negative steps. They'll never consider the steps before that, which are all steps of ignorance and you getting yourself up to speed. And he told me, he's like, be willing to be a fool from the very start, because that's the only choice you have. You either be a fool from the start of your discipline or you don't start. And he also told me, he literally said that. My dad was a very, very wise person sometimes. He also told me that like school teaches people specifically how to think before they act, right? As they grow older, they enforce the idea, think before you act. But by age 16, my dad said age 16. I don't know about that. That was just my dad's interpretation. But he said, by at the latest, age 16, that's about the right age for you to start doing without thinking. And then see how long the fun can last, basically. He told me that when I was 16. So that was my dad's advice. And it was fun. It was fun. When I started taking that advice, when I was 16 and 17 and 18, and over time I built up these habits of acting without thinking, basically. And I knew my limits, so I didn't take it so far. But I think that's how I beat writer's block. Actually, I'm pretty sure. I can confidently say that's how I beat it. I write, by the way. I don't know if I mentioned that. I'm not using writer's block as like an analogy. I actually write. And my writing doesn't seem to really follow any rules from the occasional YouTube video I see on writing principles. It has a pretty high percentage of original content. I'd say it's about 10% right about now. And I can't even read, which is really funny. I'm borderline illiterate. I can read in a couple other languages almost as good as I can read in English. And I never learned any other languages. I just read English so bad. But yeah, even though I can read at like a close to a kindergarten level, I write like 4,000 words a day. And on my best days, when I was 19. Oh, best. On my most fever dream like days when I was 19, I really wasn't even in control. Some days throughout the year, I would write 25,000 words. I mean, I think I spoke 25,000 words in this stream. Dude, my throat hurts. But, and on my best day ever, I literally counted my best day ever, I wrote 40,000 words in a day. And if you really look at the world and you look at the most creative people and you just look at what they do, you'll see the patterns. Like creativity, these things might seem counterintuitive, like ignorance, boredom, and limiting yourself. These are very, very counterintuitive on first glance, but thinking counterintuitive is the same thing as thinking in novel ways. It's the same thing as thinking in ways that other people are not thinking. And you see, one of the struggles that is that if you just try to think of something novel without already being in the habit of being creative, you think of stuff so novel that it doesn't apply. But you need to you need to be able to say stupid things and think stupid things in order to build your way up to saying slightly smarter things, right? Like, let's say you want to come up with a solution to a problem and you're just acting without thinking, all right? How can we create a better water bottle? Okay, pineapple. Okay, well, that's novel for sure, right? But it's so novel that it makes no sense. Well, guess what? I took a shot and that's better than nothing, all right? Most people would think that's stupid and stop. I think that's stupid and I go, okay? From pineapple, I can start to reel it in. Pineapples store water in sponge-like fibers, edible fibers. Maybe you can do this. Maybe get fiber and water together in an edible fashion and use this to reduce plastic waste. So that way nobody has to throw anything away. The packaging is edible. You can create like large boxes, like packed to the brim with these like condensed fibers soaked in water, like Jello like fibers, maybe even just Jello. And then you can ship them in bulk to places where they can like take it, and like the people in those places like Africa, whatever, they can like cut out pieces of these fibers and like serve them to people. And you know, when you're transporting something as valuable as water, transporting it with the convenience of like transporting food, that makes things a little easier. Actually, this could actually be a great idea. They might be able to last a little longer. You can prevent water from rotting like that, maybe in some cases, depending on the fibers. Maybe you can hold larger pieces in your hand. You know, unlike liquid water, you can't just like it's very difficult to transport it. And boom, there's there's a way for people to take water home without needing to carry around these bottles everywhere and create all this plastic waste where there is no landfills in the tribes in Africa, and they could just eat the packaging basically. See how I just thought of that just now? It's a stupid idea, I know. If I was 19, I probably would have spun into like some actual solution to solve global water shortages. Actually, that remember when not remember when, but remember when we were taught in school, maybe not everyone was, but I learned about Greek mythology. I think that was not part of the curriculum. I think my teacher was just teaching us that. I think he was just really passionate about it. And we learned about, there was one day where it was Athena and Poseidon, and they went to the humans, and the humans were like, they were like bragging. They were like, I'm the better god. No, I'm the better god. I'm Dirty Dan. And so they were like, I can offer the humans what they want more than you can. And Poseidon, in his arrogance, apparently, you know, he's the god of water. So he, you know, opened up a well or something and created an infinite source of water. and he's the god of water. That's all he can do though. And everyone was like, "Oh, great! That's water. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Poseidon. We owe it all to you." And then Athena, who like her mascot is like the fucking, no, her mascot's the owl or something like that. But like a representation of her is like olive trees and stuff like that. She created an olive tree, and not only did that olive tree have, it was like an unlimited, these like god and goddess stories. So the olive tree not only gave them a source of water and the nutrition of the plants that it grew and of the flora that it grew, it also gave them olives, which is a great source of nutrition, and it gave them oil from the olives, and it gave them a tree so the kids can like run up the tree and climb on the branches and do all that stuff. And people can, as the tree grows, they can cut down the branches and use it to make houses. It was like, that ended up being way more useful. And if you follow the philosophy of like, don't give a man a fish, you teach him how to fish. Bro, my answer, pineapple, just now is actually a pretty damn good answer. You want to give these people a good source of water? Bro, all you got to do is take a camp of kids. Tell the kids, hey, look on the internet because you have this godlike, infinite wisdom resource here. And we're going to go there and you're going to do all your research. We're going to go there. We're going to educate a bunch of people in these tribes who, at this point, this is already happening. There's not much education left that you can give to people anymore. But we're going to educate these people in these tribes. We're going to bring a bunch of seeds for non-invasive plants with predators, bananas, apples, oranges, like that sort of kiwis, all that sort of thing. We're going to bring all these plants over there, and we're going to teach them how to grow and harvest these plants. And you're going to educate them. And bro, these fruits and vegetables that you give them hydrate. Like it's hydrating to eat them. So you could effectively solve a major part of the irrigation problem with simply by responding with the word pineapple. Because pineapples hydrate you. So yeah, it's not even just better than nothing. It's significantly better than nothing. Act without thinking. Give random answers for things. And at least that's better than no answer. At least try your hand at these things, right? The way I describe it with ignorance is, I tell people, I usually teach this to kids. I tell adults like think like kids, but I tell kids think like an idiot. The whole world will tell you, oh, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't do that. The whole world snuffs the creativity out of kids nowadays. They tell kids, oh, you shouldn't play with this thing, you shouldn't. Bro, but kids are creative by nature. They're morbidly curious by nature. And kids say a lot of dumb shit. But kids are not dumb. We just call that dumb shit. They say whatever's on their mind. You have no idea. People my age who don't interact with kids nowadays, they have no idea how like racist and sexist and fatphobic kids are. Because kids are they're just honest. That's all they are. And they just say whatever's on their mind. Doesn't matter how right or wrong it is. If they're thinking it, they say it. If they've lived for 7 years seeing only black people their entire lives, and they see a kid with white skin, they're gonna walk up and be like, yo, why is your skin white? In reality, there's nothing wrong with that, But social norms and the triggered mob need something to be angry at to justify their existence, so they choose to be offended at stuff like this. But yeah, you don't be afraid to say stupid shit. Don't be afraid to offend people. To offend is to think. Don't be afraid to like literally be called evil. You want to know one of the most creative ideas I've ever heard? This is what I mean when I say creativity is counterintuitive. Being creative does not feel the way that like you would think creativity feels like. It feels like frustration. That's what it feels like. It ends up being creativity, but it feels like frustration. You have to think counterintuitively. This is one of the most creative ideas I've ever heard. It was animal conservation companies. Let's say you run one of these companies and you need to protect, I I don't know, let's say like the black rhino population, okay? Let's say there's like 200 black rhinos alive in the world right now. I don't even think there are that many. But I think it's like sub 50 at this point or something. But let's say hypothetically, you want to protect black rhinos and you need funds, okay, to prevent poaching, put in security, all that stuff. You need a lot of money to monitor the species. So where do you get that money? So you think. People watching this, think with portals. Think with limitations, people. Think counterintuitively. Think in the mind of someone who people would call evil. I know you can do it. I like, if you think enough, you pause it and think of some solution. That's right, kill the rhinos. Or more specifically, kill a rhino. Oh man, animal lovers are not gonna like this one. But I'm being serious. As someone who has a bit of money now and who loves meat and loves the game of hunting and loves experiencing the rare things in life, in the future, for sure, me personally, I'd be looking for some opportunities to hunt and eat exotic animals. Animals that no other human on Earth gets to eat. Nobody's going to eat a black rhino. There's only a handful of people that get to do that. Endangered species? No way. And in the future, I don't have this kind of money, but in the future, I would totally pay like $100,000. If anyone has a blue lobster, I'll pay like $1 million for someone if someone has some like super rare like albino alligator meat or something like that, And boom, that's where you get your funds. Say you have 3 new rhino being born each year. Well, technically you can kill off 2 of them and you'll be fine. You won't, that's excessive, but you can kill off 2 of them and you'll be fine. Actually, you can kill off all 3 and let 1 survive every other year. Maybe every 3 years, And the population numbers would still grow. But as long as a species is growing, you can kill off certain members of a species, even if they're endangered. I'm not saying you can as in like legally you can. I'm saying morally you can, to protect the species. Because you'd rather a species grow slowly than not grow at all, than go extinct due to poaching. And like you would never go that far. You would never kill 2 out of 3 rhinos. That's a little much, because you not only want growth, you want fast growth. So you'd find a balance. You'd want all 3 rhinos to live. You'd want the black rhinos population to be out of the endangered species list, by a much greater factor if you can, So you want some cushion room, because some black rhinos are just gonna die no matter what. But you don't actually have to kill any of those rhinos that are born. The baby rhinos, you don't kill any of them. You kill an old rhino that's already passed on its genes, that's infertile. Because another animal is going to kill it. Like, that's a cycle of life. Another animal, a group of animals, a pack of animals, they're going to kill that rhino. It's going to be their dinner. And as another animal myself, as someone who wants to experience what my body's capable of, as someone who wants to be one with nature, I would love to be the animal that kills it, just as humans used to. You don't cancel a jaguar for eating a deer, like I mentioned earlier. So you shouldn't cancel a human for doing the same thing. We are animals. We should be one with nature. Trying to defy that is foolish. It's the future, but it's foolish. You kill them because you love nature. And just as you eat the nutrients of the animal when they die, when you die, your nutrients go right back into nature, and that's a cycle of life. Now think about it for a second. What kind of a fucking maniac comes up with the idea to like, imagine Maya Higa for a second, okay? What possible train of thought could she ever take, creative or not? How could she ever come up with the idea in her head, like, on her own, like, how can we save the animals? Let's see. Spitballing here. How about we auction off options to hunt and kill them? Maya would never let that thought enter her head. Like what maniac psychopath comes up with an idea like that? No idea. Whoever it is though, I fucking look up to that guy. They got a, as Kanye said, name one genius that ain't crazy. I would pay $1 million to hunt and kill a black rhino, considering how rare they are and wondering how incredible that meat would taste, how exotic and how novel it would taste. Actually, probably more. Not now, obviously, but in the future, if I have that kind of money, I would totally do it. And I can't eat all that meat myself. I would take the horn. I would turn the nails into rings and bracelets and cufflinks, and I would sell them at an exorbitant price. I'd make all my money back. I would take the skin of the black rhino and I'd make custom limited edition clothes and sell them for $1,000 a piece as part of the Apex Predator Gucci collection. You know, I'd partner with some brand and I'd be like, here's the Apex Predator collection, season 1 of 1 of black rhino skinned purses and shoes, Nike shit, like that sort of thing. You know, I just thought of this just now. Like I said, I do have a bit of creativity still left in me. I would take half the meat, because there's a lot of meat. There's no way I could finish it. I take half the meat and I give it for free, actually, just to Michelin star chefs all over the world. And I tell them like, hey, I'm gonna sponsor you and be like, limited time. Actually, I'd pay them. I'd be like, add this to your menu, where they go to their restaurant and they'd be like, hey everyone, limited time menu item, ultra rare black rhino. For some restaurants, if they're not as like well renowned but they're still good at, I'd be like, sell it for like $600 for a 10 ounce. And you're crazy if you think people won't pay that, because people want to experience these things. They want to eat meat that no other human gets to eat. They pay a lot. I'd pay a lot. And then I'd go to other Michelin star chefs who are like very well known, and I'd be like, okay, I'm going to sponsor you. I want you to shout out my companies. I want you to say that this is brought to you by my company, all this stuff. And I'd try to make my money back, and I'd say, give it for free. Make this meat for people and give it for free. Cook it as best as you can. And at that point, when you look at it that way, $1 million is actually is a small sum to pay. I'd probably pay more. But if you ask Maya, like, first of all, the animal that I would have killed there'd be no harm I'd be doing to the species by killing it. But if I were to tell Maya about this, she would be distraught at what I was saying, until I brought up the $1 million, of course, because she knows just how much $1 million, how much of a difference that makes in animal conservation. Animal conservation is different, bro. Money hits different in animal conservation. This is not no AAA game development where like $1 million will get you a fucking like Flappy Bird or something like that, right? No, $1 million is a big deal in animal conservation. It's like Honda horsepower. 260 horsepower out of a 90 Civic will feel way stronger than 700 horsepower out of a Mustang. All right, it's money in, just like how horsepower hits a different in Hondas and NSXs and things like that, and Miatas. Money hits different in conservation. And there's so many millionaires and billionaires in the world today who want these like incredible once in a lifetime experiences, considering all the dumb shit that they buy. All these people buy so much jewelry. Cardi B has like millions of dollars worth of cars she can't even drive. Millionaires spend their money just randomly, they don't even know what cool options are out there. If you present this option to them, the auction bids would be staggering for these kinds of things. It would be tremendous. It would like usher in a renaissance of animal conservation. It's a good idea. And they do this a little tiny bit, by the way. I think there was this instance where there was like this giraffe that got some disease, and it was like old. It was super old, and it was going around killing other baby giraffes. It was a threat to its own population. It was like jealous of the younger ones in the population. Sound familiar, right? But it was like going around literally killing other giraffes. So this giraffe had to be killed to protect the species. So they auctioned it off. And the highest bidder paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars for the option to like go out with its buddies, take a bunch of jeeps, you know, dune buggies, go out into the forest or whatever. Not forest. Go out into, well, it was kind of like the desert from what I remember, but I don't think they like live in like the desert like that. But you know what I mean. Go out into the wilderness, and they'd have security and all that stuff, and they would hunt and kill that particular one. Like the people would go and like they'd tag it, and like they could have killed the giraffe, right? But they wanted to make some money so that they can use it to further their animal conservation efforts. So they're like, we could kill this giraffe, we can tag it right now, we could kill it, but instead we're going to tag it, put a mark on it, blue mark on it, whatever, so that way they know which giraffe to kill, and we can make a lot of money off of it. And the dude went and he saw this once in a lifetime opportunity to eat giraffe meat, and he did. He hunted that giraffe, killed only that giraffe, saved so many different saved many of the giraffes of its own species, and a lot of money went to animal conservation. Everyone wins. Except Maya, she loses. But everybody else wins. And what's more is that the conservation mindset is so unlikely to ever produce a train of thought that would ever allow for the consideration of some animals to be killed to protect the rest of the species. However, what's crazy is you think about what must have happened. What must have been like? This had to have happened. Like the fact that this is a thing means that at some point there was a good-willed, amazing conservationalist or whatever that had to come up with the idea, realize how much hate he was going to get if he tells people, yet still have the passion of conservation so much that he decides to be brave enough to tell everyone anyways, even at risk of the lynch mob coming after him, which is what they do when you go out and you hunt a giraffe, even when you have every right to. That's fucking insane that actually happened. Now, all that being said, tell me something. Let's step back into reality, okay? Have you ever seen a single person show anything close to this level of creativity on Twitter, Facebook, Reddit? No, never. That's absurd. And you know that. These guys who are actually genuinely creative, they don't spend their time on social media. The mere fact that if you disagree with someone on these platforms, you can just block them. Yeah, that's a real surefire way to kill creativity. And like every one of these social media platforms has some way of blocking, and they go, yeah, this is definitely an essential part of our platform. I gotta fucking put this. Okay. But yeah, they never think to themselves, like, hey, maybe if we want to create a social media platform that'll actually make people more creative and think in a more beneficial way for themselves, maybe we shouldn't have a block button. They do think that, but they go, oh, if we did that, they wouldn't be on the social media app for long. They would actually go out and improve their own lives. And these social media apps wouldn't make money, so they don't do it. Every feature that a social media app implements, you have to understand their motivation. Every single thing that you think is so great about a social media app is literally there for the purposes of screwing you over and wasting your time. That's why it exists. I explained the example of the dude who worked with my dad in a different stream. Like, he was ignorant, but he just did stuff with 100% confidence. And he went in with ignorance. He knew he was ignorant. And he made it work. Mike Tyson, when he was in his prime, he was anything but textbook. John Jones, if you go back and look at John Jones's earlier fights, he was doing shit so stupid and ignorant, but at least he was doing it. And it worked. And no reasonable coach would ever advise you to, like, put your hands in front of your opponents where they can grab it and then go in for an elbow and then just, like, front kick them against the cage and then just like knee them in the nose immediately after, like leaving yourself open the entire time defensively. But this dude didn't bother to care about conventional training. He found an entirely new way of fighting and became the greatest, both on the feet and on the ground. It was because of his ignorance. Like, that's what that is. That's ignorance. Tony Ferguson does Wing Chun, a martial art that can literally hardly even be called a martial art at this point. Wing Chun is, for those of you guys who don't know, Wing Chun is a Chinese, you know what they train in Kung Fu Panda? All that, like, dumb shit, like that superstitious, like, oh, if you touch this person with this pressure point, then it'll create a blue fireball and all this, like that. Like, that's Wing Chun. Literally Kung Fu Panda shit. Like, Master Uwe shit, bro. But this dude, Tony Ferguson, trains Wing Chun. He kicks metal poles until his shins get used to it. So that way it won't hurt when he kicks someone in the shin and it hits their bone. Their bone will break. Tony's won't. Which, you can call it superstition, and you can argue about the effectiveness of this strategy. But that doesn't take away from the fact that Tony's one of the greatest to ever do it. And Wing Chun is not what made him the greatest. It was the novel mindset that he had that made him do Wing Chun as well as many other things that made him the greatest, one of the greatest. Or look at Steve Jobs, for example. He's the best example. This dude did not know how to write a single line of code. He didn't know in the slightest. He had Woz doing all the work for him. Like, think about that shit for a second. Think about the innovations he made. And after a while of thinking, it actually makes perfect sense. Like, yeah, no shit, he didn't know how to code. When the iPod came out, the best technology for listening to music at the time was cassettes. It was CDs packed into a portable MP3 player that required giant batteries and a pack of songs on external hardware. Imagine that being the best technology at the time, and you're a programmer or engineer, on the cutting edge, and your boss comes up to you and he says, hey, yeah, we're going to change the music industry forever. We're going to change music hardware. We're going to need some good engineers, and not to come up with ideas, of course. That's not what the engineers are for. The good engineers, they work for the best engineers, but the best engineers work for the worst ones. So if you're a good engineer, you work for me, because I don't know anything. I'm a guy who doesn't even know how to write a line of code. And since you've specialized and you've tunnel visioned and you've put yourself in this box so that your brain capacity is limited to think only in a certain way, not outside the box, it's up to people like me, the innovators, who have, touched the ether of all these different fields. It's up to me to tell you, a guy who can't even code, for me to tell you what you should do. And he was like that disrespectful. He was an asshole. Everyone, it's generally agreed upon that he was a total asshole. But Steve Jobs literally told these people at that time, he was like, yeah, we're going to take this CD. Actually, we're going to take 100 CDs, put them all together in one package with about that much capacity. Actually, not even 100. We're going to take 1,000 CDs. And we're going to put them in a very compact storage format that we can continue to expand on in the future. And that is modular, by the way. And we're going to put it in this little itty bitty container that fits nice and snug in your pocket. And it can also play any audio formats, any codec. And it can connect to computers. And it can connect wirelessly. And it has an internal rechargeable battery. You don't need to replace it. And the battery lasts a while. And we're going to make it lightweight and durable. And you can drop it and it'll still work. And we're going to make it dust proof. And we're going to give it a touchpad. Oh, and we're also going to give it a fucking colored LCD screen while we're at it. Keep in mind, this device has to fit in your pockets. And, did I mention it has to last a long time on a nice and beefy internal battery without overheating, for that matter? Oh, and we also want to make it look pretty, because that's the kind of company we are. And you know what? Fuck it. Make it able to power even high impedance headphones in a portable setup. Oh yeah, and while we're at it, lastly, make it affordable. Like what the fuck? Who thinks of that shit? Like no fucking way a reasonable with any sense, no way a sensible engineer would ever think of that. Because they know the limitations. They know what they can and cannot do, particularly what they cannot do. But knowing what you cannot do is, that's the opposite of ignorance. Ignorance is thinking you could do anything. Only amateurs, only ignorant people think everything is possible. You guys know the Dunning-Kruger effect, where beginners in a discipline think they know everything. Because I believe that that's actually I believe that the Dunning-Kruger effect, where beginners think they know everything in the beginning, is actually there for a reason. It's actually a built-in mechanism for us to have this sort of like beginner's luck, you know? Even when you don't know much about something, you can really expand on it and really change the whole industry because you're not limited by any of these things. Because in all reality, anything is possible. There are no limitations. And the more of an expert you become, the more you understand the limitations. But really, that's a lie. There are no limitations to begin with. And when you're a beginner, and not only a beginner, particularly in technology, because technology, you can make anything happen. Any combination of pixels you want on the screen, you can do it. Literally anything. So when you're a beginner in a field like this, and you understand that, like when you feel the imposter syndrome and you can understand that you're entering into a new discipline and you're going higher in a level that you were never meant to go into, or not never meant to, but you feel like you're in a new realm, in a new league of people much better than you, much smarter than you. And if you can understand Dunning-Kruger's effect and understand that you are a slave to it, go into a field, be ignorant, have one part of your brain feel like you know everything about it, but have another part of your brain understand that part of your brain, that's how you get rid of all your mental limiters. That's how you think outside the box. We're beginners for life, bro. That's the crew. Beginners for life. Ignorance for the win, boys. Beginner's luck exists for a reason. Like, there's scientific data backing beginner's luck. There's a surprising, small but surprising amount of like random teenage girls who have never held a basketball in their life, who are able to like randomly make these like half court shots at NBA games, and win cars like that. Which is why I don't do that stuff that much anymore. But it's actually these people who have been conditioned to play basketball, who have conditioned their muscles to shoot from the three-point line, who have a tough time adapting to half court if they've never shot half court. It's actually embarrassing how many times like this sort of thing, like, for example, like how many times like random 13-year-old girls will like come in and like whoop the best Smash players in the world. We don't ever talk about it. The Smash community, everyone in the community is all kind of like, they all stay hush hush about it because it kind of makes us look bad. But ask a Smash player, like a pro, in private, off camera, they'll confirm it. Like how many times a kid will show up at local, their mom will bring them to a local, and it happens more times than we'd like to admit. Way too many times. It's embarrassing. Those fucking 13-year-old girls are the bane of the Smash community's existence. And 13-year-old boys too, but for a very different reason, of course. But get it? Because of the pedophilia in the community. But for real, one day one of these kids is just gonna fuck it. Like some 12-year-old is gonna pick Joker, or not Joker. They're gonna pick Hero, and then fucking JV4 MK Leo at like Evo Grand Finals or something, and then be like, my favorite character is Isabelle, hashtag Hello Kitty in Smash DLC, or something like that, you know? I swear, I'm literally exposing the Smash community right now. I'm literally exposing the biggest shame in the community? Well, the second biggest. But let's not get into that. But all of this to say, beginner's luck is a real thing. Always have the mindset of a beginner. Not always. If you're going into a discipline, if you're going to, if you're playing soccer and you're going to be one of the greats, eventually, like Ronaldo is not out here thinking like a beginner, right? But for most people, if you're going in for the enjoyment, for the fulfillment of the game, for the improvements, for the benefits that it'll offer you to your life, you should have the mindset of a beginner even long after you feel like you're a beginner. You should have the mindset of a kid. I think that's a better way to word it. If you ever played table tennis with a lot of people, you'll find that a lot of kids, they just pick it up like really fast and they get really good. Like I have two little cousins, two little baby. They're not babies anymore, but I still think of them as babies. They're like 9 years old. They're not babies at all, but they're twins, Ruth and Myra. And one of them was really, really good at ping pong when I showed it to her and she played for the first time. And one of them was really, really, really bad. And they're twins. And even like beer pong with a lot of people. Like the first time I ever played beer pong, I crushed these guys who were like veterans at it. I'm not saying the girls played beer pong. I'm not saying Ruth and Mara played. I'm talking about like I'm onto a different example now. And I'm sure people have encountered that sort of thing in the wild. Like it's actually a very common occurrence. I'm sure everyone who goes to parties regularly has encountered people who have never played beer pong in their lives, and they play way better than experienced players, but they can only do it on their like first or second try. And it's because beginner's luck. It's a novelty. It's this like willingness to explore. It's not having boundaries. It's like not being trapped in a box. The better you get at a discipline, the further down the path you go, the smaller the box becomes around you. It's often said that the world's best swordsman doesn't need to fear the second best swordsman, but they should fear the world's worst swordsman. Like, I'm better than all my friends at Smash. And I attribute that to one sole reason. I don't have a main. I play all the characters. I pick random every time. And I get decent with everyone. And that way, I have a better mechanical understanding, not of a specific character, but of the core mechanics of the game. And when, they get used to a single character, it doesn't take me long to find patterns in their behavior and counter them and find weaknesses in their attack patterns and stuff. I imagine that I'm playing those characters that they're playing, and I'm in their shoes. I watch their character, and I imagine that I'm playing them, so I can predict what they'll do, and I can go like if I put myself in front of them, they'll immediately counter, and then I can run in and punish that. And I can take advantage of their weaknesses, and they just can't adjust the way I can, because I put these limitations on myself. I go in with a bit of ignorance, I do things in these games. By the way, I don't ever tell them I'm doing it because it's not like you don't ever talk about these things. But I sometimes put contingencies on myself, like okay, my final kill has to be by Luigi back throw, or it has to be by Ganon side, or Incineroar revenge kill, or I have to bait them into a corner and then just cheese them into it, back air them into it at like 0%. And I do that enough to where I don't get good at a specific character, but I get good at baiting people. I get good at stage control. I get good at winning exchanges in neutral, integral parts of competitive Smash play. If you want to play a pro basketball player, by the way, here's a tip. If you want to play a pro basketball player and you want to absolutely demolish them, and here's what you do. You set up a custom basketball hoop that has a slightly further backboard and get a slightly slipperier ball or something, right? and set up the backboard to like have like a bit of an odd angle the way it bounces the ball into the basket, and maybe set up the basket to be a bit lower than what the pro is used to practicing on, and get used to it. Practice on it for like a few weeks, right? And then get the pro player who has practiced their entire life on the same backboards, on the same everything. And they won't be able to win. They won't be able to adjust the way you can. And then you hustle them like Josh Nichols and you finesse their cash. However, I mean, if you play legit basketball, actually, even if you do this, a legit basketball player is still probably going to crush you, because there is a lot of... Basketball is one of those sports where you have to get good at things all around, not just the very specific thing that you're doing. A good basketball player will also be good at the basketball related games in the arcade, and like ring toss and that sort of thing. They'll be good at all these things. They'll be all rounder. But if you want to get good at basketball, and you want to beat chess players at their own game, and you want to you want to reach high levels of a discipline, these strategies work for that. Like, for example, basketball players, they move in a certain way, right? You could tell when someone's a pro. They just move different. If you go to any public court, you watch people, you could tell, okay, this dude's been doing it for a while. Like their whole body revolves around the geometry of the dribble, this oscillating dribble. It's like the dribble is actually what's in control here, and their body is just a piece of that dribble just hanging on to it. It's not like they're moving and the ball's around them. They're around the ball. It's a beautiful, it's a work of art, the way these people move. And usually it's because they've been playing since they were little babies. Because most pros have parents who are also big on basketball, who get them in young. And by young, I mean like 2 years old. Like if you aren't playing basketball by the time you're like 6, 7, and if you want to make it into the NBA, good luck. But there was this guy who understood these principles that I'm talking about. There was this guy, I think he was like 25 or something, and he wanted to be able to go toe-to-toe with top basketball players. But he knew that normal training wouldn't do it the way he needed it to. The way that kids and their like plastic jello scrambled eggs brains can develop, like he didn't have that anymore. The fluid intelligence was gone by the time you're 25. Well, a lot of it was gone. So he needed a new strategy, something to push his brain to be more creative and more malleable than a normal 25-year-old brain would be just playing basketball, right? Just trying to get good at basketball. So he built these glasses, these like weighted glasses, and they would have like covers on the bottom that had weights on them, and they would swing around. And that made it so that whenever he looked down or like turned his head significantly like that, he couldn't see. And so he had to look straight. He always had to look straight. He had to look like how basketball players only look at their opponents. They don't ever look at the ball. So if you've ever tried to dribble like this without having practiced it before for like months at least, you can't do it. Like you literally cannot dribble like this unless you've had practice. If you try to, and we all made attempts, right? We all tried it here and there. Like, let me try to dribble the ball without looking and just moving forward. You try to do it and you're not experienced, the ball is going to either go too far away, or more often than not, it's going to hit your foot and roll off to the side. And it sucks because now you got to go over and get the ball, and you're punished for it. But that's supposed to happen. It makes you better at it. The punishment incentivizes your brain to pick up on the patterns, because your brain will be able to pick up on it. You have to trust in the process. And this happens enough to where it's frustrating for kids, and parents will see this as an ideal strategy for kids to get good at dribbling. Yeah, let them experience that, right? And eventually they'll start to look away from the ball because it'll get very competitive and people will get better and better at dribbling. And when they're playing around with kids at their school, they'll need to actually look at the other students because those students will be looking at them. And so it'll push them to power through the pain and force themselves to put in like a limitation, like, okay, I can't look at the ball. I have to actually look at the other person, and their brain will get the message. It'll get the message that they have to pick up the slack, and they can't look at the ball. So it'll force the brain without having any other options. You have to back the brain into a corner. You have to understand what the brain does and what it's capable of, and you make it do your bidding. So after you back the brain into a corner and you give it no other option, the brain wants other options. It wants the easy way out. It wants the social media. It wants the video games. It wants the easiest possible solution, the path of least resistance, right? So when you give the brain no way out, but one option, and you tell it, this is the only way, and we're going to keep going through this pain that you clearly don't want. I know you don't want this. We're going to keep going through this pain unless you figure it out. You only have one option. The brain will give in to your demands. It'll do what you want it to do. And a common theme that you'll find among human beings who do great things is, like, every brain is capable of handling great adversity, right? But nobody's willing to put their brains through that great adversity. But the great people do. And this guy who was trying to play basketball, he did. And after, all it took was like less than a year. For someone that age to do that sort of thing, less than a year of that kind of struggle is meaningless amount of time. And his brain, I mean, it did take a while. You know, a kid could do it very easily. A kid can learn how to ride a bike in 1 second. Like, literally 1 second. It's not an exaggeration. Like, they can literally learn in 1 second. But it did take a while, but his brain finally said, like, fine, I guess you are my little pog champ. I mean, fine, I'll figure out how this ball pattern works, and I'll embed it deep inside. If it really is that important to you, you know, if you're really going to keep doing this, if you really want to know how to dribble without looking at it, I'd rather just look at it. I'd rather take the easy way out. But if you really want it that badly, man, then whatever, I'll do it. And that's what his brain said, metaphorically. And after that, it was only after like a few months, actually, and not even a year, I think. He didn't even pick up a basketball before that. But just a few months after picking up a basketball for the first time, he would literally go to courts and play, and people would point at him and be like, hey, yo, is he a pro? I don't recognize him. He's moving like he's in the NBA. Is he in college or something? He must be a impressive prospect. I don't know why don't we get his autograph or something? Like, people would literally say that about him. He literally gave out his autograph to people who he'd mess around to be like, yeah, I'm in college, I'm about to get drafted, whatever. Like, he'd literally say that to troll people, and he would give out his autograph. It's limitations, people. Limitations. I'm gonna lose my voice tomorrow. Dude, I've been talking for too long, and I have food. I should be eating this food. But, there is a common theme among these greats. Sigmund Freud, Alexander, Socrates. And that dude was illiterate as fuck, by the way. Like, Socrates actually, like, was able to read worse than Floyd Mayweather, alright? If one day I decide to get good at chess, I'll start playing in really novel and interesting ways. I'll put restrictions on myself. I'll be like, okay, in the beginning, I'll sacrifice my queen for his knight and see if I can still win like this. And if anything, it'll force me to play in a more defensive way with a lot more pressure on me. And I'll probably lose most of the games, but when I play the games where I have even odds and I don't sacrifice my queen in the beginning, I'll be an absolute beast at the game. I'm starting to go a little off track here, but no, this is not off track. I'm talking about learning. I'm talking about the best way. Well, the best way I know to teach yourself and to teach others And this ties in with all the things I've said, limiting yourself, ignorance, and boredom. Because you're going to be very bored, playing in these very limited ways. All these things actually are they have a lot of overlap, and this all ends up being one sort of principle in the end that you just understand intuitively, and you just push your body to do. But if I were to put it into words, the best way I could teach somebody would be splitting it up into these three things that you take to heart. So yeah, I don't want to get too off topic, but I think that's pretty much everything actually. Be ignorant, be bored, and be limited. Boom. Real life, practical, actual advice to increase creativity. Not that boring ass, vague bullshit that everyone gives you on like TikTok and stuff, all this motivational advice. Nah, I'm giving you real shit. I can't believe I'm doing this. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is the best stream I've ever done. And see, the great thing about following these strategies that have these like negative connotations that these have is that everyone will think you'll fail. This is the best part of all this, is that everyone will think you'll fail if you're limiting yourself, you're doing stuff. If you say what you're doing, if you say I'm going to be ignorant on this subject. If you say that sort of thing, nobody will have any expectations of you. And it's the most satisfying thing in the world when you succeed and you shock everyone. Actually, I got a video about that. I need to rest my voice a little bit, and I'm going to eat while I'm watching this. But this dude sent it to me on Discord actually a few days ago. And it's by the man himself, the winner of everything, never lost a round, the winner of all competitions to ever be competed. Everyone welcome the American gangster himself.
An athlete with momentum is in the better spot. The athlete on the grind is in the better spot. Some athletes are. I will see guys, I can use it on a real short term, not over the course of a year or 2 years, a real short term, a day, a 2-day tournament. And you'll see it on all levels, guys. You'll see this from March Madness to the NCAA Wrestling Championships to the Olympic Games. Somebody gets on what's known as a roll. They come out there, they have a great first match, and boom, that springboards them into a great second match, which builds this momentum and pushes them all the way through, and all of a sudden they got a gold medal or a championship to hold up, and you go, how the heck did they do that? And they can never duplicate it. It's this one good tournament that they can look back on and all their dreams come true, and a lot of them have to retire when it's over. You'll see these things in sport, but there's something very real about that. There's something very real about going into something where there is no pressure or expectation on you.
No expectations.
For some guys, they will live up to their expectations, of which if those are low, that's how...
I think, like, okay, Chael Sonnen is experienced, right? He's a fighter, wrestler, collegiate, whatever, right? So he sees this, and he might attribute things that are correlative to actually be causation. But I don't think it's the lack of expectations that puts people in these positions. I think that's a correlation. I think it's these other factors that go into it that both cause this this on a roll state, as well as the lack of expectations. But I don't think lack of expectations is actually doing anything to cause, maybe a little bit. But actually, I mean, yeah, look, he's a lot older than me, a lot more experienced. And what he's saying has merit. You know, you go in, no pressure, right? There's no pressure on any of these guys. So yeah, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but he take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, and also take what he's saying with a grain of salt, because we both know, quite a bit about what we're talking about here, yet we'll both come up with totally different answers. So that means that we're both fucking idiots on this subject, but we both have something to say about it. So take what both of us are saying with a grain of salt, and understand that these are just two different perspectives, but we're probably going to disagree.
they'll go out and perform. But for some other athletes, it will pull some kind of something off mentally. It will unlock something when there's simply nothing to lose. There's also something to be said for many athletes. It all depends.
I think he's speaking from experience, actually, which is, in my opinion, yeah. You know what? I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. That is the best way to really learn things. And I don't have much experience. I have a little bit of experience, like in the film world and things like that. But I mean, Chael Sonnen is world champion in every sport that has ever existed or will ever exist. Never lost a round. So, dude, I want to see the comments. Michael Bisping actually cited his lack of preparation against Rockhold as an advantage, saying that having overtrained for every fight before, he went in feeling really good and fresh. This video actually hits deep. I ended up in a psych ward. I don't even know what the hell is going on here. I'm not reading all that. And dude, the only person that I know that made money using their mouth was his ex-wife. That's what Chael Sonnen said in Trash Talk to Tito. I remember when John Jones didn't take Chael on short notice. He didn't want the smoke. Tony Ferguson, the type of guy to know where Kevin Lee fits all in all this. Of course, obligatory Tony Ferguson comments in here. Chael needs something very real and something to be said t-shirt. I agree. I would bail that. I would buy that. Bro, no, I want a t-shirt that has everything that Chael says. He's like, there's something very real, something to be said. And another quote, like, I want the bigger ones that are said more often. And so I bring you this, and I offer you this, and that sort of thing. I want like all of those on a t-shirt. That would be great, bro. That would be great. Chael Sonnen, please make it happen. Papa Chael uploads 14 videos in a day in 3 days. Dude, this dude was spamming these videos. That's how Left Hook Larry was born. Overthinking. Who the hell is this? Okay. But yeah. Overanalyzing separates the body from the mind. Nice way of wording it. Tony Ferguson, like I was saying earlier. Tony Ferguson, probably one of the best options out there. Yeah, 99% unpredictable. Good luck preparing for him. He's a bit older now. He's like 40 years old. So yeah, no, it's not a difficult thing so much anymore. Follow fundamentals, principles. But yeah, even still, he's a force of nature, force to be reckoned with. There's something very real about it. Oh, and by the way, like, dude, I want that t-shirt. Please make it.
On the guy. It all depends on the guy. There's something
I can agree
to be
with
said
that.
for an athlete who has a clear head. I have seen a number of, as have you, on all levels, all the way up to the NFL, where you get some team that is as close to undefeated or undefeated in the preseason, and they go down in round 1 of the playoffs. We've seen this many times. There's something to be said for somebody who comes in with a clear head.
By the way, I live in Atlanta, born and raised, which means I watch the Falcons games. So, yes, I can attest to that. I can confirm.
Which is what those teams that went into the playoffs undefeated had at the beginning of the season, because they were coming off of a layoff. They got together, they were positive, they did some training in the offseason, maybe more than the other teams did. They started early, the other teams kind of built to their peak, and these teams fizzled out. We see it all the time with athletes, and we don't know what the answer is with Justin, or we don't know what the answer is with Tony. But we do know that we are now confronted with this situation.
Pandemic. Bro, this was that event. Tony Ferguson versus Justin Gaethje.
Situation for each guy.
This was before that.
Does Tony do better because of the grind? Does Justin do better because he had a clear head and, by the way, was focused on Conor McGregor? Wasn't even thinking about Tony.
Yeah.
For some of you, you're going to think, oh my gosh, that's terrible.
But then again, Tony was focused on Khabib. So I'd say it goes both ways.
I would hate to go into a fight with a guy that I focus on, I didn't plan for, I didn't strategize, I didn't have a training camp for. Some guys won't even do it.
Yeah.
They're planning for an orthodox guy, that guy gets hurt, a new guy steps in, that guy's southpaw, boom, the fight's off. They won't even do it. I have not been training for a southpaw, end of story, won't go out.
And I hate
We've
those
seen
guys.
this 100 times. Other guys go, wow, that's a totally new challenge I hadn't even thought of.
And
There's something
I admire
known
that
as
guy.
paralysis by analysis in sport, which means if you sit and you focus on something so much and you analyze it, you will freeze. You will just absolutely freeze. And other guys, boy, the looser they are,
Not just in sport.
the absolute better. We had a couple of things happen in amateur wrestling that worked this way.
He's speaking from experience, yeah.
Perhaps the most recent. Joe Colon was second at something known as the World Team Trials. Exact same process as the Olympic trials, but in non-Olympic year. So every 3 years you have the World Championships, every fourth year you have the same tournament, but they call it the Olympic Games. All right. So he ends up second, which means he doesn't make the team. He doesn't get to go. The number one guy who does make the team gets hurt at the absolute last minute. Joe Colon has just enough time to make weight, goes to the World Championships, but he goes in with a completely clear mind. He hadn't studied the bracket. He hadn't studied the guys. You know, he was out getting better and looking for a year later when an opportunity would arise again where he could go out and try to make a team. Rare opportunity, but I mean, it was just a different spot
Yeah, he
mentally.
wasn't. That makes sense. In wrestling, you have to plan very, very far in advance, especially because wrestling is cutting weight is so deeply cutting water weight is so deeply embedded in wrestling now, in high level competition, that you have to plan for these things way in advance. If you're not preparing for something like 6 months in advance, then everyone in wrestling would consider that ill prepared.
Cruises right out, grabs a medal for the country. One of the best tournaments that he ever put together, but he didn't even know who the guys were. I mean, he's looking around going, okay, who do I got next? I'm not even supposed to be here. He enjoyed the moment, and it parlayed him. You could see it in his wrestling. We had a guy named Brandon Eggum. Brandon Eggum, same spot, second in the World Team Trials to the great Cale Sanderson. I can't recall what happened, but Cale elected to not go to the World Championships. They fill Eggum. They sent him at the last minute. Eggum makes it to the finals. He didn't prep for anybody. He didn't.
Combat sports is particularly prone to this, I think. This dude's got examples for days. I don't have that many examples. Like, Smash community, for sure. But no one particularly stands out because of all the sheer number of, 12-year-olds that crush top players. Like, remember that kid who, beat Samsora, who was, number 2 in the world at the time? And he, beat him with, 3 different characters. Didn't even play his main. It was absurd, bro. Yeah, the era of the gods is over, and it's never coming back.
Didn't plan for anybody. He didn't get.
But the sheer number of it's nobody particularly stands out. I think listening to people in combat sports, you'll have a lot better. You'll have examples of actual people that you can really look at and see what they do.
Game plan, watch the tape, study. He wasn't even going. So there's something to be said for this. There's other guys that get thrown into a situation at the last minute, and that's an absolute meltdown and a panic. Absolute meltdown and a panic, which is always
And that's what you'd expect, actually. That's what people on the surface would expect.
Excuse me, but I came from a tournament background where you never knew who you were going to have, and then even once you know who showed up that day, it all gets played out by a straight line brat. You don't know who's going to win, and 40 minutes later, you're on the mat with them. So the opponent just didn't really factor in for me. Now, because Gaethje and Tony have the same background as I do with their tournament guys, they're wrestlers.
Tony's a wrestler? I didn't know that. I don't remember ever. Maybe he was he wasn't All American or anything, but I didn't know that.
To think there's going to be something positive from a performance standpoint for Gaethje. I tend to think Tony, which is consistent, one of the most consistent guys, amongst the most consistent athletes that we've ever seen in the sport.
Because at this point, Tony was on a 12-fight win streak, I believe.
Think he's going to go out and be just fine too, but there is something to be guessed as we speculate to this match.
Actually, I think Tony was the favorite of this fight. Was he not? He was fighting Khabib. Supposed to. I think the reason why people were giving Gaethje a lot more credit was because Tony made weight a month in advance, which really, as much as Tony might like to not make excuses and be like, nah, that didn't affect my performance. No, that would affect your performance. That would. We have biological limitations, all right? As much as I might preach all these things, we have biological limitations that would affect your performance. No doubt about it. And honestly, you wouldn't know what kind of performance you would have had if you had chosen to wait to make weight when the fight got canceled with Khabib and waited for things to play out with Gaethje.
Get the takedown, and who's going to hit too? And Gaethje's going to hit him hard, but Tony's got a great chin. Yeah, you can break down some of those X's and O's, but some of the intangibles, such as the mindset, which largely going to be
I think we learned in this fight. They both got great chins.
yes, you're going to have to hedge your guess when you're making your prediction. I think we could all physically just concede that Gaethje is right. Should this see rounds 4 and 5, logically and physically, great, it favors Tony. Not a level playing field.
But, man, looking back at it now, I don't know. I don't know so much anymore. Because looking into rounds 4 and 5 nowadays with Tony and Gaethje, yeah, Tony has the advantage in cardio for sure. Gaethje has the advantage in heart. So, and I think these I think they're pretty even in the later rounds actually right now, but I think Gaethje overall would take rounds off of him one round at a time.
Tony knew what was going on. Gaethje had a hope of what's going on. Knowing versus hope. Okay, hope isn't the best strategy in the world, but sometimes it's all you got. Knowing is a damn good strategy. But I do think that you have some variables here. And I think as we look forward to this fight, you need to weigh them.
You know what's funny? Justin was the ignorant one in that fight. He won. It's kind of odd how he was making this video. The Chael curse didn't apply this time. Actually, it might have. I think he might have said that. He thought Tony was going to win. But, yeah. That's it right there. That's the key to creativity, is to fill your head with less. When people say less is more, this is one of those instances where you could take that quote and you could be like, you know what? I get what that means. The more empty space in your brain for it to operate autonomously, the more creative you can be. Not you will be, but the more creative you can be. The more you can fill your head with new information, with new novel information. But if you fill your head with all these things beforehand, you overanalyze all this stuff, the less empty space there will be to learn things as you go, which is how you play sport. Sports is an act of learning. Even, bro, every great philosopher always tells you to empty your minds in some way, one way or another. They always have some sort of quote that roughly translates to empty your mind. It's society that tells us to learn everything. It's a society that tells us, oh, you should always be educating yourself. You should always be learning something, You should always be updated with the world. Keep updated with current news and current events. It never occurs to the common person, like the common NPC, I should say, that maybe there is a such thing as too much information. You have no idea how many times I've heard from family members, oh, I should watch the news because it's so important to know what's going on with the world. Then I ask, why? And they don't have an answer. And I'm a bit of an extreme example because I don't care about the week, the month, what year it is. I don't keep track of how old I am. I don't care about when my birthday is. I don't celebrate any of these arbitrary things. I don't eat 3 meals a day. Sometimes I eat 1 meal. Sometimes I eat 6. I eat when I'm hungry. I don't think about when breakfast, lunch, and dinner is. I don't think about what is breakfast. I just consider food. If it's 3 a.m. and I'm wide awake, I'm going to be streaming. But if it's 3 a.m. and I'm wide awake and I feel hungry, I'll eat. And I don't consider the time. I don't consider what time I sleep. I sleep like a pirate, like a One Piece character. You know, in One Piece, they just, like, if I feel tired, I lay down where I stand and I sleep. And whenever I wake up is whenever I naturally wake up. I don't fill my head with any information that I don't use. I literally never know what time of day it is or anything. Like I hear the birds outside right now. And I see a time, it's like 8 a.m. Holy fuck, I've been streaming for so long. You guys hear the birds and that those pipes right now? Yeah, those are the pipes above my room. But I don't ever think about like things that aren't going to help me with anything. Like specifically help me with anything. Like, am I going to be like, oh, I'll start working hard when this time comes around? Like, who cares what time it is? I'm doing the best I can all the time. Why even set deadlines? Like, why remember deadline dates? I'm always going to do things at max capacity. I'm going to finish things as soon as I possibly can. So if I don't finish something by a deadline, then I couldn't have it done by the deadline date anyways. So I never bother to remember deadline dates. I just submit things as soon as I'm done with them, and I finish them as soon as I can possibly do them. And I've never, ever once missed a deadline date with this strategy. I'm going to do everything to the absolute limit of my capacity. But I'm a very extreme example. You don't have to go this far. I never said anything about this being the right way to live life. You know, being creative and living your life in the right way. I never said that it'll give you the kind of fulfillment you want out of life. This is not for everyone. No, I can't ever condone anyone to go as far as I've gone. But I'd be lying if I said that choosing to ignore most of the world didn't make me more creative. Here, I got another video actually. Let me pull it up. You might be wondering, like, if I have like timings for when I play these videos. I don't. I put a video on whenever my throat starts hurting and I need to rest my voice.
It's 5:30 a.m. in Zurich, and I have a confession to make. I have recently been compulsively checking the news on my phone. I go over to CNN. I read the BBC. There's always some fluff. Prince Harry gets tested for HIV. I look at the Wall Street Journal and The Economist. I look at 538. What are the chances that Donald Trump could really win the election? I like trying to predict what's going to happen in the future, even though that's somewhat of a foolhardy errand. I don't know. I can't resist. Clickbaity. It's superficial. It's meaningless. I don't need it for my life, and yet there it is. So, I am checking the news too much. I'm checking it in lines, when I'm on escalators, when I'm in the bathroom, whenever I have a spare minute really and I'm a bit bored, when I should be doing other things, when I have presentations to write or a new video to edit, and I think it is an addiction. You know, we're not drawn to things that necessarily give us pleasure all the time. The scientific research has shown that we seem to enjoy a random mixture of punishment and pleasure. That is the thing that we get most drawn to.
I don't think it's random, but I agree with the essence of what he's saying.
All punishment or all pleasure, no, that's no good, which explains basically how video games are designed. They're designed to give you some sort of intermittent rewards, but always create new challenges and make things harder for you and give you punishment as well, because it's that mixture that really hooks our brains and part of this gets us trying to optimize that system. So in a similar way, I keep going back to the news. I think another reason why we might be addicted to news is what I call the obesity theory. And, well, that's kind of an analogy to how much food we consume. You know, I think that our bodies are pretty well evolved to keep us alive, to make sure that we can survive through famines. And in the past, calories were pretty difficult to come by, so whenever there were a lot of calories around to be had, we would just eat a little bit more and we put on some extra weight, padding for the leaner times, and so that we could survive them. And in a world where calories are scarce, well, that's a very good strategy to have. Now that calories are so much more prevalent, readily available, well, this is a terrible strategy, and it's led to a lot of obesity in a lot of the countries around the world. You know, it's kind of like moths.
Yeah, more people die of obesity today than of starvation.
Moths guide themselves by light sources, and in the past, at night, the only major light sources you'd have would be the stars and the moon, the planets. And those are so far away that if your guidance strategy is keep those light sources at a constant angle to you, then basically you go in a straight line. Well, once small local sources of light come into being, like candles, well, then that strategy results in circling around the candle and
Wow, we're just moths. That's all we are.
possibly spiraling into the candle, leading to your certain death. So, an evolutionary strategy that is adaptive for a historical environment is then horribly maladaptive in this new environment.
And all of our evolutionary strategies are adapted for a historical environment. All of them, every single one of them.
I
None
feel
of them
like
are
it's the
adapted for
same
now.
way with how we approach food, and possibly the same way with the way we approach information. Information used to be scarce. And
Exactly. This is what I mean when I say there could be a such thing as too much information. After all, not that many people watch the more intelligent YouTubers like Veritasium. People are too focused on fucking like Mr. Beast giving out $1 million to somebody, which, don't get me wrong, entertaining videos, right? But like useless.
and it's valuable. Knowledge is power. Who wouldn't want more power? So when information's on offer, I think our brains kind of want it. We take it as much as we can get it. Now it's kind of a maladaptive strategy because a lot of that information is useless to our lives. It
Yeah.
really adds nothing.
The vast majority of information you will consume in your life is nonsense. It's garbage. And people will tell you, oh, you should read books. No, even with books, the vast majority of books that exist out there is absolute nonsense.
And yet we feel drawn to it. Wasservogel. Did I pronounce that right? Wasservogel. Pretty sure I'm doing it wrong. Then there's another idea about why we need so much news, and it sort of dovetails off this concept called cognitive surplus. This is kind of the next phase in a movement that's been underway since the agricultural revolution, freeing up people's time so that, you know, from the hunter-gatherer days, we would spend all our time just maintaining our bodies and finding food for ourselves, really taking care of immediate survival needs. And gradually, over time, we've become less and less involved. We need fewer and fewer hours to ensure that we can survive. And now we're moving into the next phase of that, where it becomes even more pronounced. Knowledge workers can spend more and more of their time doing passion projects, things that interest them, which is, I think, why we have YouTubers in the first place. But at the same time, I think some of that cognitive surplus is not being used for productive means. I think a lot of it might just be going into a demand.
Slippery slope. How would you define productive means then? And then you go down the rabbit hole and you go, wait, none of this is actually productive. Even YouTubers, as much as I might love YouTube, truly, truly love YouTube, I have to also admit that. But continue.
And for distraction. And so I think there is such a thing now as the distraction economy, where there's all this new...
Precisely. I've edited for YouTubers and TikTokers, and this is exactly how I look at things when I edit. I look at things as, okay, how can I distract people the most? What can I do to bring people in to this realm that is not real? What can I do to send people down a rabbit hole of information that they have no business going down? And if you can develop strategies to send people down rabbit holes that have absolutely nothing to do with them, that are absolutely useless to their lives, then that means that you've created effective strategies to capture people's attention and distract them no matter what kind of content you have. And the content itself doesn't matter all that much, but the execution, the distribution, and the marketing of that content is actually what matters. And those are repeatable and testable and doable strategies with a budget. So then you can go to people with budgets, with money, and you could tell them, hey, you want to buy fame? Well, I know the strategies. Here they are. Pay me a commission. And that's how I made a whole bunch of money editing for YouTubers. But yeah.
Free time, you want to think of it that way. But it's not really free time. It's kind of dead time. You know, that time when you're waiting in line at the supermarket, or, you know, where you're waiting to board a plane, or you're on the bus.
This is huge. This is huge what he's talking about. Because people on their phones, like you're on your phone on like a plane or a bus, whatever, and you're not actually being productive, right? And nobody says they're being productive. That doesn't stop the fact that your brain actually thinks you're being productive. Like the part of your brain that evolved to be productive truly thinks that you're being productive by not just wasting time just standing around being on the train.
Whatever. It's this extra time that we have which we can now fill with stuff. And we like feeling productive. And so
that's what I said.
That may also be part of the need to pull out the phone and feel like you're using every minute of every day to do something productive. And if you're gathering more information, maybe it doesn't matter what it's about as long as you're just consuming. No,
and throughout all of history, we would do this. It's just we never had the opportunity. It's like if phones didn't exist, you would be on the bus and you'd be desperately trying to figure out something to do to ease the boredom, right? But there would be no option. So it's not like people throughout history, you know, ancient humans would be in these situations and they'd be like, well, I'm in this situation, I'm going to choose to meditate instead, you know, so I can inflict some boredom on myself. They didn't have a choice. They were just always bored. And so they would always chase something to ease the boredom. And the majority of the time, there was nothing to do it. And so when they did chase it and they did manage to achieve it, it was something truly meaningful.
This is kind of interesting because a lot of YouTube videos, right, are just playing into the distraction economy. It's how we can support ourselves, is because there are people with time who want to watch the things that we make.
You're trading time for our money.
But I want to announce...
What a waste of fucking time that was just now. Why would you do that? The hypocrite, I mean, I guess that's proving your point. I'm watching you and I'm wasting my time. Nice job. I don't know if that was intentional. I think that was intentional. Nice job, Veritasium. Thanks for making me look like a fool for watching you.
That I'm putting myself on a low information
You could have cut
diet.
that.
That means no more news sites, no more casual surfing. And instead, if I find myself with some dead time, I'm either going to use it to let my mind wander and think over the things I've been contemplating.
The modern struggle. This is what you have to do now in this modern world.
Or I'm going to use it to do something productive. Work on the projects that actually need my attention. And I kind of would recommend that you do the same. Try it out, just for a little bit. See how it goes to put yourself on a low information diet. You know, there's some real advocates of low information diet, people like Tim Ferriss, who wrote the 4-Hour Workweek, and he recommends that, you know, if you really want to know what's happening in the world, if you want to find out some news, then go and talk to someone and just let them tell you, because then at least you're having a social interaction, right? Maybe talk to a stranger. That's what he would recommend.
Nice. That's a nice strategy. I didn't even think about that. That is a good way to know what's happening in the world, because people will condense all the information down for you and tell you. They'll remove the biases that when they spot them, and point them out where they are, to the best of their ability and things like that. You'll be getting a very, very nice filtered set of information. That is, and people, you know, if you ask a stranger, people want to share that information. They'll look out for you. They'll give you the information in good faith. They'll give the information to you with your best interest in mind, right? And they won't know your political leaning. So they'll tend to be a bit more apolitical about it if you just ask a stranger. That's brilliant. Wow. I might go ahead and do that. I'm writing that down.
CGP Grey is another big proponent of the low information diet, and I gotta say, I kind of agree with him, even though I find it very difficult to execute. And then there are people like Brady Heron who would argue that
indeed
actually,
is difficult to
a
execute.
low information diet is a bad thing, and that you should be taking part in what's happening in the world. You should be aware
Yeah, it's BS.
of everything that's going on, because that is part of being a good citizen of this planet, is being aware of what's happening, the experiences of your fellow.
That's what I always hear. I always hear, hey, why don't you study up on like the presidential candidates? Why don't you vote? I don't know anything. I tell them like, I'm not qualified to vote. I don't know anything about the candidates. He's like, you have a civic duty, you know, you have a responsibility as a citizen, you know? It's a ethical thing. You have to vote. And I'm like, okay, I'd vote for Trump then. And they'd be like, no, never mind, fine, don't vote. And so, yeah, they don't want me to educate myself and vote unless it follows their political ideology. But yeah.
Human beings. But I think I would disagree with him on that. I think it's really important, you know, what's happening in your local circle, but beyond that, maybe there's very little you can do, and maybe you're just kind of deluding yourself to think that being aware of those things is actually a benefit to anyone.
Facts. It would be a benefit to you if you lived in ancient times and you lived in a tribe of 100, 200 people. Every little piece of information you got about the world was your world. It was your immediate surroundings, and it's very useful information to have. But you're diluting yourself if you're getting all the information about the world today.
So what happens if we all go on low information diets? I do think that we become more...
Society regresses, but it depends on what you mean by society and what you mean by regress. Society technologically regresses. People go back to living in smaller groups of people, and I think that actually makes people happier. People stop, you know, family stops deciding to move so far away from each other to get job opportunities. You know, instead of making $100,000 a year, they choose to make $200,000 a year, living 1,000 miles away from their family members. Meanwhile, they could live a more meaningful life, and you know, have a more meaningful future, and give their kids a more meaningful future to grow up alongside the kids of their family members and things like that. You know, people won't feel the need to allow themselves to be so disconnected from each other, and I think all around in general, low information diet and low everything diet, low diet, like literal low diet, and just moderation in general across the board just makes the world a better place.
Productive, because, you know, you're going to use your hours for things that matter. And even if you don't do something that you actually need to get done with that time, I think letting your mind rest is valuable. I think that our brains are designed to spend some of their time just wandering, not tied to any particular idea. And in those moments, I think
people always have this misconception that like doing nothing is valueless. Doing nothing is doing nothing. No. You're always doing something. If you're doing nothing, trust the process. You're doing something while you're doing nothing. And that something is very valuable.
Things that maybe are deeper in your subconscious may kind of bubble up, and you may have some realizations. It's kind of like when I was in college and I'd be doing exams. If I got stuck on a question or two, I'd often go to the bathroom in the middle of the exam. It was not as a crazy strategy or anything, but I often just found that I had to. And it was frequently when I was in the bathroom that the solution hit me, just kind of bubbled up from somewhere. Like I'd been thinking so hard about it, it blocked me from really seeing the answer. So often when
That's literally what Chael Sonnen was talking about. You overanalyze and eventually you freeze up. With a clear head, the answers can flow in.
It was just completely...
That's what I've been saying too. You fill your head with too much information. There's no room for the new information to come flowing in.
Distracted, that's when the idea came to me. And what does a world look like in which we have none of that bored time? I think it's valuable, and I'm going to reclaim mine. You want to be bored with me? Let's go for a walk.
I'll be bored with you, Veritasium. Nice. Fucking love this dude. It bothers me that it's red. But, okay, yeah. This video. I'm not gonna play all these videos, But this video...
So the quote.
Wait, this is not a video. This is a new one that I just found. Maybe I'll watch it later. I'll check in my history later, or I'll just leave it here. This video, I really like this one. This is a short video. I'm not going to react to it right now, but watch this one. Watch this one. This is the link. Here's the link. u2.be/this thing. And it's called Immediacy by 2 Veritasium. What if I got a text? Okay, cool. I'm just responding to some text. Oh, I got another one. Okay. One sec. But yeah, here. I'm going to leave this up on the screen. Okay. So, there's this video as well. I knew Veritasium made a video about boredom, and I remember I stole a lot of his ideas in what I said just now. I remember watching this video. I think Vsauce, I remember Vsauce actually has a good video on boredom. Right here. Why do we get bored? I think his video is actually even better because, you know, he's Vsauce, the juggernaut.
Part of this video was
the king of YouTube education. So yeah, go watch that video as well. But what Veritasium was saying, a part of it really resonated with me. It's like, is it really a good idea to only consume the information that is readily available to you in a close proximity to you? Like things that you're directly involved with. And I follow that philosophy, whether it's a good thing or not. That's something I could walk you through the step-by-step process on how to build a combustion engine from scratch, because I'm involved with that. But if you ask me to name 5 football players or 5 fashion brands, or ask me what day of the week it is, or when the birthdays are for everyone I know, or like name 3 politicians, I wouldn't know. Even if you ask me what the current president is, I know it's Joe Biden, but I didn't know until like a week after he became president because people would talk about him. I never bothered to check when he became president, and I felt great. I felt like the whole world was like, I looked at the whole world paying attention to things that had nothing to do with them, and I'm like, y'all are some fools. I pity you. I feel sorry for these people wasting all their time. I felt so liberated that I didn't know. I didn't care. I didn't bother to find out. It was just unavoidable. People would talk about him too much. And I could tell you about, TV shows and things like that. I could tell you about storytelling principles in those TV shows and video games. But I wouldn't be able to confidently tell you who the mayor of my city is or the governor of my state is. I just don't ever think about any of it. I don't ever interact with any of that stuff. I don't feel the need to have this information in my head. It does nothing for me. But I can indeed describe the philosophical implications of the modern Cartesian interpretation dealing with consciousness and humanity. It's ignorant, by the way. All this stuff is ignorance. But yeah, when I got my creativity back when I was 19, I actually have this video. I haven't posted it yet. It's about the definition of art. I went on this like huge stream of consciousness, like rant, trying to define art with actual constraints somehow. And I'm so proud of that video, because I did poorly in regards to actually defining art, but I did so well compared to some of even the greatest minds in history who also try to define art. Like, I'm super proud of that one. That is my most proud video I've ever made. Like, go to my second channel and look up definition of arts on it. And one of these days, you'll see it up there. I haven't uploaded it yet, but one of these days you'll see it. It's part of my streams. It'll be in my streams of consciousness. And you'll see the kind of mindset I was in when I was 19. That shit was next level, dude. Like, you'll see the peak. That was my peak right there of creativity. That describes perfectly what it was like in 2019. My most favorite contribution ever, by the way. That was it. That shit had me in tears by the end of it. So yeah, I couldn't even sleep that day. I remember going to my mom and telling her that I had accomplished something amazing, but she probably wouldn't understand it, so she should just rest assured knowing I accomplished something really good, and she should be proud of me for that. My parents weren't the best with English, and philosophy is just language arts 2.0. Even if I were to explain it to my mom, the words wouldn't have the same meaning to her that they did to me. So yeah, that's my thing. I'm gonna watch this. I'm gonna watch this definitely because I want to know. But yeah. When I was 19, I got my creativity back. It lasted for an entire year of 2019, and then for like a month and a half 2020, and then it stabilized. It just dropped down really, really low from what it used to be, but still very high relative. And just stayed stagnant there the entire time. But yeah, around the time I was 20 years old, I was making so many contributions. I can't even just name one here. I have them on YouTube actually. I don't even need to, like, I put streams of consciousness and stuff. I didn't really, actually when I was 20, I wasn't really putting myself out there like that, not at this level yet. But yeah, that was around the time where I stopped caring about looking like such a smartass. I'm not that kind of dude anymore, not as much. It's slowly going away. I still do, it's still a part of me, you know, but I still have that little bit of me that I had when I was a little kid. But it's slowly going away, and I'm glad it is. I'm glad I'm being humbled. I realize now that all my wisdom and profundity was really just relatable words. It's all it is. And absurdity, too. It's just pointing out absurdities and things. Never actually coming to any conclusions, but just pointing things out. Complaining, but never providing any solutions. Absurdism took over quite a bit of my thought process. And a lot of like tangible things that I could put into words, I would make an attempt and it would just dissolve at the tip of my tongue before it can escape because I'd realize the absurdity of it all. And even though there would be a lot of profound things I could say to people that they would consider profound, I would consider it absurd. So it's not like a lot of these things are like super proud of that I can look back on and be like, damn, this is a contribution I made when I was 20. It's a lot of these are like personal truths. It's a personal journey. I've grown a lot in the past few years. When I was a little kid, I was like just some smartass, know-it-all type of, like the type who would like wear glasses and attempt to write with both hands and I would, like claim to be a representative of all nerds around the world. I would be the kind of kid who would like raise their hand to answer all the hard math questions, but not bother to raise their hand at the easy ones, because I didn't want to look like I was doing easy questions. Every time the teacher would be like, "Oh, who can answer this complicated math question?" They wouldn't actually say that. But every time they'd like be like, "Who can answer this question?" and it'd be a hard one, or they'd be like, "Oh, if you can answer this one, you can get candy." That was always me every time, and the whole class was watching me. The only one eating candy. And I would hoard that. I would show off so much candy, dude. The packets of Life, the Nerds, the chocolate truffles. Is a whole cake slice I got one time. Literally, I I indulged in the amount of treats you got, because usually it would be spread across the class. Everyone raised their hand. It would be like, oh, me, I want it, I'll answer it. And then, somebody would answer it, and it would go to different people every time. Not when I was in class. I got it every time, at least when it was in math. If it was a difficult math question, I always got it. I was always on top of it. But yeah, that was me when I was little. And I still have a bit of that left in me. Only a tiny bit, but a bit of it. Maybe more than I'd like to admit. I don't really like that kind of person. They're very arrogant. I really haven't been on that knowledge and ideas streak since then, though. Since I was like 19. Not to say that I didn't come up with good ideas recently, it's just that when I was 20, I just stopped caring about showing them off. And when I was 21, I went back to showing them off. I'm kidding. I did put a lot of ideas on YouTube, though. I didn't really care about promoting them. They're just for when I can older, I can look back on them and see how far I've come or how far I've fallen. If you want to check them out, my YouTube is somewhere on here. You might be watching this on my YouTube, actually, but it'll be my second channel. I have 2 playlists. One of them is called Free Ideas, where I give away business ideas for free for other people, like stuff I'm not going to use myself. And another place is called Stream of Consciousness, where it's a completely unscripted, for the most part. Some of the videos have a bit of scripting, but it's usually unscripted rants. As much as I don't want them to be rants, that's what they ended up being, of all of my intrusive thoughts late night when I'm sleep deprived. Except for like 2 of them that I wrote bullet points for, and there's a few I had to delete. But other than those, it's just raw, unfiltered, intrusive thoughts. I made my first Streams of Consciousness videos when I was 16, but they're all deleted now. That was on my old channel that I got rid of. When I was 20, though, I stopped caring so much about what age you needed to be to do anything. Seeing all this bullshit that my parents showed me about, like, kids getting accepted into Harvard at, like, 12 years old, as if that was more impressive than getting accepted into Harvard when you're 22 years old. And I realized, like, I was such a fucking loser for caring so much about being the youngest guy, youngest billionaire, youngest guy who can do semi-mental, complex mathematics, youngest person who can edit videos at this level and, do rudimentary Adobe Flash animation, youngest this, youngest that, youngest flexor. Everyone cares so much about age. I used to, a lot, but not anymore. And that's why I made these contributions. I wanted to accomplish something by certain ages. And I made a lot more contributions. These are just a few. But the fact that they were only impressive because of my age shows that they weren't actually really that impressive. That, like, if I made those contributions when I was 20, and I had started going hard telling people about it, it wouldn't be nearly as appreciated by others. People wouldn't have such high expectations of me if I had all those thoughts way later on in life. The only reason why I had them so early in life is because I got a kick out of it. I got a high from it. And that's my contribution for when I was 20. Like this is my contribution. It's that these contributions don't matter. And that's around the time where I also started uploading these things on YouTube. And I started making videos again after taking a long break when I was 21. And I'm 22 tomorrow. But yeah, that's it. And now I'm tired. That's the end of the stream. This all stemmed from me trying to explain why Miska fell off. I don't know how it turned into this. But I wasn't even supposed to talk about any of this stuff. I was clearing out my hard drive. That's what I was doing in the beginning. So next stream, I'm gonna keep going with that, okay? I have to get rid of this stuff from my hard drive. It's annoying me. because I got some stories to tell. And next one, I'm gonna talk about Illuma. Next stream. Well, maybe not the next stream, but one of the coming streams. I want to start hanging out with my friends again. I don't talk to my friends nearly as much as I'd like to. So I want to start playing video games with them again. And I'll get back into it, and then I'll start telling some stories, because my friends have stories as well, and they have context. So yeah, okay, bye guys.